Grenade's going to be lobbed around the corner, and Butters will... Oh, no! Crazy will get one, but Reed on the refract. Filthy one more on the call it, and Filthy for another one. Okay, this is how you clear CCTV, I guess. Face check it.
I mean, it's Nash holding an angle and then just pushing in for the trade. It's not a bad position to be in, but Reed really trading it back.
Oh, that's
low health.
That's two. The Ash could barely survive, and another one for Reed. He's leaving everybody on red today, and no, cannot get the ace.
It's all on Worthy, but I don't know if this is going to happen. Tech's going to peek on in, gets hit by it. Oh, there's two for Worthy. Another one. 1 versus 1.
It'll go on repel, and it'll go probably reverse repel. With the UMP, this is way more difficult. Goes for the runner, but he won't have enough time.
That was, yeah.
Hunter!
That's the definition of an impactless.
Was that even worth it? He can. He can.
Oh, man.
Oh, he can. This is going to be so close. Hunter's close to it. This is why Yuna couldn't get shot. There we go. Pulls it out. 4 seconds left. At 2 now. He's going to be able to do it. Oh, my God. Hunter. Oh, I can't believe it. Rip's trying to get info, and he does confirm that there's 2 players upstairs. Citizen, nice shot there. We didn't quite catch that. But X is off. Aces, though. Refrag onto Kendra. Aces solo. Aces, how does he keep doing this all on his own? And that's the smoke dead, which doesn't look great when there's 1:45 left on this round.
Oh, here we go.
Rogue turning around the corner, and Aces able to get a 2K there. Taking out saves. Still on a 3v3. Definitely possible for the defense. Can he look around, and he gets it? Aces with the 3K. Citizen is dead. It's from Pi. Rips turns around the corner. There's Nitro Cell out. Aces is looking for the ace all on his own. That's the quad kill now. Nello solo on HP. And Aces is going to stay calm. He turns around, and Aces with the ace. Here's Birthday Boy.
Ethan has a C4 he can utilize through the floor. Diesel fully flashed, but he sprays through the blindness for 2 kills. Are you kidding me?
There's no, that is, you can't explain that. 2P gets one as well. Diesel gets a 3rd.
Clips on the main stairs, definitely unaware of Nyx, and he'll be eliminated nice and easy. That's the entry frag for Reciprocity, and it's going to put them in a really great spot. Big thing, though, is Dark Zero still has a roamer. That's inside of Archives. Makes most sense for that to be hot and cold, but I'm not quite sure by the silhouette. It looks mostly like a Legion. As you can hear the gun firing off, it is indeed Skies. No C4 on that Legion, but he can deny the plant with the impacts regardless. And he challenges Nyx, and he'll die to him. Will this plant attempt be denied? The answer is no, as Nyx is right where he needs to be with a quad kill, all on Hyper now in the post plant. 3 bodies to find. Laxing just barely gets away from that engagement. He's the head of another. Believe that to be Nyx, and there's the ace for Nyx.
To the Luminosity is for sure. Oh, the pre-fire slash hits it. He's been playing extremely well here for Luminosity, and who can blame him? He's always been an excellent player, and he's definitely shining on the team. Exactly, and Slash now will collect NVK. That's 2 kills for him and 2 important kills. Your Spearhead and your Flank Watch are down.
Doesn't matter as much now without smokes available, but that definitely is a problem to deal with later on.
Oh!
Flash, though, the real problem to deal with. 3 for him.
Another one!
4. He could get the ace here.
Oh my God!
Just no Digga left.
He's just collecting them all. He goes in for the one last one at the top of the stairs.
He's feeling it.
He fires around. He wants the ace, and he fires in.
He gets
Slash! The ace to a flawless round from Luminosity.
Probably will be a bailout attempt for MIBR if they destroy the drop from below. And in fact, it might have already happened. No, Bullet's just challenging the window. Hugzor gets Lukid with a C4 in storage.
Team 1 in a 4v2 advantage with 20 seconds left, but the shotgun will eliminate the Nomad. Fellapox takes down Navi, so Hugzor will have to do all the rest of the work. He hears the shot through the barricade, losing the roof above him as cover. He's in trouble. Sees one, pulls out the shotgun, downs Fellapox and finishes him off. It's Falls and Rise to try and get the diffuser down.
Oh,
Hugzor can come on in.
Oh,
he knows Rise is there. Is he gonna get there in time? He sees the buck, he downs him. What's gonna happen with the bottom backup?
my God!
And MIBR with a massive clutch. He'll rotate on over. If somebody decides to go in through offices, he's got it in sight. But no, he'll miss the Nomad. Too many angles for him to cover. Here's the glass break. There goes an air jab in front of him, and he is basically inside of a sarcophagus. Lots of marks. He's in trouble. He knows it. You have to try and deny the plant. He'll do just that, but he gets swung on. Takes one out, he levels the other. All he needs to do is go on the Yokai drone, and he's got this. 1 second left. Unbelievable! Elevate somehow manages to win that round.
2/3 left in that diffuser. He has a really nice angle inside of Engine. Sinister are going to basically be forced to go above. He gets the first. The call-out should be there. He gets the second onto Vinny.
No
and the third onto Nico. It's now a 1-on-2. The diffuser is still there in position. Luna's going to get her head taken off as well. That's the quad kill. But the trade comes out there from Fisho. Will he have time, though, to get towards the diffuser? It's going to be super, super tight. He might just get it. It's going to be really close. He gets on it. 7-second counter defuse, of course. It's going to be really tight. That counter is going down. He might get it in.
No way!
No way!
The clutch!
Everybody, and welcome back to Pro League. My name is Intero, and this is Kickstarter, and we are here for Playday number 3 of Latin America. We're going to be starting off with an interesting matchup between a team that has kind of come out of nowhere versus a team that just came into Pro League, Elevate and Ents.
Yeah, so it's going to be an interesting one, that's for sure. Latin America, Playday number 3. We've seen the standings go pretty interesting so far through Latin America, and we'll get to that in just a bit. But yeah, there you go, actually. We'll get to it right now. FaZe up in first, Ints right behind them in second. Surprising a lot of people. MIBR third, and Ninjas in Pajamas in fourth. So those standings are, I think, like I said, a surprise to a lot. Ints is coming in really strong this season and catching people off guard, beating teams that you just don't expect Ints to beat, like MIBR, for example, and Team 1.
There you have it. Team Liquid in that 3-point logjam. We have a couple teams there.
Liquid, not Team 1.
What?
They beat Liquid, not Team 1. I was wrong. Parker.
And Team 1 is actually technically Team 0 points at the moment. They're down in 8th place without a single point on the board. They're going to be in our second matchup of the day. We'll bring up the schedule for you as well as that just pops out. And then comes right back in. Elevate. They were known as Chico's team. They came in from Challenger League last season. They're going up against Ints. Ints has looked like a mighty fine team, if we're being completely honest with you.
Yeah.
And then it's going to be Ninjas in Pajamas versus Team 1. Nip looking to continuously prove that they're one of the best teams in the region, going up against the team that was called the Powerhouse of Latin America, the new one. But they have 0 points so far. Then Black Dragons was a new member, but we'll get to that when their roster is ready, versus FaZe Clan. FaZe Clan, of course, coming in today, first overall. And then MIBR versus Team Liquid. That's going to be a spicy one to end off our play day.
Yeah, I think One of the best for last, that's for sure. That last match looks pretty exciting, but we're not there yet. What are you doing? What is that?
That's my
rosters.
That's my patented roster move.
It's your roster move. We're looking at Elevate, the first team in this. You got Lenda, Hunter, Souls, KDS, and Will.
I don't know why that 3-letter word is in front of Lenda. I actually called Nyx that by accident one time.
Did you notice that I didn't say it out loud? Were you worried, Parker?
We did the first Playday and Elevate came up, and it's like I'd only ever seen his name as Lenda, right? And I was like Dix Lenda, and I was like, that doesn't sound right. Their opponents
His name is Dix Lenda.
And we have found out. Okay, so his name is technically Alemão.
Alemão.
Which stands for German.
In Portuguese. Yeah.
However, we have been told that the anglicized version of that is just Alamo. So if you're curious, remember the Alamo.
Apparently, some people will use alemão as like, if someone has blonde hair, then they're alemão in Brazil. I don't really know how accurate that is, but like that's my understanding of it. But we're gonna call him Alamo because
you remember the Alamo.
There you go.
You can never forget because you always remember the
something
Alamo.
Really hard about saying "ow." We have the same problem
It's not in English.
It's the same thing as capitão because capitão is actually capitão or something like that.
It's like captain, right?
Yeah, we could say captain. Yeah. But anyway,
he prefers captain.
We've got the map ban phase, so we'll go through that really quickly. We'll find out where we're actually going to play this match.
Coastline. We're
Coastline.
going to go to Spain. So that's going to be our very first match. Not a lot of coastline through the matches that we've done in Pro League, actually.
No, actually surprisingly little coastline. Yeah, it is one of the more balanced maps we have out there, of course, with that win-loss being kind of even on the attack-defense. But a lot of teams, there are many players and teams that just don't like this map. Whether or not it's a good map is still up for debate, I'd say, but, Anyway, who do you think is going to win this? Why don't you tell us?
I think it's going to be Inns, and I was right. I love being right.
Good job.
I love being right. Not that I could go on twitter.com and look up the results of this ahead of time, but I was right. I like being right. 66% you think that's going to be Inns, 26% for Elevate, and 8% for a draw. We talked about this on the European broadcast yesterday.
Yes.
There are only 2 organizations now that Mindfreak is no longer representing a team in ANZ. There are only 2 organizations left that were the original Invitational. Elevate. They had Elevate and Vitality, funny enough, met in the finals of the Xbox 6 Invitational Final, which was a very close 10-0 by Elevate.
Yeah.
One of the closest matches we've ever seen.
Everyone thought it was going to go the other way, too.
Yeah, and Vitality looked very strong. They now both have different squads. Vitality stayed in Europe. They still have a French squad, however, it's on PC in Europe, and then Elevate, of course, has gone through the gamut. They had a team in NA for quite a while. That team got bought out by CLG, if you remember, and then they got bought out by relegations. And then Elevate looked to come over to Latin America. They picked up a team, and then that team lost to this team, which then Elevate was like, you know what? We want these guys.
Do the old switcheroo.
Which is funny because the same thing happened with Rogue. Technically, he's like... Yeah, or no, Giants.
And now they're in Europe.
Same thing happened with Giants Gaming. Like, Aerowolf defeated Giants Gaming in Tokonami, and then Giants Gaming was like, "We're gonna take Aerowolf."
That's ours now.
Like,
Yoink.
This is ours. You made this. I made this. So, but Elevate is still in the game, and they're gonna be going up against Inns. Inns have looked mighty fine, I will say, and they've surprised a lot of people. There's always been in Latin America a bit of a gap between the top teams and the bottom teams. Probably the one region that has that distinction over all the others is that there's a very clear tier list of teams in Latin America. I think that's fair to say, given the way that the standings have fleshed out over the last, 5 seasons that we've casted.
And the exciting thing is that Ints is kind of upsetting that now. I think that's what a lot of people are really looking to Ints for, and that's why they're getting a 66% here on the poll.
I mean, technically, Team 1 sort of did it last season as well, right?
It's true.
Team 1 had a bit of a stronger showing than I think a lot of people expected them to do. When you have Lukid on that team, they're probably going to go pretty far. He's a great player. So 1 comes in and upsets that balance. We also had MIBR take a significant step back last season. But with the powers of the MIBR bundle, they might have some fuel left in the tank this time around. They're going to be going up against Liquid, though, in the very final matchup. We got a matchup today, Elevate versus Ints. Let's get underway on a very frag-heavy map in a very frag-heavy region. There's going to be a lot of fireworks. I have no doubt Ints will be first banned as they are starting on defense. And what are they going to take out of action? Very common operators to be banned here. Nomad, Capitão. Who's going to go? Lion.
Wow, Lion. All right.
Okay.
Lion does get banned, but
Does he?
definitely not as often as you'll see other
Never know.
operators. Especially these days, many teams and players are well aware that you don't need to be scared of a Lion anymore. And this is more interesting to me, the Buck ban. We've been seeing Buck be one of the most played operators lately. He's starting to get a rise in popularity. There's a lot going for a Buck main or a Buck player or just somebody who's comfortable on Buck because you can do so much with his skeleton key and his rifle. And the fact that his C8 is one of those guns that you just win gunfights with, it's a super powerful weapon, means that you can be comfortable while being a useful utility to your team. Now, he's not any more popular, I guess, than he used to be, but he has these little waves, ups and downs, and right now he's definitely starting to ride the wave up. So yeah, seeing him banned out, not too surprising, especially on a map like Coastline. There's a lot of soft destruction you can do here, and since there's so little space for the defenders to hide already, you may as well make that less of an issue for the defense. As for the rest of the bans, there's nothing surprising going on there. Valkyrie will be available, which means we're going to have a lot of information outside.
Buck and Valkyrie are two of the go-to fraggers in Latin America. This was discussed by you and I last week, and we will likely discuss it every single time it comes up. For some reason, the stars of the show tend to be those two operators, I think because they allow so much great playmaking potential on their own, and they don't have bad hardware associated with them, even though there is great debate over the MPX and how good of a gun it actually is. Bottom right-hand corner, don't forget to support your favorite Pro League teams. There are pilot program skins in the game. There's 4 in this region.
Yep. Supports them directly, so it is, of course, advised if you like a team, go out and get their pilot program skin. Definitely is a comfortable place for you to be also in-game because straight up benefits, just a skin to win, for sure.
I honestly think that they're some of the nicest cosmetics. I was talking to a former professional player / final boss of Rainbow Six, Adam, AD9M.
Final boss of Rainbow Six?
Final boss of Rainbow Six, that's what his Twitter says it, so he'd never lie.
Nice.
But basically we were talking about how the...
It's a really clever name.
The pilot program skins are some of the cleanest because they often adhere to the actual patterns and branding of these organizations, and of course the organizations usually have a rich history in the branding involved, etc. So
yeah.
But
we see a lot of I think the skins. I don't actually know the details, but it looks like there's like organizational level input on the skins. Like
I believe so.
If you take a look at like Fnatic's weapon skins, for example, like you can really tell that they put a lot of effort into them.
Among, I would dare say, the nicest of all the pilot program skins.
Yeah,
Ince's is
Nomad AK. Oh my gosh.
Ince right here has one has the Thermite bundle, and then of course also has skin on the F2.
Yeah.
That is Twitch's weapon. It is it's an okay gun. So
just okay.
Just okay. It gives you +10 to fire rate.
But the skin is fantastic. Now, there is Sunrise control here for Element. And with Sunrise control, they're going to be able to do a little bit of work under the site. This is, of course, Billiards. But there's no Buck, so it's going to be a little bit slower here. Now, that's fine for Elevate because they are the ones who banned Buck. They are well aware of how to deal with this, I'm sure. They've used one lifeline underneath already to try and open up some holes on the anchor positions. And Will is just going to be holding control of Sunrise. He'll probably late flank from Blue Stairs when it comes to the actual attack, but for now he's just making sure no one's playing below so that when the plant comes out from Elevate, they don't need to worry about a C4 form below.
They've been able to clear out the ADS from Duds inside of Hookah. Speak of the Devil, and Devil Shell appears. He swings onto KDS, gets refragged by Hunter, but still, you take the Capitao down. Not bad. I will take that. If I am Ince, that's a suicide mission for Duds, but man, does he get the target that he looks for.
Yeah, that's going to really hurt the actual site take when it comes out from Elevate. They don't have any smokes left, so they're going to have to do it a little bit in the open, I guess. And when you're planting on somewhere like Hookah, you really... one smoke can be the difference between a win and a loss. It's a very exposed bomb site, especially considering Elevate hasn't managed to gain any significant man advantage. This is crucial that the Capitao's gone.
Both of the stuns from Hunter have been expended as well, so they're not going to have as much as you would expect to pressure into the site. As you mentioned, they would go in without the aid of smoke. You've also got Will down below trying to hunt in blue bar to see if there's somebody nearby. There isn't, at least not that we can tell. Toxic Canister will go off with 30 seconds left. Very first round is about to come to a conclusion, and, well, making no time about it is Elevate. They spring on in. 2 for the Mozzie. He gets credited with an assist on VNX's kill onto Hunter, and it's now very quickly a 1v3, and it's just over. That's it. As quickly as it started, the push from Elevate gets rebuffed by Ince, and they will take round number 1.
So actually what you saw there might be kind of interesting for some. The Sledge decided to walk straight through Hookah all the way into Vase. And a lot of you might be wondering, how did he get away with that? Why is he allowed to just walk up on the anchor position? And it's really simple, actually. There is no crossfire into Hookah to prevent that if the Cocktail player is preoccupied. In this case, the Cocktail player was preoccupied with the attacker on Big Window Repel, which meant that there was no angle to prevent a push in through Hookah because there was no one behind Hookah bar, there was no one by the Hookah bench. The Jaeger had already run out in the round, and he was the bench player, so the aggressive hold on Hookah was non-existent for Ince, and so we saw Elevate take full advantage. That was what they were angling for. They pushed their Sledge into Vase. Once they had Vase control, they started to execute onto the bomb site, but Elevate made a few major mistakes. Mistake number 1 is that they failed to get the player on blue stairs. If blue stairs is still held, then that player can then punish anyone in Hookah from the blue stairs position, and can also potentially go downstairs and C4 if he had the opportunity, but the round was over before that was actually needed. The big reason why that was a possibility was because the Nomad tried to push up blue stairs and failed in that endeavor. Mistake number 2, and this is the bigger one in my mind, they didn't even lock down the Cocktail bar player. Again, they distracted that player, it was the smokes, for a pretty decent chunk of time, but they didn't lock him down, they didn't get the kill. So the crossfire between blue and Cocktail bar allowed for a retake for Ince, and more importantly, I would say even than that, there was limited fragging power from Elevate when they went for that push. They didn't get very many kills, and they didn't actually establish control of a position to plant. It looked like they were just trying to go for frags. But it happens. Elevate will have to try better next time when they get to Billiards later in this first half. For now, it's a double bar defense from Ince, up 1-0.
Capitao would have obviously had a very significant impact on that round. I couldn't tell when he perished if he still had access to those firebolts or not. But think about it. You had the Maestro playing right outside of the door on Hookah at the top of Cool Vibe stairs. What's a great way to get him out of there? A fire arrow. Not just that, the cross that was being held from Ince looking towards the Hookah door could very easily be smoked off, as you noted. And this is the man of the hour right here. Duds trades off yet again. He gives his life away, but he manages to take the Sledge down with him ahead of time. That's a lot of soft destruction that's now going to fall squarely on the shoulders of Hunter. That's the frag grenades. That's a pretty respectable gun in the L85. And really, the way that Ince is using this Jaeger is to get that opening pick and then likely go for more. And if not, worst case scenario, you've at least leveled it at a 4v4. And because the attackers are going to be so frag and utility heavy, very worthwhile for Ince. They'll pick up a second kill as Alamo takes down Hunter, and there's more utility off of the board with the Zofia removed, likely carrying some breaching charges, so tough strokes.
Yeah, it's a good add two from Alamo, and as Elevate now in 3 versus 4, they don't really have control of much. They've just managed to take Hookah, and yeah, that's valuable, but it doesn't actually give you any serious site control. You could see that KDS is trying to cut off rotation using this hole in the floor, and yeah, he could do that, but no one's actually using the rotation, so he'll have to rotate himself to get a better angle on these defenders. Vitz is opened up on from above using those breaching charges. I believe that's the IQ. Lots of damage being done, actually. 50 damage done from just breaching charges. A little bit of a response there using a gas canister.
They had seen Will using the breaching charges before on Hookah. It's a smart thing to do. Of course, when you're attacking Hookah, you're not going to need those breaching charges at all because there's no verticality that you're going to need to take into account. You can't destroy the roof, for example. Soft destruction will be exceedingly helpful, though, when you lord over top of the defenders. There goes the smokes from KDS. We'll see how effective they are. C4 does not connect. Still an advantage for Ince with 20 seconds left. This is called the cut and thrust. And the tickles from the smoke will miss. KDS picks up 2 more kills. He's got 3. That'll be all she wrote, though, as VNX guns him down. Diffuser going. Souls will get the coverage. VNX rotates on in, and he gets picked off by Will. Elevate had a lockdown on that site as they get the objective off. And that's a good answer to the very first round that Ince managed to take, as it's 1-1.
So the biggest difference between that round and the last is, of course, Capitao still in play. The cutoff of the smokes there was crucial. And also crucial, KDS decided to rush his own smokes and got 2 kills through that play. That is a very surprising play from KDS. And it usually results in the player who is pushing through the smoke dying. But because Vince was not prepared for him to rush his own smokes, KDS managed to pick up a double kill. That's just you don't see that every day. So well done to KDS. A surprising play that works out. A bit of a blunder, but like I said, it worked out for Elevate, and they will take their first round. That Capitao is going to be, it looks like, a really big part of any attack strategy that Elevate decides to bring out. Their execution seems to pivot around having those 2 smokes that could be placed exactly where Elevate wants. This is interesting because we do not see many teams utilizing smoke strategies in this meta. It is actually something, a smoke is something that is often ignored on the attacking side. You can use it, yeah, but it doesn't have anything to do with the actual main take these days. Except for, I suppose, for Elevate. Because they've decided they really like Capitao, and if they can place their smokes correctly, they can execute onto anything. I mean, again, if they had the Capitao in first round, they might have been able to take it.
I mean, because you do tend to see Capitao as well as Gridlock played with such reliability on a map like Coastline, it has the distinction of being one of only 2 maps where we do see a fair amount of smoke executes. The other map, of course, being Cafe Dostoevsky, once again, because on Cafe, it's very common to see a Gridlock get brought out, especially for Skylight Control, especially for stairs, because you know that there's only 2 ways back to the top of the site if you're going to play second floor, first floor, etc. on Cafe, and it's going to be a cocktail defense, or even if they're playing on the first floor and they have to get back to reading, mining, etc. That staircase control is so important. That allows an operator like Gridlock to be extremely helpful, and she's always going to have smokes on her because you're not.
I usually find whenever the smokes come on Gridlock, people just use them haphazardly. Like, it doesn't seem like it really gets factored into takes as much anymore. Yeah. Like, it does for some teams, clearly for Elevate, but it's so rare.
The way that Capitao uses his smokes is because he's not always going to be at the forefront of an attack. I find that, yes, his smokes are used for executes, you're very well.
Yeah.
But that's because he has the fire arrows to use as a disruption tool, whereas Gridlock doesn't really have the disruption tool. She does for the track stingers, but they're more of a flank watch.
Yeah.
Her disruption tool is the smoke grenades to essentially cross off parts of the site and force the defenders to push through the smoke off into their peril.
So for her, it's secondary.
Exactly. So
now,
the way that those operators use it, totally different.
Yeah. Now, we've seen a kitchen defense extended into Sunrise hundreds of times. We're seeing it yet again from Ince. They're also going to be holding on to the main lobby security. This is a pretty standard kitchen hold. And I'm not surprised that Ince have decided not to go back to the double bar based on what happened last time. KDS has been a crucial player for Elevate through these rounds, and he will pick up the first kill of this, onto the Maestro no less.
There's Duds getting involved in the action. He guns down Will, the Nomad, with that soft destruction of those breaching charges. May not have been able to get a lot of them off, but that's okay because you have Plan B, which actually might have been Plan A for soft destruction, which is Lenda upstairs. Duds manages to get away, though. That's a big difference maker. Drunks being taken out of action as the Maestro is particularly damning, especially if those Maestro cameras have not been rotated, because a lot of people forget that once you are dead as a Maestro, your Maestro cameras do not get to move anywhere. They are stationary. Alamo removing Hunter. He's going to sit inside of the main lobby. He's taking a couple points of damage off, but he's just going to be patient. Very, very patient.
Now, above, Lenda is going to continue to apply more pressure to the main lobby and the bathroom. Right now, though, it doesn't seem like any defenders are terribly exposed to him. Souls set up, now outside service entrance. He's got that diffuser. He's ready to execute. Plenty of bolts still for KDS. In fact, all of them. But there's still a defender in security, which means you can't utilize that main lobby to the fullest extent that you want to. KDS will push into the main lobby regardless. Alamo's going to hear this. Lenda will get Vitz on the site take, but there goes the Capitao. Well done to Alamo, getting his second kill of the round. Soul's on the rush. He's got little HP, and he's going to lose it to the MPX. Save that, actually. It's Alamo, again, from the main lobby, getting his third kill. Will it be the fourth? Yes, there it is. Beautiful positioning from Alamo in security, and it didn't seem like Elevate had anything to go and answer onto this player.
I was going to say, it was a good reaction from Alamo, but rather that the sledge was just sitting there, and I believe Emzo called them default camps. When you just sit there and you don't move.
When you do, yeah, oh yeah, that's the greatest insult in Siege.
Greatest. I thought it was particularly clever, and I'm going to always parrot it whenever Emzo, he called shuttle a default camp. Nice.
We always hear like Montaigne is like he's like a live drone when
He
you
is.
play
He's
him
like
on.
a big human drone.
Yeah, but I gotta say, yeah, as a defender, when you don't accomplish very much, especially being a default cam is just oof.
Yeah, it's not great. But Lenda there was watching the wrong angle, and he must have gotten a call. Well, it was the wrong call. 3-site rotation complete. We are halfway through Ince's defense. So where is INTZ going to go? Well, they're going to go back upstairs to Hookah, which they won the very first time around. The Warden pick is a dead giveaway. It's going to be hidden, concealed by that 6th pick. For people that struggle to understand how 6th pick functions, here's what happens. Basically, everybody picks their 5 operators. Then you have time to essentially have a do-over, and one person on the team gets to swap out their operator, and it is not revealed to the opposing team. So they think that, I can't even remember what operator it was because I didn't check, but Drunks is going to be running the Warden. Warden is particularly powerful upstairs at, what do you call it, Cocktail Bar? We're not going to have this pink conversation again. It was upstairs in Cocktail Bar, is it?
Yeah.
I believe you call it, not pink. I was humbled. I was humbled in that moment.
Everybody has different callouts on all these maps, and I think especially on Coastline, like there's several different places that are pink. So,
well, I mean, I had a number of North American pros get on their galleons, their steeds, and ride to my defense to say, no, that is indeed what we call pink.
Yeah. Well, I mean, and of course the pros are not always.
Attackers dropped the diffuser.
Right.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's not.
I know.
That's not correct.
It's terrible.
Merc rode to my defense. Did you see what Merc did to E United last week? That man's never wrong.
Okay.
After that happened, you know, never.
And there goes
never
Alamo.
Alamo getting gunned down early. Looks like it was from the skylight, and you got to be very careful about that. 30 seconds in, very much a given that somebody is likely going to be watching the skylight. So that's one of the issues that defenders have, is that once you're past that 30 to 40 second mark, you are really constrained as to where you're going to rotate, because there's that huge pit in the middle that an attacker can just sit on, and, well, there's no coverage for you as a defender.
Right.
It's a C4 that's down from Ints as well. That means that they might only have one C4 available at absolute most. Hunter's almost in the site. He has full Aqua control, watching over towards Luggage. Lenda finds a second kill onto Duds, and this round might be over before it even started. There's been no bounce back from Ints. You can see Elevate hasn't taken a single point of damage yet.
Lenda applying a lot of pressure to Cocktail. Vitz, player who is feeling that pressure, will have to rotate. Might be able to play in some of these positions not too exposed to the holes. Because of how low that was placed, you're not going to have a great angle from the roof as the attacker. You can see VNX is trying to challenge the player on the skylight. You can hear him on the east side. And there's the peak. Ooh, but missed shots from VNX, and the opportunity slips away. Lenda now aware, and he is being challenged. There's plenty of time for Elevate to execute in from Aqua, but he's just waiting for his opportunity. He's not trying to rush. You can see that Hunter is the player on Aqua actually just holding out. Vitz will use his smoke as he's forced back from the firebolt. You can see Drunk still inside of Hookah, so he'll give a good crossfire onto the Aqua take.
Speaking of these smokes, they go right on in. Hunter goes for the plant. This is not an ideal spot because he's very primed and ready to be greeted with the C4, which will go off. Doesn't do any damage, though. Hunter has to evacuate as Vitz pushes all the way up, and there's some toxic canisters that are being thrown out at Hunter's feet. He's going to absorb some of that damage. 30 seconds left, though. Go time for Mr. Secret Service himself, the best-dressed defender, as Drunk sits and waits very patiently. And coverage from Vitz, as well as, what was it, VNX on Cool Vibe Stairs, means that there's going to be very limited avenues for Elevate to go on in, but they're going to win their gunfights when Lenda's getting 4 kills on the round. He just needs to get VNX, but Will take him out as it's an ascend up those Cool Vibe Stairs. And Ints, who started off so strong in LATAM Pro League, struggling so far through 4 rounds as they are tied with Elevate. That's not what people expected with that community vote, with Ints getting 66%.
I don't think it's what anyone expected, to be honest. Yeah, 2-2 is definitely a little bit more even than anticipated when you're talking about Ints, who are not performing in this match as you would anticipate. Now, I want to quickly go backwards and let's double take on this pink thing. There's like at least 3 things that are pink on this map that I know of off the top of my head.
Why are we going back to?
There's the cocktail bar, there's billiards, and
just
then
leave
there's...
it. I lost. I lost the fight.
No.
I lost.
No. All right? No.
Continue.
Anyway, so there's like several places that you could call pink, and I think at least 4. There's 4 now, because I just saw that couch is also pink. I didn't know that. So I don't know, like it's you got a lot of different places you can call it, and really it just whatever it is that you want to call it. You wanna call them all pink, Parker?
Sure.
All right, good. Then everyone will be confused.
I would like to record to show that I am extremely resentful of the fact that you continuously rub in my face that I was incorrect about a call one time.
I didn't even bring it up. You did.
I called it pink, and you had to flex on me.
What?
Left before insertion.
You literally flexed on me 5 seconds ago. All the pros in North America come to
I
mind.
never said all the pros.
Several
I said
pros in
several
North America.
They donned their
Come to my
trusty
team.
steeds and they galloped towards
Actually,
me.
we call cocktail bar pink.
Actually, it's cocktail bar.
Actually, it's pink.
Actually, I am assembling a compendium of calls across the globe so that in hopes of having everybody communicate, okay?
Yeah, that's gonna take a long time though. Timeline's like 6 months to a year. So, because you have to consider like NA pros, EU pros.
6 months to a year, that means that right in the middle is 9 months, which means that you're pregnant full of ideas.
Yes, thank you, Parker. That is
pregnant with an idea, and that
that's how
idea
logic works.
is to make it all.
Yeah, see, that's the thing is like, but those calls aren't going to be my calls. They're going to be everyone's calls. Then simmer down to the best calls.
Speaking of calls, Ince has gotten some. As you can see, a rotate coming in with a minute to go. You hold your positions. You
Yep.
gamble on where the entry is going to come from. There are numerous ways for you to be able to get in. And, well, KDS is going to do just that. He gets in and he punishes Vitz. And INTZ will trail for the fifth round that we have. It's a double bars defense downstairs. The wall inside of Courtyard is opened up. There's still lots of vertical control as Elevate continues to assemble on that second floor. Duds in a skirmish earlier took quite a bit of damage.
And that's not a great spot for Ince to be, considering Duds is so aggressive. He might be able to catch someone off guard. That's the best he can hope for in this situation.
He was excellent at getting the opening pick so many times and could possibly collect another now as KDS walks right in. 2 kills for the Capitale, but Duds is there and, well, takes a while because BattleEye goes bonkersville until Duds shows up on the scoreboard. Still, Ince has lost some heavy utility. They only see 4 on the board other than Alamos, VNX. I've also lost a good gun, secondary shotgun. I don't know what Hunter was expecting there.
Hopefully to win the fight against Drunks, but he was wrong, and now Elevate find themselves in an even man count. But the big thing is that Duds is still very exposed in his position.
I mean, most people engage in fights hoping to win, Michael. I just meant more like, what are you doing, peeking a door that's opened up that way? You know, do you understand me? Do you understand what I'm saying?
I guess he just doesn't want to win the gunfight. That must be it. He wanted to lose.
He wanted it less.
Yes, that's
He wanted it
gotta
more.
be it.
He wanted it more. Oh no, Will just narrowly missing out on capitalizing on his second kill as he had finished off Duds earlier on. Drunks is there. And the leg of the Nomad spotted as she breakdances away. Drunks finally able to control the recoil, but he's going to be in a 1v2 now with Souls going for the default plant just by B-bomb. On the stairs is the twitch of Lenda, and Souls should be able to ride this one out. Continuously taking tons of damage, though, and he's only on 5 HP, managed to get the cam. Even if he gets punished by the Maestro, who will now creep on up, the Twitch just needs to watch over top of it. The Twitch was playing on Cool Vibe stairs, but has likely assumed the position on the second floor because you're going to have to go for the diffuser. And yes, that's indeed correct. Souls is outside, he's evacuated the building, and he's going to rely on Lenda to do the rest of the work because if Souls engages, Souls is going to be, as his name suggests, a soul instead of a body. Lenda had the coverage upstairs through the soft destruction, and Elevate will have their very first lead of the game, their second execution, as they were able to get the diffuser down that round.
Every single time we've had these teams go back and forth, until just now, that was the very first time we've had Elevate get 2 rounds in a row, or anyone get 2 rounds in a row in this match. So Ince on the back foot, that's for sure. They'll go to Billiards. Last time we were here, Ince did lose this one, but the first attempt they were successful. Elevate losing the Capitale early on did not help Elevate in the very first attempt. The second time they had their Capitale, and that made a big difference. Because when the first plant was attempted, it was inside of A, and there was plenty of smoke coverage, which meant that the defenders could not punish that plant. And then, yeah, no one died on it, and then the re-engage worked out great for Elevate. Now, I think losing the Capitale early on is crucial for denying these executions that we're seeing from Elevate because, yeah, the smoke stress are working out, to be completely blunt.
Yeah.
And that's kind of surprising, to be honest. You've got a Maestro in play, you've got smoke, C4s.
10 seconds left before
I would have expected Ints to have a better go at holding off against that. Right now, though, I mean, a big thing also is that we're seeing Elevate really frag out. Lenda, for example, got a 4K in the last of Billiard's attack, and that was, I think, the saving grace for Elevate. Because if not for that, Ints might have been able to just hold out, deny the plant for the entirety of the round. But, you know, can't always have the dream situation. Speaking of, though, I don't think we're going to see Lenda get another 4K.
Don't say never.
Well, not in this
He
round.
did it on Hibana as well, but their hard breacher role on a map like Coastline is not like it is elsewhere. You will notice for the uninitiated on Coastline that there is a scarcity when it comes to hard breachers. That's a beautiful shot from Will, and Duds doesn't even bother to move as Will knows the position being held very aggressively on the bar downstairs. Another for Elevate now as they picked up 2 kills within the first 45 seconds. And INTZ not having a good go of it here. Almost yet another as Alamo peeks up and swings on KDS. They both take some damage. Alamo's worse for wear from that engagement, but KDS will not fall off. He's going to pursue this kill as best as he can. Still holding the angle onto the hookah door.
KDS is just waiting. Alamo getting aggressive. He knows he needs to get the man count evened out, but he's actually in a pincer right now, and he'll actually work his way out of that as he eliminates KDS. That's the smoke's gone, and yeah, okay, that's really crucial for the execution, but it might just be enough in terms of manpower advantage for Elevate to just muscle the way into a round win here.
And what could have the Capitao done? He could have fired off either Cool Vibe Stairs or Cocktail Bar, which is exactly where the smoke of Vitz is playing. And Vitz was forced out of that position last time there was a hookah defense. Oh, this could actually take the Valkyrie down. They miss it, but Alamo's only on 20 HP, give or take. It could have been 2 Twitch Tazes and the Valkyrie would have been down. But my point about the Capitao, if he had not engaged in that fight, you do not need to continuously re-peek the Valkyrie. Move over to the big window. Use your gadget and get the smoke out of Cocktail Bar while somebody on your team is able to capitalize. It's going to be Hunter now to do that, though. He's still got 1 concussion left. There it goes. It's going to go up to the top of Cool Vibe Stairs. Alamo managed to evade it, but he's gone. Smited from Earth. As Lenda is there, you said he's not going to get a 4K. Well, there's still 2 more kills. We could get a 3K if he really wanted to. Offside is VNX as Vitz is deep within. He'll creep on up to the doorway. Elevate's assembled on the hookah balcony, waiting patiently as Will is on this flank route, but he misses its shots on the VNX. He's hidden amongst the debris. A second for VNX as he swings onto Lenda and capitalizes on Repel. This is a tough spot, as VNX will need to be wary of the play on the windows. Vitz has been down, so the tiny bit of HP that the Legion has, that's it. He takes 1, looks for the second. He's missing an awful lot of shots, and by the skin of their teeth, Elevate will hang on. Hunter was so close, almost lost it. Souls fell in front of him. Elevate will take the first half by a score of 4-2, an impressive half for sure against a team that has looked so strong in Latin America.
Yeah, a very big win there for Elevate in the first half. Of course, though, this is that attacker-sided map. Well, it's not. It's actually nice and it's pretty even. But yeah, no, I'd say that is a winning half for Elevate. Ints are going to have to work double time to make up for a lot of those losses. We had a couple rounds where, honestly, Ints should have taken it, but they just let it slip through their fingers. I'd say the second Billiards defense is a great example of that. It's not an impossible recovery here for Ints, especially considering their track record. You kind of expect it even, but it's not going to be an easy one. Ints decide to bring a Jackal instead of a Capitao. And that's going to give them smokes, yes, but also more importantly, they'll be able to clear out the roamers. There's also a Dokkaebi being brought, which is a very powerful roam clear as well. They clearly do not want to deal with any off-site presence from Elevate. There's a Nomad being brought, which is just one of those operators that's going to lock down your flank routes. So pretty much everything here is focused on one point, and that is off-site presence is a big no for Elevate. And it'll be hard for the defenders to persist anywhere but on the site. Even then, that's going to be difficult when you've got probably some breaching charges on the attacking side, and thus some soft destruction. So if the attack gets upstairs, it'll be hard for the anchors to stay alive for too long. We'll see what actually happens, though, strategy-wise from Ints, because they could do a lot of different things with this lineup. They could execute onto Sunrise, they could execute them, onto the main lobby, they could take above. It's really whatever they're comfortable doing, because they've got a versatile kit.
Activating drone.
Like this lineup that Ince is bringing. They've got the smoke set in the hands of VNX on Jackal, who's a particularly strong operator, but the way that we've been seeing the meta shake out for Dokkaebi is that she's running frag grenades, but in this case, we actually have Drunks running the smokes as well. That's not usual. 4 sets of smokes can be a little bit too much, maybe, for an execute. We saw, you know, a couple rounds there where Elevate were able to make just 2 smokes work. Mind you, Capitao smokes are immune to ADSs, so maybe they're factoring that in. But frag grenades are absent from Ince's lineup. They could have been very useful in Drunks' hands. Lenda's been downed, so Ince have a good start that they need. If this information's not known to them, they might be able to capitalize off of that, as there goes a logic bomb, and indeed Duds is able to capitalize. They'll find the very first kill. So Ince needs a couple more rounds like this in order to close that gap that Elevate created in the first half. It was risky of KDS to rotate in front of that big window open like that. It could have been very easily picked off. Somebody's very commonly repelled up there.
So it is a top clear here, but nothing eventful has happened thus far. Just a little bit of roam clear going on and a stall out. Now the soft destruction comes into play. The question is how many breaching charges are on attack. We don't know. We won't until we start seeing them get placed. Will trying to challenge above. Nothing happening of it so far. VNX denying the rotation, and he will see smoke but miss all of his shots. Will persists. And that's going to be crucial when it comes to the site take, especially as we get to the last minute of the round. Having smokes in play will severely hurt the attack. Looks like hacked cams here for INTZ.
Zed.
Sure.
Please, it's very important. 45 seconds, the C75 will rip open the doorway towards Service, where Will is playing. He's still got all of his toxic canisters left, perfectly timed if he wants to toss them out. And the members of Ince are going to have to run through to their peril. KDS finds Elevate's very first kill. It's going to be on the Dokkaebi. No annoyance or nuisance that's going to come, and I don't think she was able to get her smoke grenades off either. Will, playing at the angle that he is, can very easily just pivot and blast through anybody that walks through this Service doorway. There goes the first smoke. He's going to answer. Toxic canister goes out. One sprints on in, and they just walk right by each other. No way, Will. You did not see him go on in. Duds is spotted, firing in blindly as Will. The toxic canister still down, but it's a cloud fiesta because nobody can see a damn thing. The smoke obscuring every single player of Elevate and Ince as well. And just through the clock, it'll be Elevate taking the round. What a messy finish that is. We know how close they were. 2 ships in the night through the smoke. Nobody in the wiser. Elevate edges ever closer to match point.
Big win there for Elevate as they managed to hold out the round. And Clown Fiesta is a great way to describe that round. It was definitely very interesting to watch. Complete mess is another way that you could put it. Most of it comes down to the fact that Ince waited way too long to go for their take. Another thing that was pretty crucial in that round is how they positioned their smokes. Not the gas canisters, rather the smokes. Right in the doorway is only appropriate if your exclusive take is the doorway. Like if all you're going to do is plant in the doorway, sure, yeah, you can smoke right in the doorway. But that's not possible because there's C4 in play and there's gas canisters in play still. So that is a really, really not good idea from the attacking team. If you're going to plant deeper, then you should smoke deeper so that you can contain Service entrance. So the Clown Fiesta was triggered mainly just by 1 smoke grenade right inside of Service entrance door, and it really should have been somewhere else. But hindsight 2020, maybe Ince can improve upon that next time they have to attack on the kitchen, if they even get to another kitchen attack, because we're right next to match point here for Elevate. They only need 1 more round to push it there, and then at that point, Ince cannot win this match. They could at best draw. We'll see what happens, though, as we go to a Billiards defense. Have not seen this yet from Elevate, of course, because this is only their 2nd defensive hold, and they went kitchen first.
Hunter's playing with fire here, looking at the Service door. All of Elevate are actually playing with fire. This is a deep roam from them. They could end up finding themselves getting picked off 1 by 1 if they just lose these engagements, which in a region like Latin America, pretty common that you're going to lose those engagements. So I think the call is made from Elevate to scamper off, and they fall off of their position. At least Everybody except for KDS, who's been having a great match. Playing on Capitao, not exactly the entry fragger that you expect most teams to have, but he's flexed onto the Jaeger for defense, and that's the aggressiveness that you anticipate from a defending team. Down goes the smoke. Opening pick to INTZ yet again. Say goodbye to Will.
You just used the boost spot. I didn't even know you could do that. But that's a really important kill there for Insta early. They will lose Trunks, though, for it. So one of your flank watches eliminated. That's the gridlock. Yeah, I didn't know you could use that spot.
Yeah.
And the you get onto the ruins, and then you kind of like parkour onto the wall.
It's Parker.
Okay, Parker. Excuse me, you Parker onto the wall.
No, it's parkour.
What? That's... What? Which one is it?
Just half of the round to go here, as it's a chance for Elevate to get themselves on match point. We mentioned Gridlock and how powerful and impactful she can be. Well, she's not going to be here at all. She's been removed earlier on.
Oh, not another one.
There was a frag grenade, and it'll get souls too. Grenades put to great use now from Ince, as Alamo takes 2 people down with those grenades.
Yeah.
Soul's been picked back up, though. So at least you've downed the Maestro. That frag grenade was essentially worth 80 HP.
Quick reminder, guys, when you are playing in Pro League or in any competitive setting, you do not have point notifications unless you... just so for those that don't know, he wasn't aware he had downed the Maestro, and that's why he didn't go in to secure the kill. So we'll see that Maestro persist, and on low HP, so that's really... it's still beneficial for Ince. A plant attempt here from Alamo, and there's no denial from the defense. Vitz with some really good cover will eliminate Souls. Only took 1 bullet. C4 comes out, but comes out way too late. KDS on the flank from Luggage. He could do some serious work here. Hunter's got to rotate into Cocktail Bar, and he's got to deal with VNX on Repel. Will he even challenge? No, he's not going to try. VNX will shut him down nice and easy, and Ince, with a well put together execution, will get their first round in 5. That is, it took him a long time.
Yeah. Quite a run that was put together from Elevate to take those 4 rounds, put them on the board, and close out their attack, and now we'll see if Ince can replicate that success. We note that Coastline does tend to be a very attacker-favored map. Consulate is also up there, as we saw from the statistics yesterday. But it really comes down to the aggressiveness that's played. And Elevate has been taking lots of gambles on defense. We saw the 3-person roam on Hookah playing very deep off-site with KDS over by Luggage. You had both Lenda and was it Hunter downstairs in kitchen. That left just the Maestro and Smoke on site, and the Smoke was the very first death because INTZ read into it and knew to attack the site. That's part of the problem with these heavy roam plays. If you stack too much off-site and they're not connected well enough to the actual anchors, then the attackers can pick it apart and just charge the site and overrun your remaining defenders. Doesn't help as well that Alamo was so successful and accurate with those frag grenades that nobody from Elevate was going to be able to stop it. ADSs are great. They don't work when you're throwing frag grenades from below. So if you're blowing people up underneath, no ADS going to be able to stop that. It's Double Bar's defense, as we have not seen any Penthouse Theater, as is the case on most Coastline games. We have now seen the Double Bars 3 times. We have seen Kitchen 3 times. We have seen Hookah 3 times. So, it's pretty even, eh?
Yeah.
Hey, pretty even, hey?
Yeah.
Hey?
We've seen Hookah 4 times, though.
Oh, we have, actually.
Yeah.
Damn. I missed that last one.
Kitchen 2 times. Double Bar. This is the 3rd time. 2, 3, 4. The patterns. Maths. Stonks. That one's not really appropriate. Doesn't make any sense.
Doesn't. That's fine. Not every pun has to be a winner.
Wait a minute, I got it. The score is 5-3. 3 minus 5 equals 2. That means G2 gets the invite.
I mean, I don't see any flaw in that math.
Exactly.
I don't think any.
Perfect logic.
Yeah, it's perfect logic. KDS is under fire. He'll drop through the main lobby, and with Coastline, you can rotate to the other side of the map within 5 seconds. So he is as good as gone, unless you're able to have an operator whose specific job is to track people. I wonder who that could possibly be. Just kidding, it's Jackal in the hands of INTZ. That'll be VNX tasked with trying to discover the location of this Jaeger. Since it's a double bar defense, the stairwell that is called Cool Vibes, which is being watched by the Smoke, is going to be pivotal. Vitz is tantalizingly close to the Smoke's position, who's playing down below. I don't know if Vince is able to get the drone work required to figure out the Smoke's location. It was Will who was the very first casualty for Elevate, and you know how good those toxic canisters can be in the very final 30 to 40 seconds, which we are getting very close to approaching. Hunter trades out a C4 for his life. He's been down in the doorway. Can somebody recover him? No, he might just be a mobile drone.
Could be saved.
He could end up being saved. There's a toxic canister that's actually going to extend a little bit farther than I think Elevate wanted it to.
Oh, Lenda's actually going to get Hunter on the pickup there. Made it through the cross.
Takes a lot of damage in the process, though.
Yeah, but I mean, another player in play here for Elevate, and with Ints on a -1 here on the man count, that could actually work pretty heavily in Elevate's favor, even though both these players are on low HP. They could just get an explosive kill as they hide in this corner and wait out the round.
This is going to be a frag fest, though, as Ince is just sitting by the windows. They'll lose another body. Down goes Vitz. Now goes Duds as well. KDS picks up 2 kills. The Jaeger, who was able to escape earlier, making them pay for not being able to find him. Hunter got picked up, and surprise, back from the dead. He does his best disappearing act on drunks, and now VNX above has 20 seconds. This is going to be match point for Elevate and a guaranteed 1 point, which means that Ince will not be successful. That is a stunner. VNX doesn't really have anything to go with. 10 seconds, he's just going to toil above.
It's definitely really surprising that Elevate is going to take at least 1 point out of this. I think a lot of people, as we saw from the community vote, but also from just pretty much everyone's predictions.
Yeah.
A lot of people thought Ince would have this one pretty easily. And if you look at the previous records of both of these teams, I mean, Elevate's not really winning any trophies right now. They're 0-1-1, which means they have no wins, 1 draw, 1 loss. Meanwhile, Ince is in 2nd place for Latin America. And they didn't just beat nobodies to get that 2nd place. They beat Team Liquid and they beat MIBR. And that not only surprised people, but set Ince in a position in Latin America where people anticipate Ince winning, especially against teams like Elevate, who have been struggling against... They drew Black Dragons in the first Playday. They lost a phase, and it was a stomp, a 7-3. This is a result that I think is going to catch a lot of people off guard, and it is going to call back into question the question. Well, it's going to bring back is Ince one of those teams that is going to be a staple in Latin America, or are they going to fall backwards to where we saw them, or where we thought they would be at the beginning of this season, whereas it's pretty much middle of the pack, I guess. Everyone was thinking that Ince was going to be stepping apart. And when you're putting up surprising wins like what we've seen from Ince through this season, things are always going to get called into question. When the pattern starts to break a little bit, that's when it gets pretty bad if you're Ince. So we'll see if they can renew their vigor, or if this is just going to start to fall off over time.
5 seconds left.
Right now, what we can say is that KDS is really the star of the show, and he's stepping apart from the pack because, I mean, 11 kills, but those are all really crucial kills. Every time KDS starts adding to the scoreboard, he's getting kills that are securing rounds. Like that last round, for example, when he ran out and got a double kill, that pretty much solidified the win for Elevate.
And it's not even that. It's, if you remember on Attack, his Capitao plays in particular.
Yeah, that too.
He died a couple times early on, but there were 2 rounds in particular where he busted everything open by getting some very consequential picks. And here he is again, the man of the hour, down below. Lots of rotates and an avenue for many members of Elevate to scramble through Sunrise and the blue bar. They've structured their defense inside a kitchen for what could be their very final defense if they prove to be successful. And if you're Ince, well, you need to do something that you haven't necessarily been the most successful doing in the last 4 rounds, or 3 rounds rather. This is now their 4th defense for Elevate, is that you need to be able to hunt down these roamers. That's going to be tough. Hunter's inside of the main lobby as Valkyrie will likely be supported by these cams that he might have selfishly set up. Whether he's going to play solo or not, that's the question. Ince will make no mistake by taking control of that 2nd floor. They'll do so pretty quickly. You can hear the sledge smashing away as Hunter is primed and ready to greet him, and there you go, Alamo's going to take some damage. So these holes work both ways, as the old Emzo says. Hunter's still there, and if somebody from Ince, after taking damage, decides to push through the main stairs, they'll be greeted with an MPX, and not too far off is KDS for backup.
Good drone work there by Ints. They're going to spot their prey, but the question is, will they actually take the fight? Because we've seen Ints gather a lot of information, but they're not really... It's like they're playing a little bit scared, afraid to lose maybe. I'm not sure exactly what the issue is. What I can say is that Ints is not comfortable taking fights right now. So they've droned out a player in main lobby, and they're not going to confront them directly. They're going to try and use vertical pressure. This is not going to work for Ints. As you can see, nobody's exposed to that. Nade's coming in here from Alamo, and it's not going to get anything. Will, once again, with the aggressive play by the shelf. And he's using his gas canisters very, very early, but he can slowly detonate those for the rest of this round. So it's not unwinnable for him, and it's not a terrible use of utility. Will in the smoke this time as it's placed further in. Gas canister, though, denying the plant, so attempt number 1 fails for Drunk. He will go further in and get downed by Will, and Duds will pick up the refrag at least, but there's not much of a chance for Duds to get the plant because there's no cover. Elevate will be able to rush back into the site and deny this outright. There's the C4 to do it. Hunter also got a kill off site, so it's just VNX, and there you go. Elevate will take the match in a 7-3. That is a really impressive scoreline for Elevate, especially considering the record for both of these teams so far through this season.
An absolute stunner of a performance after Ints had looked good through their first 2 matchups, but this is exactly the pitfall that comes with writing off the rest of the season after just a couple games.
Yeah.
Teams can get off to a hot start, and it seemed like Ints did that. Are they regressing, or are they just coming back to the mean where they deserve to sit, which is somewhere in the middle of Latin America? Because losing to a team like Elevate is not something that a top 4 team ought to be doing regularly, and that was almost as lopsided of a matchup as you could imagine. Even some of those rounds where Ints won, they were deceptively close and could have really swung either way. Elevate did a couple rounds like that as well, so it's not like Elevate clobbered them every single round, but still, I mean, Elevate outplayed them on both sides of the field, on attack and on defense. Elevate takes 4 attacking rounds, 3 defending rounds. They could have taken more on defense if they'd lost fewer or lost more rounds on attack. So Elevate didn't really have a weakness. It's not like you can really look at either side and say, well, they were a better attacking team. Oh, they were a better defending team. You talked about KDS. He was great on attack. He was great on defense. You looked at somebody like VNX. He was great on attack. He was great on defense. So Elevate showing up real big, or Ints showing up really big, rather, and then Elevate just being a little bit better.
Well, that's just match number 1. Coming up next, we have Team 1 versus Ninjas of Pajamas, so we'll get to that right after this short break.
Hello, everybody. We're back for matchup number 2 of Latin America Playday number 3. My name is Intero. This is Kickstar. You can call me Parkour Makai, as we
Did they change it? No.
No, they can't do that.
That would have been funny.
They can't do that. I wanted them to put Evil Intero down when I wore the black turtleneck because somebody at Ubisoft was like, you look like a Bond villain, you're evil. And I was like, you should put Evil Intero down. They're like, no, we can't do. We can do that in post for a picture like on social media, but we're not going to do that on the official broadcast. And I was like, fair play.
Fair. Yeah, I mean, they got to accurately represent everyone.
Yeah, I mean, you devolve into that level of humor, and what's next? Who knows? Well, what's next? The question is about to be answered. It's Team 1 versus Ninjas in Pajamas. We'll bring up the rosters for you. Team 1 enters the day in dead last place with 0 points. Not ideal, and this is a team that finished pretty well in Pro League last season. They should be doing better than this. Keep in mind, we just saw in the Elevate versus INTZ matchup that 2 Playdays ain't nothing, man. It ain't nothing, because Elevate ended up winning against INTZ. INTZ was undefeated. Well, there's a bit of a black mark on their record now because they just lost. Rayduct Falls, Fellapox, RHZ, and Liquid. RHZ, of course, going by Rise. So
yeah, the big thing to note here on this lineup you can't really question is Lucid. Of course, take a look at the ratings. You can take a look at the KDs. You can take a look at pretty much anything. Lucid is the player on Team 1 to keep an eye on. He not only is the best player on this lineup statistically, but also he is one of the top 5 from the last season in Latin America, probably even higher than that, but I'm not going to look at the stats right now. I do know that he is statistically one of those, like, just an up-there player. So Lucid, keep your eye on him. He is the one that everyone on this team lobs the kills to.
And their opponents are going to be Ninjas in Pajamas. Long considered one of the best teams from Latin America, the squad of Julio, Kamikaze, Muzi, Psycho, and Pino have seen very little changes to this roster. This season, the star of the show is right in the middle. Muzi, plus 13, 28 whopping kills in 2 matches. Mind you, that Ninjas in Pajamas have played every single round in both of their 2 play days, so there's been plenty of opportunity to get kills. 28 kills in 24 rounds. That's not half bad. 15 deaths in 24 rounds. That's a lot better. Ninjas in Pajamas lost to FaZe Clan, not a bad opponent to fall to, by a tight 7-5 scoreline. Yep. They then did the same scoreline, but reversed, defeating Black Dragons. Now, if you want to be one of the top 2 teams in Latin America, you probably got to beat a team like Black Dragons a little bit better than 7-5. And Black Dragons, they're no slouch. But if you want to compete with the best of the best in the world, you need to be putting up better results than that. Ninjas in Pajamas are looking for a big 3 points here against a team that has been yet to find a single point so far this season.
Yeah, that's Team 1, who have thus far through this season, over 2 matches, acquired 7 rounds total. Yep. And that was, again, that's split between 2. So that was 5 in the first, 2 in the second. Not a great position to be if you're Team 1. And they're also looking to get some points to put themselves on the board. So this is going to be a really important match for Team 1. Gotta say, they're going to put a lot into this one, as well for Ninjas in Pajamas, who, as you stated, they expect to be higher in the standings. Right now, they're in the middle of the pack, and NIP is one of those squads in Latin America who is typically going to stand above the rest. We'll see who's going to be the victor, though, when we actually get to the match. Before then, we need to find out where we're going to play, so we'll go through the map veto stage.
Jazz hands.
Jazz hands.
Jazz hands.
Auto
There goes
bans.
Coastline, so we're not going to see the same map twice. We're going to go to Clubhouse instead. All right. I like casting Clubhouse, so this is going to be quite the treat.
I think this is where Ninjas in Pajamas played FaZe, and yeah, they lost it. It was the 7-5 that you talked about against FaZe earlier today, and yeah, no, that's not terrible for NIP. You know, you're going to lose to FaZe sometimes. That's all right. So you're going to beat them sometimes. They're just one of those teams that are hard to do so on. And now Clubhouse is a really good map for FaZe as well as NIP, though. We saw NIP try to pull out some counter play with their bans. For example, they got rid of Montaigne, which FaZe tends to utilize. So maybe they don't have to ban Montaigne this time. NIP don't have to ban Montaigne this time, and maybe that'll give some more versatility. What do you think? Who's going to win this? So why don't you just go ahead and tell us?
72% of you believe that Ninjas in Pajamas will be the victor, to 21% for Team 1 and 7% on a draw. And going back to Clubhouse, the fact that NIP was able to hang 10 with FaZe Clan after FaZe showed up out of nowhere, taking a map off of Empire 7-1 on Clubhouse at the Raleigh Major. That was ages ago. I know that was over 6 months ago. Things change. But FaZe have shown that their prowess on Clubhouse should not be contested by most teams. The fact that NIP was able to take 5 rounds off of them in what was an even split in the second half, yeah, that's thumbs up. That's pretty
solid.
It's pretty solid for NIP. So we'll see if they can have better results here against Team 1. You mentioned the Montaigne ban. don't suspect we're going to see the same thing against Team 1. Monty is a very key part of the strategy for FaZe, as is an operator like Finka, and FaZe does play a weird lineup in comparison to their fellow countrymen.
Yeah. So I think that's going to give more freedom to NIP, so to speak, and they should be able to be more specifically focused on what Team 1 does, or maybe they're going to take a step back from that and just focus on what NIP wants to accomplish with those bans, what they're uncomfortable playing against. Who knows? I mean, we're going to find out when we get to that ban phase, which should be pretty soon here, as we've got everything set up and ready, but, before then, we can keep talking about how we don't have a lot of information to say about Team 1 when it comes to Clubhouse, because they haven't played it yet this season. They haven't played it very recently even. We'll see what happens for them as we get into this match. But, yeah, I mean, the community vote is definitely one-sided. I would say maybe a little bit less so for the actual match, but most people's opinion is pretty clear on this one.
Yeah. And Ninjas in Pajamas, of course, is a massive organization. They were one of the very first teams to break into the scene. They had one of the original pilot program skins as well, though they were not in on the second wave that is currently ongoing right now. Actually, this is the only matchup today that doesn't have a single team with a pilot program skin. Wow. So just something, a little FF for you, a little fun fact. Thermite is indeed a big ban, and it's not a surprise to see a hard breacher removed, given the way that Clubhouse tends to play. It's going to be a Buck ban, so that's going to be a targeted ban right at Lukid. We mentioned how important Buck is to teams in Latin America, and Team 1 is no exception. In fact, they might have one of the best Bucks in all of LATAM right now. So this is very much a counter ban from NIP. Yeah,
and that's, of course, as you said, the Lukid Buck is a scary thing to play against. So let's just not is pretty clear and concise there from Ninjas in Pajamas. They'll also get rid of Mira. Standard ban so far. Interesting that it's Thermite as a hard destructor instead of like Maverick. We see Habana sometimes, but no. And that's interesting. That's different right there. Goyo banned out. So the assumption is pretty simple there. Goyo is something that I think is probably more prevalent in scrims. So I imagine that there's a clear understanding of what they're going to have to face in this match, and Team 1 do not want to deal with it. So they'll get rid of Goyo very, very specifically because I assume they expect NIP to be bringing it on the second half.
I mean, Team 1 will have footage on NIP for this particular match. So
yeah, because the last match on Clubhouse.
They played it. Yeah, and Goyo has a quite the impact, let's say, on this actual matchup. Clubhouse tends to be one of the maps where he is run most regularly. The only other map that we've seen quite a lot of Goyo play is Consulate. We haven't seen him outside of those two maps, so he's obviously going to be a big utility soak on what is already a very utility-heavy map. And what do we mean when we say utility-heavy for the people that hear us repeat that phrase from time to time? It means that there's a lot of I's to dot and a lot of T's to cross. And on the bigger maps, there are so many steps that you need to take. Simple things. The way that you take soft destruction, the way that you drone out a map, the way that you take multiple floors in order to ensure that you have that vertical control. And on a map like Clubhouse, we see that the very first defense here from Team 1 is going to be in the basement. What is starting to happen on Clubhouse is that teams are starting to roam on that second floor, which means that your job as an attacker is even more onerous. And well, would you look at that? Team 1 looks to be roping on that second floor.
So we've seen this strategy from a lot of different teams before. Again, as I always like to wonder about, I still haven't talked to him about it. I'm pretty sure it was a SSD strategy originally. Basically, it's castle barricades, middle floor, roam top floor. Then you have a route to retreat because the castle barricades are going to delay on the middle enough for you to have that full retreat back to the site safe and sound. So T1 trying to play a delay strat primarily. The Goyo shields would have been useful here, but of course they were the ones who banned it, so they obviously are prepared to not have that available. And like you said, on these utility-heavy maps, when you get rid of things like Goyo, you're going to make it a little bit easier for the attack because there's less utility to clear out, less things that you have to waste time on. Now, it's well known what the strat is here for NIP, and they're already setting up to deal with it. That's a nice angle there from Julio if the player were still actually by the staircase, and ooh, bad timing there. Could have seen an early kill for Julio, but he just comes off it at the wrong moment. Spots out the Vigil by the stage. Good information here from NIP, but they actually need to capitalize upon that information. That's the biggest thing. NIP is wary of this roam. And the order in which they clear out the roamers is going to be crucial to the outcome of the overall round. So far, we've not seen any actual fights break out. Ninjas of Pajamas being very civil and simply clearing methodically. They will actually get top 4 control, but it was half of the round wasted, which was the exact goal for Team 1, and that is why they fell back.
This Mute, Mozzie, Vigil, Castle strategy is indeed an SSG strat from, I think it was last season, and it works very effectively. The problem is, and it was exploited by SSG against Evil Geniuses a couple weeks ago, is that it usually only leaves one person on site. In this particular case, it would very likely be Falls. First kill comes in from Team 1, then one from Nip, then another from Team 1.
So the actual engagements when they come out, working in the defense's favor, but it's early yet. And yeah, you can exploit if there's light anchor play. It really comes down to how you are as defensive team and attacking team and how you're going to read the strategy and all the reactions that will happen in a matter of seconds. In this case, things are working out pretty well for T1. T1 read it well. We didn't see Nip actually read the roam and decide to commit hard to the site. And that's really, really important. But something that also is really important is the thermite ban makes it so you can't do a tunnel rush.
No, that's true.
Yeah, you can open the wall as Maverick, but it's going to be slower and harder.
Well, I mean, a lot of teams will just cut a small circle, almost like a can opener on in, and wow, that is it.
Wow, okay.
Nip decides to pressure on into the site, and 3 separate members of Team 1 just mow them down as we're in the middle of speaking. That's a bit of an unpredictable pacing for you, but
there you go.
Team 1 will take the very first round in a defense on Clubhouse of the Church. Yeah, you don't want to lose those right off the hop.
I'm guessing that's why they banned Thermite, though. It's just to slow down the whole tunnel getting opened up. This is interesting. Team 1 has lost a player, so we will very likely have a rehost here. It's going to be down to a few seconds, but no. Oh, he made it back and auto-picked into a Tachanka.
Now we know who the 6th pick is going to be.
Yeah, it'll be the Tachanka.
It'll be the Tachanka, and that's unfortunate because it is a dead giveaway. Ninjas in Pajamas don't get to see who he flexes onto, so it's a Maestro pick. Ninjas in Pajamas don't know who Falls is going to be playing unless they're accustomed to the roles that he's usually on, and he's almost always on anchor roles on defense, so you suspect it's going to be a Smoke, Kaid, maybe an Echo, etc. But Team 1's already got all the anchors covered, so who do you go on to? It's probably going to be a Maestro here. Unfortunate, but good that he's still able to hang in the match.
Yeah, it's nice that we don't have to have a rehost here. Not exactly sure what happened, but it's good that he made it back in time. It probably just got pushed to the menu based on how quickly he responded to that. Well, it's a cash hold. Like I said, Team 1 going to the standard bomb site so far. Nothing crazy going on yet. No more impacts on Kaid. Those were removed a while ago. So he is going to be able to use those Electro Claws to delay the garage door if he wants to. It's an option for Reduct. Right now, the setup coming out for T1, and there's just nothing special about it, really. You could note, I suppose, that there are both an Echo and a Maestro, which is a lot of information and a lot of plant denial, as well as, well, actually, every operator on the defense has plant denial except for the Jaeger. So, yeah, I mean, this is going to be a pretty hard to plant on attack for Ninjas in Pajamas. Julio's going to make quick work of that wall.
Julio was very settled being shot in the feet. The cojones on that man.
Oh, this
no,
again.
This happened again.
I can't believe it. But he's got another impact, so...
Yeah, but...
There's no shotgun.
This is tough. This has happened a couple times. I don't know if it's a... We can't tell if it's a visual bug or not.
It could be spectator bug,
It could be a spectator bug, but... I mean, this happened last time, and it did thwart... I think it was FaZe and Nip that it actually happened to last time, if I remember correctly.
We didn't see anyone even try to go through the wall, so we don't know if it was, like... we don't know if it was for them or just for us.
It's a bit of negligence from the Yokai drone that was very easy fodder for Psycho to be able to shoot away at. Could have been in a much safer position, but putting yourself by a window, not where you want to be. If indeed that wall is unable to be ran through, this will be a major boon for Team 1. It also sounds like there might have been a little bit of those X-Kairos not going off correctly. This is going to be the catastrophe of a hole into construction, as yes, some of Kamikaze's gadget will be denied. You've got Rayduck down below. He shot away at some of the X-Kairos. That's what we heard. Still playing under that hatch. This is very commonplace now to have somebody play on the main floor, hatch open. You can see a bandit there. You can toss a C4 up. There's a lot of different ways that teams can play that. In this particular instance, it's going to be a Kaid. Felpox will toss out a toxic canister just in case somebody decides to bull rush in through construction, but for now, Nip is not going to blink. They're just going to stand pat. Holding the angles is required without giving too much away to the defenders. Could we see a vault out from Rayduct? Well, if there is, he gets down by the Claymore and then finished off. 2 from Nip. There's another as Luca takes the chance. He runs out, he gets mosey, but Ninjas in Pajamas still holds that advantage. Immediately swung back into a 3v3, and this is now winnable for Team 1 as they've managed to equalize.
Winnable, but definitely difficult. Rise on low HP, so he's going to have to land those headshots if he wants to have any further influence on this round. I believe his yokai drones have been hunted down. The real question is this wall even accessible to Ninjas in Pajamas? We don't know. Psycho's going to use the long angle to try and challenge the Jaeger in the hallway. Plant going down from Kamikaze just inside of the breach in cash, and there's no one from Team 1 to deny. This might be beautiful for Ninjas in Pajamas. Psycho will do a lot of work from the balcony, but the plant has gone down, and now in the post plant, it's all on Lukid to get 2 kills and a disable. Not an easy task, even for a Jaeger, especially when he's only got just above 50 HP, possibly about 60. He's running out of time now. He needs to get a little aggressive on this plant. Here comes the push onto the doorway. Caught in crossfire, no real options. He doesn't know where his targets are. Sees the Maverick and lands the shots. Julio goes down. That's the triple for Lukid, but he's got to find one more. And the HP is definitely not in Lukid's favor. Kamikaze waiting this out patiently, and he'll get it on the headshot. Ninjas in Pajamas get their first round.
Such a tough spot to be in a 1v1, especially when you're low on HP. The only real chance you have as a defender is to vault out one of those windows or maybe even return fire. But from inside of CCTV, I just don't think Lukid had the intel that he needed, and with the angle that the Hibana was playing and where it was planted very smartly, it allowed full coverage from the attackers without having to give up their bodies in a possible fight. Kamikaze can play very, very far back and be extremely safe. Well played by Nip. And they managed to dig themselves out of that hole. A couple things went wrong. Number 1, the Kaid that was playing downstairs, watching that hatch, could have denied even greater X-Kairos, which would have made the push into construction even tougher. And that push into construction was what Nip needed in order to get that plant down and then hold in the post-plant. Additionally, the biggest and glaring issue that was confronted by Nip was that soft wall not opening up correctly. Now, we don't know still if it's a visual glitch, but I would assume from the way that Nip moved the wagons all the way over to the other side and towards construction, probably wasn't a visual glitch.
It's so hard to tell. I mean, the big thing for me is that Psycho didn't push through when he had an opportunity to.
These stats tell a good story. 4 bans, 4 Ninjas in Pajamas, yet despite that they have a perfect 4-0-0 record. That is, should not be correct because they lost a phase actually 2 play days ago, so it should be 4-0-1. However, Team 1 have 6 bans, and they've never won this map, 2 losses. Now, the one ththing that comes with a newer roster and a new season is a changing of the map pool. This is very commonplace for teams to start to expand outside of their comfort zone. Dark Zero's done this in North America. Empire has done this in Europe. We could see the same from Team 1 here. The question that will be answered is, well, how much practice does Team 1 have on a map like Clubhouse? How much are they going to benefit off of the fact that it's a defender-sided map and they start on defense? That could be a major boon for them. Or do they just simply lose the map ban phase, which really shouldn't be happening? You get 2 guaranteed bans, and then 2 bans that you know are going to happen based upon the previous week. That should narrow it down to only 3 maps that you need to be prepped for, and in this case, Team 1 likely are prepped for Clubhouse, but we'll see, and we'll be able to answer that question at the tail end of this matchup.
Okay, so it's going to be, looks like a very short Maverick trick, but they're actually going to preemptively open up the wall. This actually will leave Julio very exposed when the wall gets open. When the reinforcement is broken, it'll be, he needs to move immediately after he finishes Maverick.
He doesn't have it perfectly at the top, it looks like. And
he might have it. It's hard to tell. There was a metal breakage, but he definitely doesn't have the full thing.
You can see it right there. Yeah, there you go.
He's got to do some more work on this wall for sure. There you go. All right. Yeah. So now wall open there for Ninjas in Pajamas, and that was very dangerous the way they did that, but at least it's open.
How was that not punished? I suppose Team 1 expects maybe somebody's out on rappel like Pino is and that they will die, and, well, right call. Right time, right place for Rayduct as he eliminates Pino, and Nip will now trail despite being able to get that wall open. Good objective play. You don't really need a Thatcher necessarily, but look at all the gadgetry that's going to be on the board. ADSs, Yokai drones, Evil Eye cams, Valkyrie cameras. The only player on Team 1 that's not going to be affected by an EMP in terms of gadgetry is going to be Fellopox. So losing a Thatcher, well, that's a lot of very easy gadget denial that you could have accomplished there.
Team 1 now with the man advantage are just going to try and wait this round out. There's only a minute left for Ninjas in Pajamas to make something happen here. They've got the wall open into server, yes, but there's still plenty of denial for Team 1, so a push in there would be pretty much giving up the round for Ninja Pajamas. They know this. They know they have to try for something different. They're definitely going to try and cut off rotation using this opened up wall. The shield makes the push hard, and so does the fact that the garage has not been cleared out. Nip are setting up for a workshop take, it looks like, once again. Big difference, though, is that they haven't opened the wall yet, as far as I know, and there's only 35 seconds. So Nip can open the wall, but it'll be hard. I'm not sure what Julio's doing all the way by the billiards table. That is pretty far from the taken. With 25 seconds left, that's not great. Redeft will get his second kill. Lukid will add to it with Muzi eliminated. Diffuser down outside of server. Psycho really upset about something. Not sure what exactly. It sounds like he's complaining about a bug. What we do know is Ninjas in Pajamas have effectively lost this round. In a 2 versus 4, there's only 10 seconds left. Make that a 1 versus 5, actually. I don't know why I said 4. What I do know is that Team 1 had a pretty good hold there. Ninjas in Pajamas struggling after they opened up the wall, and nothing else came of it. They opened server, and then they all scattered to the wind, and I'm not sure why. It seemed like there was some bug being complained about there, so maybe they were seeing something that we weren't, but I don't know what that would be.
Always confusing. This is the one downside to not speaking Portuguese. I mean, there's a number of downsides to not speaking Portuguese, let's be honest. But one of the downsides is that there tends to be communication that is relayed between the admins and the players that we are not able to do much with. We're not privy to it. Just as you, I suppose, at home are not privy to it either.
Unless you speak Portuguese.
Unless you speak Portuguese.
Yeah.
Which we don't.
We don't.
We do not, in case you need confirmation on that one.
I'm trying to learn it right now, but it's like really slow and hard. The thing that's tripping me up is the difference between one where it can be like 2 different ways with depending on the gender.
Do you think it trips you up as much as a bar stock defense that Team 1's about to go to?
Yeah, no, definitely more. A lot more.
Holy heck in a handbasket. We have actually seen a bar stock defense come out from INTZ. Playday number 1. So there was an NA team that defended bar stock 2, if I remember correctly, last week. I'm trying to remember. The only downside to the schedule that we're running right now is that a lot of times in order to be ready for our next cast, we need to sleep.
Well, no, we need to stay awake and then sleep.
And then try to watch sometimes, and then you can't always watch every single round, so you go and you'll see synopsises and stuff like that.
Yeah, you gotta just check it.
Because, we're lazy casters. That's it.
Lazy caster.
We're lazy casters. We just...
Parker, just stay awake for 24 hours, then
Every day.
Then sleep for 5 hours, and then cast again. You just easy schedule.
To quote a great movie,
Yeah?
do you ever sleep? Sundays.
What movie is that?
Thank you for smoking.
That's a name of a movie?
When do you sleep?
That's
Sundays.
that one I don't think I've even watched.
Yeah, it's a good one. Thank you for smoking with Aaron Eckhart. It's
Who's
worth
that?
watching. He's an actor. He plays Two-Face in Dark Knight.
Oh, that guy.
He's got the superhero chin.
He nailed Two-Face.
Yeah,
It's a really good movie.
he did. Dark Knight, I still think is, in my opinion, the greatest comic book movie of all time.
Yeah.
Comic/superhero movie.
Yeah, the greatest superhero movie. I think we can agree on that
I
one.
think we can agree that Dark Knight is, yeah.
Very well.
Wow, Michael, this is a hallmark moment.
We agreeing on something?
We both know the same movie.
It's one of the greatest movies ever.
I wouldn't say it's the greatest movie ever.
No, I didn't say no. My favorite movie ever is The Pianist, to be clear. But it's up there. Anyway,
It's a good thing you pronounced it that way.
the Rayduck's gonna take some damage. What? Rayduck's gonna take some damage early on. Oh, I thought about it. It's like,
so glad you got that. I'm so glad you got that.
how else would you pronounce it? I'm going through to my head. I'm like,
you pronounce it.
oh, okay.
The Pianist. Oh.
It's not. I can't get it out of my head now, Parker. Why'd you do that to me?
You're very welcome.
Now, okay, so early on, damage done to Rayduck, but not enough to kill him. He's just going to struggle in his future engagements, I should say. He will take 2 bullets, though, with that much HP. And if he's got the SMG-11 and the shotgun, so... Yeah, as long as he keeps his engagements nice and close, he'll still be very useful in this round. The clear of the roam, though, very successful so far on the top floor. Big thing is that since this is a bar defense, you only need to clear out a little bit less than usual, actually. And now they're already applying pressure to the site. Not as much as I'm sure the attack would like, and Rayduck is going to keep the distraction up, and he'll lose a little bit more HP for that, but it's worth it.
Ready to torch.
It's always interesting to see the way the teams are able to pick apart this bar stock defense because it's so uncommon that there's no exact defined method of doing so. I mean, the general consensus is that bar and stock is very challenging to defend. It's doable, but it requires some finesse. And there's not much finesse when you lose 2 bodies with 20 seconds left. Nip have been rhythmic at being able to put this together, and well, there's going to be some damage done from Falls, who's playing very long range. Rayduct low HP, he's going to push up nearly a flawless round. They only need to find Rayduct, and there it is, flawless from Nip. So as I'm saying, it's always fun to watch teams pick this apart because we don't often see bar stock. Well, Nip doing an exemplary job. They get all 5 of the kills, and they give up nothing in the process, though they do take quite a beating on a couple operators. They were able to capture that second floor, take 2 picks within seconds of each other, right as you need to have all hands on deck for the defenders. And Team 1 fell very far back. They tried to control main stairs. They tried to play back in lounge. They weren't able to do it. Ninjas in Pajamas were stacked up on billiards. They were stacked up over by bathroom. And there was still some people that were playing both down below and above. And when they were called in to help with the execute, they caught the remaining members of Team 1. I don't suspect we're going to see another bar stock take from either team, as I don't think we're going to see another bar stock defense. So back to the norm as it looks to be, a church defense downstairs. It was a successful sight for Team 1. CCTV will unlock for the very final round of defense for Team 1. But will we see a different Ninjas in Pajamas here as they try to do something they weren't able to do before? You credited the Thermite ban as negating a very big advantage that teams have, which is the pressure on dirt. How will Nip play around that one?
Lightly negating. I should be clear, and you brought this up at the time, and you're right. Maverick can also open up the tunnel, but it's a little bit slower. I think that the Thermite ban is targeted to deny a rush through the tunnel. Because you can open up that tunnel, then just stack everybody in through the big hole, and you don't have to worry about somebody on defense playing tunnel. If you're opening up a Maverick hole, that is a really easy bottleneck for one defender to hold for a prolonged amount of time. And it's going to be difficult for you to make a rush into the site knowing that there are roamers. And I think that's probably why T1 banned Thermite. Just to make sure that their solo player on site will be able to hold out. But this time around, T1 are playing much heavier on the bomb site. So that was only a one-time thing for T1. And now that they've pulled off that basement defense, which they were successful on their roam and the hold in the end, when they defended basement by roaming heavily, their Team 1 are not going to bring it anymore. They're going to continue to change their strategy up to try and keep Ninjas in Pajamas guessing, and I think that's the right way to go about things. Ninjas in Pajamas already taking a lot of time to clear out the roamers and make sure that they have control upstairs. You can see that they barely even made it into the building, and we're already a minute into the round. So yeah, Nip are playing very cautious. Rayduct looking for the sledge, and he's not going to find him. An aggressive play, not punished by Nip, but not really beneficial. Yokai Drone's going to spot out Psycho, who will also hit a Elysian Trap. Lots of information on Psycho right now. An aggressive play from a defender could pay off, especially since the Moto Drop's not opened yet. Usually you open Moto Drop before you come down the main stairs, because Moto Drop getting opened denies Moto being played by the defenders. But not the case in this round, as Psycho was getting a little bit too... Well, he's just pushing really quickly, as I guess the point I'm trying to get at here. So, as has been pointed out by many people and was noticed by, it was Foxay who actually showed me this, it's not about like opening up a circle around the drop down. It's actually about how many ticks of the Mav torch go into the drop down.
Yeah.
So you don't even need to make a circle around the edges or anything like that. You just need to put that amount of ticks into the right amount of ticks into the drop. That's it.
I remember when Maverick first came out, people were doing like that snake when they were doing, their centipede or whatever old school, 8-bit game they were doing. And some people will do like circles and stuff like that, because then even if it doesn't break, you still at least get a good line of sight through it. So
you could just do kind of like an L on 2 edges, and that's enough as long as you do it slow enough.
He made us, Foxay made us look like chumps, if I'm being honest with you. And I mean,
he made me look like chumps.
He also makes everybody look like chumps when he dons those great Balenciaga wear that he likes to wear, and makes everybody else look completely foolish with their very pedestrian streetwear. So anyway, as is the commonplace on a church take, is 30 seconds left, and Nip have not really been able to get anywhere near the site. In fact, they are a nitro cell away from doom. 3 players from Ninjas in Pajamas all sitting inside of kitchen looking to drop. Rayduct will catch 1, and Kamikaze manages to make it in. The wall blows up in front of him. He'll take out Rayduct. A toxic canister sails over top of him, and he'll attempt the plant in the default corner. Somebody from T1 will have to swing out to prevent this. Rise seems positioned in the best way possible, and he should be able to get it, but the plant goes down, and now it's going to be an all-out brawl with Rise picking up 2 kills. Psycho 1 for his trouble. It's a 2v3. Rise is so low on HP, but look at that. Control on the first floor from Nip. This is going to be very challenging to take back. Echo being down from Pino, he'll look to secure. Rise sticking the defuse. Psycho peeks up. He knows he has to get shaken off of the defuse, and he'll do just that. Rise will fall off. But playing through those angles, the Sledge will do his best. 2v2. Diffuser just under halfway. Great control for Ninjas in Pajamas, an almost impossible situation from Team 1. Even though it is still winnable, it looks exceedingly unlikely. You'll have to retake that second floor control. Psycho gets one, and then the second as well. Somewhat of an anticlimactic finish, as Nip had no doubt about it in that round. They'll get both the kills that are required of them, Psycho in particular, and that'll be another round in a row for Ninjas in Pajamas. They've got 3 now. 2 for Team 1.
The real hero there is Kamikaze, without a doubt. The big thing that Kamikaze managed to pull off was the plant, but there were a couple things leading up to that. Of course, he's getting the drop downs as well. But the biggest thing that Kamikaze accomplished there was predicting the rotation from Arsenal Wall all the way by Pulse Spot at near the bottom of main stairs, where that impact came out on the wall. He didn't just react to the impact and kill the Legion. He pre-aimed the impact hole before it even was there. So that is great awareness from the Hibana of Kamikaze. And after that, he managed to get a plant, despite all of the plant denial coming out from Team 1. Misplaced plant denial, mind you. So that is a really big problem for T1, and it cost them that round. So Ninjas in Pajamas, no matter what, they have won this half. They managed 3 rounds on the attacking side of Clubhouse. That is a win. It's not unrecoverable for Team 1, but it is effectively the same as a 4-2 for the defense on this half. If T1 had gotten a 4-2, yeah, you're winning, but it's not unrecoverable as the side swap for the attacking side. So, yeah, 3 rounds for Nip. That's comfortable. That's good. That's excellent. Interestingly, Psycho's going to be the one placed on a Montaigne. Montaigne in and of itself is interesting. He's really good on this site, so you can't really argue with there on any site really on this map. You can't argue with the decision to bring a Montaigne. But it's on Psycho, your top frag. That's really interesting. Psycho proving his versatility here as a player.
I was going to say, I can swear that we've seen this before from Psycho playing Montaigne.
We have, because we've talked about it.
Yeah, I distinctly remember us saying this is very odd for him to do, but I mean, he also plays Valkyrie a lot. What's one of the most important parts of playing Valkyrie? Communication. What's one of the most important parts of playing Monty?
Communication.
So it stands to reason that he would be in that particular role. There you go, you got it. Oh.
Julia.
Maybe not.
Wait, he's waiting for someone to drone, I guess? Is he going to try to open the other one?
Oh, no, that is not ideal. Luke guns down Pino. Was that over on dirt? No, that wasn't. That was upstairs in logistics.
So bad droning?
I was wondering, yeah. Speaking of communication, even though you might expect the Montaigne to do it very well, Pino's not able to do all that much.
The reason why there's poor droning there is because they had to divert so many people to this dirt tunnel take, and that means that nobody droned for Pino.
We still haven't been able to open up that secondary wall, but they'll get the rightward wall and then move on in. Falls is positioned. He'll hear the cling-clang of the shield as it comes ever closer.
Falls is the perfect operator to slow this attack up. Psycho's going to have to deal with so many of those Legion traps.
Make sure you see them, and he doesn't see it, and he'll step inside of it.
Wow. That's the second one detonated onto the Montaigne, which is going to take off about 25 HP. That's pretty important when it comes to the actual take, because Psycho can die to some leg shots now if the timing is correct from the defenders. Or readily die to leg shots, I should say.
The Vigil of Rayduct was waiting on his ERC to cool down, and he gets spotted and then shot through the door, sees the head of the Maverick on Julio, takes a ton of damage, as Julio will once again now re-engage, or at least pause for the time.
Located by attackers.
Interesting that the cloak was not used there from Rayduct. He had an opportunity to persist, but he got marked and he fell back. He's going to actually play by Freezer. Right now, Ninjas in Pajamas is not looking like they're in a great spot. As Falls gets Moozy and one of the X-Scaros is denied by Felipox from above, T1 are looking to lock this round out and end it in a 3-3. Again, though, a 3-3 is still very comfortable for Nip. So this is not exactly a loss for Ninjas in Pajamas, even if they don't take this round. And it doesn't seem like they'll be able to. As Falls eliminates Psycho, who was just trying to push in through the dirt tunnel. Psycho had to deal with so many Legion traps, and then he had to deal with several players in a crossfire in Arsenal. The drop from Hibana is swiftly disrupted, or destroyed, I should say, from Lukid, and there goes the last player for Nip. A flawless round for T1, and they end the first half in a bang. 3-3 though, again, pretty even, but still slightly favored to Nip. That was the second time in a row that Team 1 went to bar, and they only managed to get it there and in the first round. 3 rounds total on bottom floor.
Did you say bar?
I think I accidentally did, yeah, because I was reading my notes for bar, where the round where they managed to, well, they went to bar, but then lost it pretty miserably.
I was going to say, that was an exact mirror of Nip's defense against FaZe. It was a 3-3 split. It's okay, man.
I meant bottom floor.
There's less in the water today than there was yesterday.
That's true. Yeah.
See, I'm trying to read your handwriting. So you write bar, and then for church you write bot, B-O-T, for bottom floor.
I always write...
Sometimes the B-O-T can look like a B-A-R when read very quickly.
It wasn't, for me, it wasn't that wasn't the problem, because I can distinguish between my O's and my A's.
Yeah, but I can't.
Yeah, no, my handwriting is very kind of...
This is all about me.
Yeah, oh, I forgot.
Because I'm trying
Sorry,
to...
continue with your point.
Well, it was all about me because I was trying to read your writing. That's why.
Okay.
So if you could clean that up in the future, that'd be great.
Yeah, I'll be sure to write in a more uniform manner so that you can clearly understand what I'm writing down.
I would like ESL, on top of all the vast sums of money that they apparently owe us. Additionally,
calligraphy classes?
I would like Bartosz, if you're listening, please sign Kicks up for handwriting lessons.
Calligraphy classes. I'd rather do that. That sounds more fun.
You're not going to take notes in calligraphy.
Yeah, but I could.
Think about it. If you,
I could, though.
Calligraphized.
Yeah.
I don't know if that's a verb, but
if I used calligraphy take notes,
take your notes, you wouldn't even be finished the first round. We'd be in the fourth round.
I'd be working on it right now, slowly making a spiral
Hold
C. Yeah.
Why are these rounds so fast? Anyway,
slow it down. Everybody, can we just tactical pauses, please?
Yeah. So both sides have now swapped. Ninjas in Pajamas will end this matchup on defense, no matter what happens and how many rounds it takes either them or Team 1 to prevail. There could be a draw here, which would be a major boon for Team 1, who comes in with low expectations. Need we remind you that Team 1 has 0 points at the moment. They have not been successful in either of their matchups. Ninjas in Pajamas lost to FaZe Clan. All right, not a bad opponent, adversary to lose to.
Yep.
And then prevailed against Black Dragons, but they were both very close, and it actually looked like Black Dragons had the upper hand in that Cafe matchup for a period.
Yes.
So
same here for Team 1.
And Team 1 have been showing great resolve. Now, a defense on Clubhouse getting 3 rounds is not always confidence-inspiring, and when you look at the bans that are up there, well, the defenders are really only missing Amira. Goyo shows up from time to time, but is not always the most impactful. You've still got Kaid, Echo, and Maestro available, with a Valkyrie to boot if you want to use her. And if you look at Ninjas in Pajamas lineup, they've got 3 dedicated anchors with a flex anchor of Legion if required. That was a very similar lineup to what we saw being run from Team 1. So the defense should have tons of advantages. Will Nip be able to take said advantage and run with it?
So what Muzi's doing right there, actually, it seems to be he's baiting out shots. He's hoping that somebody's going to spray at him and miss so that he knows where the push is coming from. That is the only reason I can think for him to try and cross like that with his pistol out. He's trying to be as fast as possible and trying to be as slippery as possible. And he hasn't managed to bait any shots from the Zofia of Rise, who I think is aware of what's going on, aware of what Muzi's trying to do. But meanwhile, the take is actually seemingly going to be on the kitchen. Falls has just attempted to open up the kitchen drop. I'm not sure if it got impact tripped, but he's also going to open up the Moto drop, which for sure will be opened. Ooh, great information from Psycho. He's got a yokai drone inside of kitchen. This could be the determining factor on the outcome of this round, as Psycho will not only be able to gather information on players inside of kitchen, but also stun them when it's crucial that a defender not be killed from the drop down. Plenty of setup for Arsenal. Ninjas in Pajamas can easily rebuff this attack if they just continue to wait, especially, again, with all the denial that is in play for the defense right now. It's all going to come down to the timing of the rush from Team 1. Philippox will go in for the attempted plant in Cubby. He will start it, and it looks like that Lukid has good coverage, so this might be a successful plant, but Psycho's got a yokai drone in sight, and there's a gas canister, as well as Julio for the rush. The gas canister is going to work against the defense, but what's not going to matter is Julio is limited by Lukid. So there is a refrag in play here for Team 1. Muzi, though, will add to the tally for Ninjas in Pajamas as he gets Rise. Yokai Drone still inside of Arsenal, somehow not destroyed. And Falls, the last player left for Team 1, is going to have to be a 1 versus 4. It's not going to happen. Ninjas in Pajamas, a really good holdout there. As quick as it was for Team 1, they didn't really seem to have any chance.
That is a dominating performance here. And we say this time and time again for teams that are less practiced. Attacking strats are much harder to conjure up and put together. For a team like Team 1, well, if you're playing on Clubhouse defense, you've got a lot of advantages at your disposal. On attack, You don't have that same safeguard of being able to play on the favored site on this map. So it's going to be a challenge and possibly an uphill battle. Church is usually the hardest nut to crack, so at least you've gotten that one out of the way. If Ninjas in Pajamas are to go there again and are successful, you're only going to have to go after it one more time. You're now going to have CCTV and Gym, or maybe even a rare bar and stock to go after. In this case, Ninjas in Pajamas are not going to take any gambles. They're going to go up to CCTV room and cash room. And they've blown their composition wide open. They're going to be running a much more fluid, much more roam-heavy, and I would say even frag-heavy lineup. They've done away with the Kai, they've done away with the Echo. They're not going to be sitting as stationary. Musi will likely play at the top of Garage and the Rafters, but as for the remaining 4 members of NiP, the only one that I could see sitting still is Kamikaze. He'll keep Julio by the wall. The Bandit Trick, Psycho and Pino could even play below, and it's not unusual to see a Valkyrie down in lounge, especially in the final 40 seconds of a round, to deny a plant should you not lose too many members of your team in the process, because, well, if you're down to a 2v4, your Valkyrie's not going to be playing down there if there's a minute and 10 seconds left on the clock.
I don't know why it was so hard for me to say Lukid's name.
You wanted to say, you said it,
No,
like
Ukid, yeah, or something like that. I was reading the whole name, Lukidera, and that was what was tripping me up. I don't know why. What does that look?
I'm with you, man. I said Shaiko instead of joystick like 3 times yesterday. So.
Oh, really?
Yeah, you like.
I honestly, dude, I was just as tripped up as you were that day. So that was a weird day. Today's different. Today's different. I didn't even notice.
Attackers have located a bomb.
Yesterday, like I said, something was in the water yesterday. I don't know what it was. You and I were just not capable of speaking words.
All over the place,
man.
No bueno.
It wasn't bad. It was just it was tough to be able to use all your thoughts. This is an angle.
Yeah, so this right here, if you're wondering what's happening, this is to deny a lifeline from below. So it's very common for a Zofia to go into New Blue, as we like to call it, or Atom Spot, as some other people will call it, and try to double lifeline under the bandits to deny tricking. Could even kill them. But if you use that angle, then you can, well, kill the Zofia before she can even lifeline you.
I think Julia was able to get 4 of the 6 of those X-Kairos, but still, if you put them right down the middle, as is the benefit of Hibana versus a Thermite, you're able to open up that garage relatively easily. And would you look at that? Oh, we almost got the angle from inside site.
So that's good open there from T1, but it's not really a whole lot. I gotta say, again, this is the problem when you ban Thermite on a map like Clubhouse. So you've got the wall open, great. You're not going to be able to use it as well as you would hope to if you had Thermite, like I said. The big difference between Team 1 right now and Ninjas in Pajamas, and this is really interesting, is that NiP brought Maverick. Oh, hang on a second. Run out from Psycho, looking for a pick. Is he going to find any on the balcony? He will. Nice shot. Headshot, in fact, onto Reduct. And that's an early, well, I say early, in the engagement early man advantage for Ninjas in Pajamas. Last X-Scarrow is being used on the workshop wall to apply more pressure to the cache anchors. But still, NiP have a solid advantage here, and they could leverage it to a win if they wait out this last 50 seconds.
There's the Nitro sellout from Pino, does not connect, and that's a ballsy play to make. Almost takes Fellapox down with them before we see the Valkyrie perish. Still Ninjas in Pajamas with that opening pick. They only lose 1. Here, barbed wire being broken by the defenders just so they can escape without making a big ol' racket. There's no entry that's going to happen from the garage, or from, rather, that breach either. Musi finds Luca, the frag grenade disc, taking a tiny bit of damage off of Kamikaze. Musi with yet a second. The Alda doing great work, as you'd expect it to. Patrolling those hatches, Team 1 realizes, well, they're going to have to go somewhere else. Fellapox has next to no HP, and he's going to have to walk through very quietly through the barbed wire. Knowing that the diffuser's down in construction, NiP has fallen off, and Fellapox is not going to be doing much at all. Takes down 1, looks for the second, cannot connect. NiP, their 2nd round in a row, their 2nd defense in a row, and now their 5th round.
Yeah, it's looking really good for NiP right now. In their stride, on defense, things are solid for Ninjas in Pajamas. As I was trying to get at, the thing I wanted to explain is something that's really interesting about the bans and the way this all played out hard destruction-wise. Team 1 banned Thermite, right? And then what do? They just bring Hibana. Ninjas in Pajamas Maverick tricked a bunch of walls, and their Maverick tricking was almost as effective as a Thermite. The only difference was Thermite would have been faster. That's it. So Ninjas in Pajamas are more prepared on this map for the Thermite ban than the team that banned Thermite, which is T1, their opponents. So that's a really weird situation for T1, hard destruction-wise. And again, they're not going to bring the Maverick. So on Gym, they're going to struggle with that Jacuzzi balcony wall.
I've seen this with a couple Latin America teams, and Ninjas in Pajamas was one of them, if you recall. Let's go back to the Invitational last year, because, by the way, Invitational, less than a month away. I am amped, stoked, jazzed, pumped, all of the words.
Feels
all
like
the words, the best words.
Can we even use Stoke now that Stokes is...
He doesn't own the word. He doesn't even spell it correctly.
Oh, that's true. He spells it incorrectly with an... He's an X. I forgot.
Stoax.
Stocks.
Nope. I'm trying to make that work today.
I don't know why that keeps coming up. I'm not usually a deliberate memer.
Oh my.
Oh, and that's why I suck at it.
No way. Oh, no whammies. Oh, you almost lose the Thatcher.
No whammies.
No whammies.
Aw.
No whammies.
All right, Rick.
That's what Wamai. I think it's hilarious to call him Whammy.
Yeah?
Wamai, the new operator that's not available yet.
Oh, yeah, Whammy.
I call him Whammy, and I call his devices whammies, so when I go to throw like something in a window...
Oh, that's a whammy.
And I'm like, please don't let there be like a magnet on the other side. So I'm like, no whammies. Quite literally. Are there whammies? No whammies.
You get a cap towel bolt. Ooh, it's a whammy.
A double entendre. Word with two uses. There you go. Fun for you. If I may be
no.
eloquent is my... How would I even say it?
I don't know. I don't think eloquent is the
my
right word.
Is my word symbiosis too flamboyant today? That's what I would like to.
Oh, that's eloquent.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that.
Here comes.
You even call it loquacious?
Here comes the rush up the stairs from Lucan. He's just trying to set up on the rotation to deny Ninjas in Pajamas pressure on the staircase, and he's done that. But Yokai Drone is going to stun Lucan for his troubles. And I'm not sure if Lucan actually got that Yokai Drone. I think it actually managed to sneak away. So he had to cover the rotation so he didn't get rushed, and he's still being really cautious here. It is a sledge, so there's more potential for opening holes, but from the flank, Julio's trying to apply pressure. And right now, the attack is looking like they're not going to get much done here, but the wall's been opened up into cash, which is going to make it really hard for the roamers to persist in cash. Speaking of, though, those roamers are starting to rack up the kills. Yeah, we lost Muzi for Ninjas in Pajamas, but ooh, that's actually a freebie there for Lucan. So an even exchange. I was about to say it's slided towards Nip, but definitely very even there as cash control is gained from Team 1.
Julio could have been in such a strong position holding the angle all the way through construction into cash, but he has to move because Rayduk's pressure on the window means that the bandit is not able to stand the way he wants to. Diffuser surrendered inside of cash as Kamikaze guns down one member of Team 1. Julio finds another. Rayduk trades off Julio, but in a 1v2 with an Echo still on the board and a smoke, they'll need to grab that diffuser up. The soft wall inside of construction means that he'll get shot through. What an angle from Rayduk. That's a thing of beauty. 3 kills for his troubles, and he'll rotate through logistics. He gets the calls. Suppressed MP5 SD will be the final bullet that is required on Rayduk, and that'll be match point for Ninjas in Pajamas. They secure themselves, at minimum, 1 point in the standings. They need it if they want to hang tough with all the other teams, and they have looked mighty fine on defense so far.
Well, that was a nice try there from Rayduk, I gotta say. Lost it out to Psycho in the end.
Valiant effort.
Valiant effort, yes, indeed. I gotta say, he had 4 bolts, 2 fires, and 2 smokes to work with at the end there. Definitely could have done a better job of it than just, hey, let's rush into the last player. Maybe drone. I think he had time. I didn't see the clock, but I'm pretty sure there was plenty of time for Rayduk to slow down, think about his options.
I think he had 40 or 50 seconds. That round was not over in terms of time.
So that's what I'm saying. If he just maybe contemplated his choices a little bit more there, used his smokes to attempt a plant maybe, he could cover a lot of ground with 2 smokes, mind you. He could go to the workshop door, double smoke towards Master, maybe plant on the bed, somewhere where Psycho's not going to pre-fire. I don't know. Choices are abound. And I'm not saying that's the right one. I am saying the wrong one was clearly trying to rush Psycho. Usually, you're going to lose that fight. Psycho hits those shots. And that's why Nip are up to match point now. All they need to do is win 1 more defense on their primary bomb site of the basement to push us into a 7-3 victory for Nip, which would be some big points for Ninjas in Pajamas. It would thrust them, let's see, up into up into the leaderboard, so they're up the top of it. It's with 6 points, they would be amongst FaZe and Ints. And Ints can't get any more points today, so...
Ints didn't get any points.
Yeah, they lost their match. So, like I said, there's no potential for them to get more than 6. So, yeah, Nip are starting to catch up to the leading pack. Oh, it's a nice Valkyrie. Yeah.
I said it in the very first matchup of the day, is that is the pitfall. I think that was actually the exact word I used too.
Pitfall's a good one.
Pitfall's a good one. I think that's the exact pitfall, issue, worry, problem, downside of calling an entire season after 2 playdays.
I mean,
you can't tell if it's a trend or a pattern yet.
Yeah, I mean, and that's on Ints for, you know, and we're not going to know for probably, I'd say, you know, maybe 2/3 of the season we'll know the position of Ints, and then it's going to be represented on the leaderboard.
Well, I always like to bring this up, and it was, I think it was season 8 or season 9, I can't remember the exact season, but it was Noble and Space Station were the top 2 teams in North America after 2 playdays. Noble was undefeated, they were 2-0, and a lot of people were saying, you know, this is the real deal, this is the real deal. Noble didn't win another game until the very final game of the season. Like, they went 2-0.
Oh, clean from Lucan.
That was a beautiful shot through the floorboards and through the metal holes that were established in Kitchen.
Sweeping up Julio.
Good night.
Yeah, as they say, as the kids say.
Allowing me to finish my thought. Noble went 2-0, and then over the remaining 12 games, proceeded to win a single game.
At the end.
Cannot extrapolate after 2 games an entire season's worth of success. You just can't do it.
And that might happen to Ints too. I mean, again, when you're a team that's not used to continued success, the pressure can sometimes get to you when you build it up for yourself. Now, this is really interesting. A shield in Dirt Tunnel and a smoke behind it to try and challenge the push that we're seeing Team 1 put out. Lots of utility invested into Dirt Tunnel for Team 1. They put 2 of their only hard destruction sets into this tunnel getting opened.
The shield gets blown apart, so Kamikaze will have to contest a little bit more aggressively. Lucan's got the shotgun. Hey, that's not something you always see. Falls as the angle, though, onto Kamikaze, and you can say goodbye to Kamikaze inside a dirt tunnel. But the Alda's here, and the Alda will do best in this particular juncture.
He could deny the drop down. He could deny the tunnel. It's all on Pino here. He's got support from his teammates, of course, but Pino's going to be the linchpin if Ninjas in Pajamas want to win this. As we hit the last 40 seconds, it certainly will be close.
It's going to be a dirt, kitchen, and main stairs push. And as Team 1 have 5 members still available, they can commit 2 of them to each of those angles. Seeing the legs of the sledge above, Pino's just waiting ever so patiently. There's the Capitao to send out a firebolt. It'll start to damage Pino. He's going to hang on. Almost gets taken out of action. Continues to watch the dirt tunnel. Muzi's there. Down goes Psycho. They're trading out. Rise with 2 big kills. And Make Falls get the last one. It's a trade, but Team 1 will take the round. They managed to break this trend that Nip was establishing. They have 4 rounds. They need to take 2 more in order to salvage a point.
The big problem there, of course, is just the serious man advantage that Team 1 managed to put up in the early round, where they got 2 kills with no response from Ninjas in Pajamas. And because of that strong man advantage, things like a flank from main stairs are allowed to happen. If Nip had more manpower, they could have denied main stairs push and simultaneously used the hallway to deny the Arsenal push in that situation. But there wasn't enough manpower for Nip. They had to hope that there was no one pushing down main stairs. They were wrong. And at the end, the Zofia comes down main, sweeps up the round, and it's all over. Still match point for Nip, so they only need 1 more round. And they're going to try bottom floor once more. We'll see if Nip is going to have any more success down here on their 2nd effort in a row, 3rd total for this half. The first time Nip went here, they won this site. And I believe it was pretty dominant, to be honest. It was mostly comes down to the denial from Nip, and Team 1's attempted plant was not ideal. They didn't have enough coverage. Lucan was there to cover, but in the end, there just wasn't anyone else to deny the planter getting dispatched, and the utility was well used from Nip.
I mean,
first time.
Also, it was, you know, Julio was playing on a role that gets stronger as time goes on. You had Kamikaze, who can deny that plant in dirt tunnel. On essentially, there was a cave in, and he wasn't able to make it out.
Yeah.
So 2 of your best operators for denying that push from Team 1 were the first 2 casualties for Nip. Now, the one thing is that we noted earlier in this matchup, but with the operator bans, there is an abundance of anchors that are still available. Kaid is unbanned. Maestro is unbanned. Smoke obviously not banned. Echo is unbanned. And neither Team 1 nor Nip have made any mistake about consistently running 2 of those 4 operators every single round. In fact, this Maestro Echo Smoke combo rather has seen quite a lot of play together, which is why the defenders are winning as much as they are, or at least Nip has been.
Yeah, I mean, it wasn't as good for Team 1 on the defensive half. I mean, okay, Team 1 got 3 rounds out of defense.
That's a loss on Clubhouse,
yeah,
especially with the operators that are available.
And Nip has gotten 3 rounds in the first 3 rounds. for defense. They just lost their first defense. That was the round we just witnessed. So right now, Nip's set up for a better record, and of course, that's what's going to make the difference for them if they manage to win this. It could be, it's entirely possible that somehow Nip falters, and they toss these 2 rounds in the trash, and T1 sweeps up, and we get a 6-6. That can happen. Not gonna, say that's not a possibility. It's just unlikely. It seems like Nip has got this on lock. They lost 2 players early in the last round, and that's why they lost the round. So much utility, so much denial just done away with, but also most importantly, the manpower. Again, because of the positioning that was allowed for Team 1, they really couldn't lose. I don't know. We'll see. Nip can keep going basement, though, which again is Nip's best bomb site, until they win a round. So if Nip really wants to, they could just keep hammering their heads against this bomb site until it's a victory. They also have options. They can go pretty much anywhere else, too, if they want. So it's not like Nip is really strapped for options. It's not like they're worried about the potential outcome of this. I think that they could just wait out this last minute, in fact, and win the round. Somewhat successful impact as it got some of the X-Gyros. I don't think there's going to be an attempt number 2, so the drop-down will get opened.
That's actually really weird. The 3 X-Gyros that went off did not destroy any of the remaining X-Gyros. Did they change it?
Yeah, they changed it.
It used to...
Because, they wanted to fix that.
How recent, though? Because I feel like that happened to me like a month or 2 ago.
And something like that, yeah. This is a push from Rise, and there goes Pino. No one watching blue.
All right.
Legion Trap does do some damage, but not enough to get the kill, obviously. Muzi's trying to re-engage, as he actually was the person who was supposed to hold blue.
Rise quarreled so long that he is only on 2 HP. Falls finds 1 as well, so Team 1 very firmly in the driver's seat. Make that a second for Falls. Plant going down, knocked off by the Yokai drone. It's going to get disabled to the EMP. Julio swings out. Can he stop them? Yeah, he grabs 1, but he's the only man left, and he is done and dusted. 2 in a row for Team 1. They are managing to dig themselves out of this hole at just the right time. Only 1 round left, so we're going to need all 12 rounds to settle this. Ninjas in Pajamas, after losing Church twice, will almost assuredly go somewhere else. The good news was they had success on CCTV Cash and success on Gym Master. Where are they going to go? I suspect, there you go, CCTV Cash.
Yeah, okay. That round, I got to place squarely on Muzi's shoulders. His job in that scenario was almost undoubtedly to hold onto blue, and he left blue. Assuming that nobody would push it, somebody did. It was Rise. Rise managed to disrupt that hold so much that the rest of the take into Arsenal was almost unhindered from Team 1. And pretty easy assault, gotta say. They managed to start their plant. It didn't actually go down in the end, I don't think, because it didn't need to. Because all the players on Ninjas in Pajamas were eliminated before that could happen. Good attack from Team 1. Really lackluster hold from Ninjas in Pajamas, especially by blue. Clash being brought out here from Ninjas in Pajamas on the Cash defense. Wonder where Clash is going to go. Think maybe Garage? Makes sense, I guess. If you can slow down the ascent of the staircase in Garage, then you can play a long angle from Cash with an ACOG and shoot someone coming up those Garage stairs. So you can hold Garage outside of Garage. And that means also that you're not exposing like a Maestro, for example. So if Muzi stands on top of the Cash desk in A,
10 seconds to go.
opens up a hole through the A wall, the AB wall, and also the Garage wall, then he can see the staircase clear as day. Imagine Julio on the catwalk zapping people away. I don't know, it's just a theory. I don't know what's going to happen. Ninjas in Pajamas will show us. But, you know, there's a lot of use cases for Clash on this site. And you could even, you could throw on the stairs. You could just stay there the whole round and slow down things on the site.
I just hate to be a naysayer, but you've got the match on the line and you haven't ran a Clash at all. I mean, Clash has seen so little play. It's very, very risky. Like, unless this is, you have practiced this and it's always worked in scrims and you know that it's we need these 3 points, break it out, we wanted to save this kind of deal, which it could be.
Even in my head, that's a risk.
That's a huge risk, right?
Yeah.
I mean, the other thing, too, to keep in mind for people that are watching is that when we get critical of these plays, i.e. a Clash being brought out at the 11th hour in a must-win match for Ninjas in Pajamas already, as they've lost the plot.
Yeah, the season's not been perfect.
No.
But it's early still, I guess.
They've lost the plot to Team 1. What should have been an easy hold-off after 3 rounds in a row. Nip have, taken their foot off the gas pedal. We don't know. Ninjas in Pajamas could have run a Clash in many scrims.
And be totally used to it.
And always won. Had great success. And they're saying, all right, you know, we didn't want to show this. Maybe we'll save it for 6 Invitational, but we got to win this because we want to go to whichever, you know, location the LAN is going to be in Season 11. Who knows?
Yeah.
Maybe, but I still think it's a gamble.
Yeah, because you're taking one gun off the board, and you're not really sure how it's going to work against Team 1, because you might do it in scrims, but who does it work here is the question. Interestingly, Team 1 have brought a Maverick, which is actually going to work really good for them in this round, as they've already opened up the server wall.
The only operator, though, that Team 1 has that will work effectively against the Clash is going to be Ryze, and if you can bleed the utility out from that Zofia, then only an EMP will be able to slow the Clash of Julio down.
I think that Clash is well positioned for this take, though. Look at this. 3 people coming into Workshop, and Clash is set up to slow them all down as we hit the last minute. Workshop wall's not even open yet. I think that might have been an impact trick.
I think so as well. I mean, Fellapox looking to be very cheeky-breaky and get on in through the opening that was created out on top of CCTV. But he's not going to be able to do much just yet. You hear Ryze get some damage on in. Pino goes down to Lukid, and now this is where trouble is going to start brewing for Julio. There are 3 members just rushing in. He's going to slow him down. 2 of them. He's going to get pushed on up. And there comes Psycho to the rescue. Kamikaze gets in on it as well, but Raduk picks up 2 kills. Julio is getting stunned out of his mind. He's going to put the shield on his back and somehow get Ryze. Psycho picks up another.
Oh, Psycho!
No! He goes as his name would suggest, Psycho, and he manages to single-handedly save the round, and with it, the match. Ninjas in Pajamas manage to take the matchup. Absolutely incredible play. It's another 7-5, but it doesn't matter how close it gets. 3 big points for Nip.
Everyone on Team 1 preoccupied, obsessed with Julio on the Clash, and Psycho, meanwhile, standing right next to Clash in a corner behind a shield, manages to pick up almost every single kill in that round. What a clutch from Psycho, what a distraction from Julio, and what a absolute toss away from Team 1. They had perfect site control, and what did they decide to do? Oh, let's rush the last 2 players. Why not? We have a strong man advantage.
The picks that came from Nip seemed to be everywhere but the push that came into Cash. And because of that, it looked like from what we saw, Psycho was staying inside of either Garage or CCTV. And because he's there, he can watch and get the calls from Julio, who tried to escape.
He was at the top of stairs the whole round, I think.
Was he?
Yeah, he was just sitting there. He was sitting at the top of stairs behind the reinforcement with the shield in the hallway. And as everyone from Team 1 rushes him, he's just killing one on the rotation, killing one in the hallway, killing one on the rotation, killing one in the hallway, pivoting on his position because everyone's trying to kill the Clash for some reason.
So I started blasting.
Exactly, and that's Psycho. But why didn't Team 1 even try to plant? They went bloodthirsty.
I think they were too worried about taking the Clash off because you know that if you're planting, the Clash is going to make you pay for it. You saw the 2 stuns go off. Ryze did an exceptional job of not wasting that Zofia utility. And the moment that they saw that there was a Clash on the board, I am almost certain that there was a call that was made. Ryze, don't burn through your utility. Don't burn through your gadget. We're going to need it. Unfortunately, it was all for naught. A really close attempt from Team 1. They desperately needed a single point. They still don't have one through 3 play days. They will end the day in 8th place. 3 big points for Ninjas in Pajamas. But we got 2 more matches to go. We're only halfway there. Yeah. Up next, Black Dragons versus FaZe Clan. But first, a break. Welcome back to the second half of our third play day here in Latin America. My name's Intero. This is Kickstar. We're live in the Katowice studio, and we have Black Dragons versus FaZe Clan up next.
Yeah, so this will be an interesting one. Black Dragons, of course, if you look far back on their history, they aren't like one of those teams that you expect to go up top. FaZe is. So far through this season, I should say, BD has one draw, one loss, and nothing else going for them. Meanwhile, FaZe has yet to lose. Why is words hard now? I don't know if BD has what it takes to take FaZe to a win here for BD. It seems like Black Dragons is going to have a struggle here. WAG, Live, Hornetown, Lagonis, and PZD. This roster, again, yet to see success so far through this season. True success. They've got a single point, so at least they're doing better than Team 1, but that's not much to say. And we're only just starting out the season, so there's plenty of time for BD to recover, but thus far, it's been a struggle.
Their single point came against Elevate, who were one of the weaker teams, or at least considered to be, after their show of strength earlier against INTZ. Maybe that was not the case, but Black Dragons had a different look-up. And Lagonis, who's a streamer who actually has a charm in the game, we saw it in the previous matchup.
Yeah.
He's coming in and replacing Seiya. So now this Black Dragons roster has a completely different look than it did for most of last season. Their opponents, though, are a roster that doesn't have a new look and have in fact been very, very consistent. Astro, Yuna, Mav, Cameraman, and Ion will make up FaZe Clan's roster. They have been one of the undisputed top teams in this region for many seasons, at least as far back as I can remember, if you stretch back to when they used to play on Font Gaming, for crying out loud, when I first started casting back in Season 6. So a lot of lineage on this team, a lot of history. That Astro, Mav, and Cameraman core has been together forever. Yuna came onto that team many, many seasons ago. Ion spent, 2 seasons with them now? Somewhere along those lines?
It's been there for long enough to really make a name for himself, and I think FaZe as well as a roster, their consistency has been one of the biggest keys to their success in my mind, because they make changes on the roster less than most teams. Now, I'm not just talking less than some Latin American teams. I mean less than some North American teams as well, even some European teams. FaZe is a really stable roster so far from what we've seen. And that doesn't mean that they always meet success, but it does mean that they can establish some form of consistency that some other teams, especially the ones that surround them, fail to establish. So that's a really good edge for FaZe, and it's one that I don't think is talked about enough. When you have a consistent roster, it really does continue to build up your synergy. Where are we going to play? Map veto stage? We'll find out.
Coastline was our very first map. Then we followed up with Clubhouse. Coastline and Clubhouse are the very first 2 bands, so we're going to go somewhere else. It's going to be another C map. It's going to be Consulate. So we're seeing some great diversity here between these teams.
Not on the letters, though.
No, they're all C's.
All 3 of the C maps have been
just like my report card, all C's. We don't talk about those dark days.
It's okay. It's all right, partner.
Chronic underachiever, okay? It's not the grades that.
You know what though?
Man.
You're a great caster.
Also starts with a C.
Yeah. Yes.
Can't escape it.
Yeah. Letters.
You know, like that Sesame Street, like today's letter of the day.
C.
C. So.
I don't know where we're going to go with that one. I think it's hit the end.
I think that was the conclusion.
So we're going to be playing on Consulate. Who do you think is going to win this one?
Pick up on it. That's fine.
Conclusion. I didn't want to, Parker.
74% of you think that FaZe Clan, FaZe up, as they say. 21% think Black Dragons, 5% of a draw. That is one-sided.
Yes, very. But I mean,
yes.
This is one of the few times where I would even go so far as to say that is, I mean, it makes sense. 74 for FaZe. They should win this. It is FaZe's match to lose. Let's be really clear about that one. BD could step up here and have a really amazing performance, and maybe they go toe-to-toe with FaZe and bring it to a really close round, but it is really on FaZe to lose this one, straight up. No questions asked. They're not a team that's like an upstart. Like, we're not looking at an in situation where it's like, oh, maybe they haven't fully proven themselves yet. It's FaZe. They should win this. If they don't, people will be very surprised.
Yeah, Lagonis coming in as well to play on Black Dragons. There might be some growing pains there. We didn't see that from Alamo. He fit in quite well on that INS roster. But Lagonis coming in, there might be some, first match shakes. He just turned 18. Fair. He's a high-level player. You can watch him on stream. He plays really well in a tough region to play ranked on. Let's be completely honest. He manages to keep lockstep with his opponents. I've watched his streams a couple times. Seems like a nice enough guy. The question is, how does he fit into that Black Dragon system? Now, Seiya has not really been a player or a consistent player or a staple on a team. I think all the way back to, it was a boot camp I think he was on many seasons ago. And now, well, I would say that Lagonas is a possible upgrade over the way that somebody who primarily plays as a coach in Seiya is going to be on that team. The question is how do you adjust against, the indisputed best team in Latin America online?
At least right now.
Because I know a lot of Liquid fans will take some umbrage with that and say that, FaZe is the best Liquid is.
You could say that. You could say your own opinion there, but what we do know is that FaZe is in first.
And FaZe online has been to more lands than Team Liquid. Liquid didn't make it to Tokonami. Liquid didn't make it to Milan, for example. So these are things to consider, just in our defense. Not that Liquid is a bad team. You don't need to take offense to it. Liquid is a very good team. And on LAN, Liquid are an absolute behemoth. We're talking about online. Let's get underway, though, with this matchup. Match number 3 of the day, as we will get into the latter portion of our broadcast, with FaZe starting on defense. And then we get the very first ban. Say goodbye, Capitan.
Parker, I just know that someone's not going to listen to the second part of what you were saying there, and they're going to be like, actually, Liquid won, and they're the only Latin American team who has at a season final. And then the whole online point will have been lost.
I don't care.
It's going to happen.
I don't. You know how much I care?
Not at all?
Not at all.
Ooh.
Don't care one bit. Don't care one bit, people.
Spicy. Oh, wow. Speaking of spicy.
Is that the first time we've seen it? I think that might be the first time we've seen an IQ.
That I know of. She's an uncommon ban.
Very uncommon.
On Consulate, she makes sense. This means that a Valkyrie ban is important and... Why would you ban IQ if you're also going to ban Valkyrie? You ban an IQ to force a Valkyrie ban, or then on the defense, there's a strong advantage for the defenders because they could throw all their Valkyrie cams outside and they don't have to worry about them getting shot. Echo is also banned from FaZe, but that is common. They usually ban Echo.
And Hibana are by far and away their 2 most popular bans.
Yeah, so the Echo makes total sense from FaZe. FaZe hates Echo. So... Valkyrie and Echo both being banned, IQ being banned, then this is, okay, the only thing that this IQ ban is going to have effect on now is, like, shooting other assorted electronics through the floor. Vertical play has been slowed down for the attack. Other than that, there's not really a whole lot to say about that IQ ban. I am really surprised that BD banned Valkyrie and IQ. You ban IQ to force a Valkyrie ban on a map like Consulate. If you ban IQ, then the other team doesn't ban Valkyrie. That means the defensive half has a significant advantage here. I'm so confused right now because they basically nullified their own attempted play on the ban phase, and there's no advantage gained.
Let's ban IQ so that we can play Valkyrie all the time.
There's just no advantage gained.
Oh my god, we banned Valkyrie.
You don't leverage anything from that.
It's like that, the meme from Despicable Me, where it's like him at the easel or whatever, and it's like, all right, guys, we need like a real...
Oh, yeah, that one I know.
Blah, blah, and it's like, we want to play a lot of Valkyrie. And then the second panel's like, and the third panel's like, ban Valkyrie. And then the fourth panel's just, it's like, ban IQ. Now we can play Valkyrie. Fourth panel's like, ban Valkyrie. Somebody will surely make it up. I did a terrible job of explaining it. But FaZe's first defense. FaZe's first defense. By the way, Teller's Archives.
Yeah, and I just want to be really clear about something. It's not a bad plan. Basically, what BD did is they just yoinked a part of this play that is common out of the map. That's it. And there's no advantage leverage for either team. They just decided they really didn't like that particular component of a typical attack defense on Consulate. Anyway, so look at that. Actually, Lagonas' charm being run by his teammates now. See, that's a nice little...
Black Dragons does have a charm in the game as well. Keep that in mind. But I guess for his maiden voyage, which we'll call it here in Pro League as Lagonas makes his debut, it's a nice nod. It would be nice to actually see FaZe doing it as well.
I wonder if we'll have any FaZe players running it. Right now, they're using their own charm, which makes a lot of sense. But, we'll see.
FaZe does indeed have skin in the game on Caveira, a Brazilian operator, actually, funny enough.
Yeah.
And it was the first skin to fully reveal her face, if I remember correctly. So,
oh, yeah?
Yeah.
Well, that's interesting. I'm running it right now, but I haven't checked.
No face paint. I think the only face paint is the FaZe F on
her cheek.
Yeah. So
yeah.
There you go. Astro is indeed running Lagonas' charm, so a nod of respect.
FaZe face reveal.
Yeah.
Hornetau on Repel here for paper.
No way, you just said FaZe reveal.
FaZe face reveal. I added the face in, so I didn't get that clever with it. There is potential for a nade here, but of course you're going to need to clear the ADS. That's why the Thermite's here, to throw his flashes to clear the ADS, to allow for the nade. And here it will come from Hornetau. The question is, will it get the Jaeger? The answer is yes, and there goes Astro. Well placed from BD and Hornetow specifically. Great teamwork there between Lagonis, the newest member of the squad, and the Buck. C4 from Mav will miss, so no response from FaZe. And the second C4 from Yuna also missed earlier in the round, though we didn't get to see it, so not a great start for the defensive side. Tellers is a weird site to start on. I'm guessing they were just trying to catch BD off guard. It hasn't seemed to work thus far for FaZe.
We've seen teams do this before, one of which that I can most fondly remember was Vitality versus ENCE many seasons ago, as it was a border defense, and well, they went straight to bathrooms and Tellers, which was not ideal. There's another kill for Black Dragons, answered back with the kill from FaZe Clan, or vice versa, rather. As you lose 2 of the fraggers for FaZe Clan. 45 seconds, Mira inside of the site. Yuna will miss the drone. He's going to also lose and miss out on somebody above him. What a shot on a PZD. As he's got one inside of Visa, he'll tussle with the windows. He knows it's going to be played to his left. Does he open it up? No, there's actually 2 of them. Live sprints on into the site. So it's going to be Ion and Mav now. Mav inside of Circle Desk. Lobby, as some will call it. Plant going down. Ion has a nitro cell. Pops it up, but they've fallen off of the plant. It ends up being a bit of a waste. Mav with the UMP on the main stairs. He'll get gunned down from Spiral, and Live is there to finish off Ion. And Black Dragons on attack will manage to figure out and pick apart this Teller's Archives defense. As unconventional as it may have been for a first sight, doesn't work out for FaZe.
Big thing there is 3 C4s missed. No benefit from the abundance of C4 brought by FaZe, and that really did cost them. Black Dragon's timing was a little bit weird for FaZe. You could see that FaZe was predicting a lot of stuff that never happened, pre-aiming a lot of places that no one ever was, placing C4s where there was no one to, well, catch them from above. So a lot of opportunities missed for FaZe because, again, the timing was just a little bit funky. On the side of Black Dragons, they were pretty quick to take, but then they stuttered a little bit. They stalled and waited for a perfect setup before executing onto the site after clearing out admin office. So I'd say just really good take there from Black Dragons. They didn't lose a lot when clearing above, or anything really when clearing above. And then when they hit the site, there was so much man advantage that, especially with those C4s missing, that FaZe could not bounce back. Now, it'll be a basement defense for the second site here from FaZe. We'll see how they manage. I will say that basement's probably a little bit easier to defend than Tellers. As much as Tellers can catch people off guard, I still think that it is not the best bomb site. But that is just a matter of opinion, I suppose. There are some squads that would strongly disagree. I know G2, for example. G2 really favors going to Tellers at times. It looks like when G2 brings it out, almost every time it looks like that they're trying to secure the win. They usually bring it out late in a match, as opposed to what we just saw from FaZe. Different in strats.
This is silly.
Yeah, you don't see that very often.
That's silly.
It's the sort of thing that gets punished more often than not for the defenders.
Almost did get punished. You could hear the bullet sail over his head.
Bad timing there on the peak from Lagonis, but he almost hit it.
When was the last time we saw Mira on the garage door?
We don't see Mira played even when she's not banned on this map because how useful is she really? On the garage panel, she can deny the wall getting opened up because you can impact trick the exothermics, or you can C4 the exothermics, depending on what you've got available. So yeah, I mean, you could outright deny the garage getting opened with that mirror window.
Yuna loves his mirror play, though, so it shouldn't shock the world that they're going to stick on that for FaZe's defenses.
Very good with a Vector as well.
Yes, whether it be on Goyo, who is unbanned. Echo and Valk are the 2 defensive bans, as you can see on your screen, with IQ. Yes, that is correct. There's not a mistake. IQ and Capitao being the bans here.
Ooh, Ion's position is known. You could tell by the angle Hornetow is trying to use there. Or maybe, I think it's known. They must have droned him, and they're waiting for Ion to move. A lot of delay work coming in here. Hornetow going to drone again just to see if the Maestro's still there. Yuna will get a C4, so second round's the charm. Hornetow definitely spotted the Maestro, and now he's setting up on the angle, waiting to punish. He'll actually get off rappel, interestingly.
Here's both of his frag grenades as Ion misses the shots. That could have been good capitalization from Hornetow, and there it goes on the window. Somehow Ion manages to get it against Ion, against Laya. That is incredible. I don't know exactly what Ion was doing there, but he manages to pull it off. That's an impeccable play. This one-man stand up top so far has been unable to be thwarted by Black Dragons. Still on Repel, as Ion will now see a pressure from Bathroom, rather. Words are hard. You mentioned it yourself.
Yes.
Missed opportunities from Ion. Wog takes out Astro. Ion's going to head for the hills, but he's not going to get away from Lagonis. There you go. On hard breach duty, Lagonis will get his pick onto Ion. Mav still downstairs. I don't think he's been droned out either. Keep in mind that this is a garage defense. Those panels have not been opened up. So you spend a minute and 50 seconds, give or take, in order to take that second floor control as time continues to bleed away. You've done nothing to take cameraman out of the bathroom on main floor. Mav is still downstairs with tons of information because he's got that cardiac sensor up. It's a 3v3. There goes the garage panel finally. No, that's actually a back hatch. So the call's been made from Black Dragons that they're not going to be able to tackle those 3 panels on the garage. You'll leave that for now. They're inside a piano, looking to open up in the bathroom. Hornetau's in, he's a skeleton key out. That's a mistake from cameraman. Does he not hear the wall blow next to him? And there's a soft hatch above as well. Mav will have to watch. Toss out the C4, double duty. He gets Lagonis down. Someone will need to retrieve diffuser, but nobody's in any position to do so. Hornetau might be able to take out Mav, but he's not going to be able to find the final kill. And by the skin of their teeth, FaZe will hang on.
That's a big note, though. By the skin of their teeth. That was a really close round, and it seemed like Black Dragons was going to be able to recover it. The big moment, I think, where the momentum shifted towards Black Dragons, in fact, is cameraman inside a bathroom, struggling to hold on and delay for just a few more seconds. That was a close one for sure. But luckily, Mav was in the right position at the right time with the right utility. C4 to deny the plant at the front of White. That was the determining factor for the round outcome, and FaZe managed to keep alive because of it. Well done to FaZe. Good job to Mav. And 1-1 is the scoreline as we move to the middle floor. We're seeing Lobby being favored a lot more lately by not only Latin America, but also pretty much everyone who's playing console these days.
Attackers need to locate and defuse as many bombs as
I mean,
they can.
it comes in waves. I don't know. We've been watching Consulate for long enough where we see middle floor get used more than everyone else, or all the other sides. We get bottom floor, top floor. It just rotates through over and over and over again. Just comes down to what people are doing in scrims and what they think is best.
So if we go the 4 matches that you and I have, or 4 playdays that you and I have casted, because this is playday number 4.
This is number 5.
Oh yeah, that's right.
We did
Yeah,
EU,
right.
LATAM,
Yeah,
NA.
you're right. My pages were stuck together.
We're in EU and then LATAM. Your pages were stuck together?
Yeah. So our first
That darn
playday-
notebook.
I know. I'm a sucker for real paper.
Yes.
It's cathartic, I feel. Anyway, our first playday there was no consulate.
Moving to defuse a bomb.
Our second playday there was no consulate. Obviously not in vogue here. Our third playdate, we got to see consulate once. It was TSM versus E United, and we saw Lobby get defended 3 times in 10 rounds. All right.
So that's middle of the pack.
Middle of the pack, not bad. Almost a third of the defenses were on Lobby. We saw Consulate twice yesterday. BDS versus Vitality, there was only 9 rounds, but we saw Lobby 3 times, so exactly a third. And then we saw G2 versus Fours on Consulate. We only saw Lobby 1 time from G2. Fours only went to console, office, and
So it's like,
garage.
on average, middle of the pack as far as sites go
It's
these days.
keeping pace pretty well.
It's more popular than it used to be.
Yep. Very much so. Astro on the top of yellow stairs as we now turn our focus in towards round number 3 with an even 1-1 scoreline for both teams. Astro on yellow stairs, uniquely sitting with all 3 ADS in one position, and I don't think they can be taken from above. I don't know why he got out of there as quickly as he did, because I think there's still some ADS charges that could.
It might have been burnt fully. I'm not sure.
That's a lot of utility to eat through if that's the case.
Yeah, if they ate up that entire... No, it couldn't be. It couldn't be, because they might have used the flashes on live, and maybe WAC has them as well? I'm not 100% sure. They definitely only used... I can only see lives that have been used. Yuna will get the first kill there onto Lagonis, the newest addition to Black Dragons. So there goes your Hard Destructor. That's a lot of loss here for the attacking side. The roamers are still upstairs. So while BD have gotten some top 4 control, they haven't gotten full control, and they're going to struggle with the retake upstairs later in the round if they don't actually lock that down. They do have air jabs, so that'll help.
Could be another reason why we saw the Jaeger fall off in Astro. So early on is that this is a lobby defense. You don't need to hold yellow stairs until the very end, and you're very likely going to have somebody take yellow stairs from the main floor. A second kill from FaZe as Black Dragon's guns have not woken up in this round.
Yeah.
It's a 5v3 with a minute to go.
2 kills unanswered pretty much secures the round for a team usually, unless those 3 players work some kind of miracle, especially when you're as the defenders. You can just wait it out if you're FaZe.
Lagonis being the first death is particularly troubling because he's the single hard breacher on the team. You've still got lots of fragging potential from Black Dragons. You got a C8 on the board, you have the ARX on the board, you have the C7E on the board. So Black Dragons have good guns. Wog unable to hit his shots onto the Jaeger. PZD will land one onto Yuna though, and Wog losing the fight to Astro, but actually trading. We've been seeing a lot of those recently. Yeah. So just the Jackal and the Buck left in a 2v3. C4 goes off and Hornetow just narrowly evades it. Is he going to do the same thing he did last time around by rushing into the bathroom? No. He eats up a bunch of damage. Takes out Mozzie. Beautiful shot. PZD is there. Shotgun in hand. Black Dragons could be able to win this one. And there you go. Ion inside of the bathroom is not going to be able to make it out alive. It was a 3v2, and it ends up becoming a 0v2 as Black Dragons gets every single one of the final kills without losing anybody. They managed to win that round. They're up 2-1.
Definitely a round that I would describe as being in FaZe's pocket. And I guess they trip and fell because it fell out. I'm not really sure what happened there. All I do know is that Black Dragon started fragging out, and FaZe had no response. The curious thing is that FaZe put themselves up too early. 2 kills. 5 versus 3 to begin the comeback from BD, and then it becomes suddenly, like you said, a 2 versus 0. So that's really strange. FaZe not holding on to their angles correctly, not engaging in the right fights or as a unit, which is really big. There's also a lot of moments where there were BD players completely exposed to crossfires, and the crossfire never came out. For example, Hornetow, when he dropped into meeting, the Pulse was challenging from yellow stairs. Hornetow didn't even know. He thought he was getting shot from below, and he's shooting through below to try and counter the Pulse, who's shooting supposedly from below, but it's actually yellow stairs. So that Pulse could have easily killed Hornetow, and then there you go, round over. It's a strange thing that we saw there. A lack of confidence bleeding through is what I'm noticing for FaZe. And if you're a FaZe fan, you just gotta hope that that does not persist through the entirety of this match, because if it does, then the pure skill on FaZe is probably gonna get them some rounds here and there. But if they're playing without confidence, FaZe will not win this. Castle being brought on the top 4, and it's the old school Castle strat. This is one of the original Castle strategies that started to make Castle slightly more popular in the meta. You can do things like cut off just the right angles and only those, and then set up your site to be more favored towards the defense. In this case, you see that castle barricade by the CEO door. That's the biggest one on this site. It means that the defenders are going to be able to play by the big desk a little bit more easily. They've brought a clash as well, which is going to augment this strategy in a new way, because we haven't seen, when we used to see this strategy pulled out a lot, which was actually, it was very popular. This was before Clash came out, before ban phase even existed. It was a different time in Siege history.
Castle set up as well over on Connector with the rotate next to it. And then they get Castle off bathroom, and they put a rotate at the top of yellow, and they maybe Castle off double doors, they shoot at the bottom of the bathroom. There's a lot of things they could have done.
They got a lot of choices with the Castle on the top 4.
Yes.
But this is the, again, this is the old school one right here.
Can't tell if there's a rotate from that perspective that we just had in the bathroom, and the spectator cannot hear us in Latin America, so that is often.
I think it's just shut down, because
they might have completely walled off the bathroom.
The way they're setting this up, it looks like Mav is supposed to deny yellow stairs, and that's why they've got the castle barricade by Big Desk, so that it's easier for him to not get flanked from CEO or Pell.
You can hear that they finally burned all the ADSs at the top of yellow too, so they can send frag grenades in, they can send air jabs in. Mind, air jabs do get taken by ADSs. There goes some of the comfort and security that Mav is holding on to, and yes, indeed, a very smart play to take out the wall and bathroom, which means that Mav will have to fall back, because that class shield, while very strong head-on, doesn't provide you the best security from the side, and that's exactly what will happen. Also, the castle barricade and the double doors leading into bomb site B has been removed as well. Black Dragons haven't been able to do much in terms of kills in this round, but their objective play and their utility usage has been very, very strong.
A little bit of a reactionary mouse one there from Mav. He is between a rock and a hard place with these crossfires. The awareness from BD is truly impressive. The big thing, though, is that BD has not managed to get any picks yet, and there's still site denial, still plant denial. No C4s in play here, but roamers who can retake from yellow and deny the plant using those yellow walls, which have likely been opened up. There's also Evil Eyes in the bomb site, and smoke gas canisters that can be thrown in to deny the plant. So as we hit the last 40 seconds, yes, BD have done a good job dealing with the clash, but they haven't even killed him, and there's not enough site control for a plant.
This is a tough spot for Mav to be in. The target prioritization as he's smoked off exactly in the middle, confronts PZD. Yuna gets opening pick. It's going to be very, very late. And Yuna will be relying on Mav to be that literal shield in front of him. Cameraman on the run out, takes down Hornetow. Wag trades off Astro. They both lose one. PZD down below, trying to figure out if he can catch that castle that went for the run out. But with 15 seconds left, BD is scrambling to make something work. They don't have an advantage. They didn't need it in the last round. They still managed to take the damn thing, but they're going to lose even more now as down goes Wog, down goes PZD, and live, down he goes as well. FaZe Clan managed to win the round. They'll tie it up 2-2.
That was a really beautiful bait and switch. So FaZe set up specifically screaming, we're not aggressively holding CEO. One of the biggest downfalls of Castle barricading that doorway into CEO between it and Big Desk is that when you do that as a defensive team, you lose a little bit of traction on the CEO bomb site itself. And normally what then would happen is, okay, well that's fine, we're going to do that, and our way of holding CEO will be C4s from below. But in this case, not so. C4s from below were not utilized from FaZe. And Black Dragons actually droned that out. They noticed, oh, there's no C4s underneath. Well, that's odd. And then the BD decides, okay, well, we'll just go for a plant. We'll just rappel in and easy plant, easy round. But they couldn't do that because gas canisters, number one. Maestro on a shield all the way by long desk, number two. Clash, slowing things down for the yellow stairs push, number three. And then the run out from the garage panel by the castle and the Jaeger, number four. Then a retake from yellow stairs distracts the rest of the attackers who are alive. But at this point, there's only 20 seconds as the fifth point. So every single player on FaZe was focused on denying a CEO plant because they knew it would happen because they baited Black Dragons into it. And while I think that BD did a pretty good job of reading that strategy and attempting to counter it, it wasn't a good enough job just because of how heavily FaZe stacked on the expectations of the expectation rather of a CEO take. So really, I gotta say, a smart setup from FaZe and a well-earned round that deserves some appreciation. It'll be basement for the next round from FaZe.
Things were working so well for Black Dragons, too. The way they opened up the bathroom wall, the way they burned the ADSs and they had clearance to be able to take yellow, the way that they opened up the castle barricaded double doors. But I think that they expended too much of that utility and didn't have anything to deal with the clash.
I mean, yeah, they didn't have anything to do with the clash. That was a big problem.
That was a big
problem. And then there was the Maestro, the smokes.
I'm sorry, I wasn't done talking.
Oh, I'm sorry. Continue.
No, I'm done talking.
Okay.
Spitefully, I will not answer you. First kill is going to go to Hornetow.
You're an indignant Parker.
I'm very indignant. It is unfounded, self-righteous indignance. But you know what?
I feel bad for putting you there.
That doesn't stop me.
There goes Ion, like you said.
Ion died. Could you believe that?
Dead.
You almost didn't hear his death over my indignation.
Sorry, what was the point you were trying to make? We've kind of lost the plot here. But
I was trying to say that all of what Black Dragon structured their I guess, initial entry on used so much utility that they didn't have much to deal with the clash after that. And you could see the way that they smoked off the middle was designed to force Mav to pick a lane. And Mav didn't have to. He had Yuna behind him, and Black Dragons weren't able to really follow up on it. Then Cameraman went for the run out because Black Dragons were so focused on the clash, which they didn't have the tools to do anything with her. I can imagine their comms were a mess, and because of this, there's nobody watching flank, which is what allowed Cameraman with the impact on the castle to take full advantage of that. So as we were commenting Black Dragons, what they did was very swift and correct, but they didn't take into account one other factor. Just as Black Dragons didn't take into account that Lagonis gets downed, FaZe Clan still have an advantage here, and Lagonis will get picked up. So that exothermic charge can still go on the wall. That could have gone from bad to worse.
Well assessed, Parker.
Attackers recovered the bomb diffuser.
I appreciate the comment now after you had stopped me from speaking.
No problem.
Silence no more.
Drop down opened up. C4 pre-placed. Mav is in a position to call that pre-placed C4. His C4 will land onto live. Yuna is just waiting to detonate his own. Cameraman still in bathroom doing work this time. He'll get one. Wag will respond, though, onto Yuna, so that second C4 not going to benefit FaZe in this round. Mav with the UMP is the only anchor right now. Cameraman can still drop, though, and he could be a thorn in the side of the last attackers. But as Mav is eliminated by Hornetow, it's all on camera. And this is not an ideal position for him, but he might be able to deny the plant as he flanks from yellow. It's been red, though. There's the nade. The plant's going down, not exposed to yellow. And he's peeked from the hatch. He gets the planter. That's diffuser down. With 12 seconds left, his position is red by the air jab detonating at the top of Spiral. That's going to call out where Cameraman is, but I believe he might rotate. No, he's committed to Spiral, and the second air jab is going to cost Cameraman denying this plant. So this could cost Cameraman also, by extension, the round, as it is a post-plant on basement. Almost the third air jab detonated there, but not quite. Now Cameraman needs to find 2 targets in the remaining few seconds for this diffuser as it ticks away, and he's being too thorough, to be honest.
It's totally blind, right? And
no information.
Yeah, it's not going to go anywhere.
Nice try there from Camera, though.
Lockout from Black Dragons, and just very routine hold.
Yeah.
Hitting every single air jab along the way, except for the last one, and then not having any intel. It's a really difficult spot for Cameraman to be in. Mav peeked onto the breach that was in the garage, not expecting somebody to be on yellow, and he got punished for it. He was at a UMP from a great distance, going up against ACOGs. With a UMP, you lose that battle. You lose that battle 9 times out of 10. So, you know what is funny? I went into the YouTube comments earlier today, because every now and then I like to mosey over there. I like to go into that realm.
Are you a masochist?
Sometimes I just want punishment, Michael.
Okay.
Sometimes I just want to be punished.
Well, it's a good way to learn a lesson.
Yeah, so I went into the YouTube comments, and it was funny because I was, can't remember what match it was. It was a very recent one. And somebody was like, it's very obvious that these casters don't like each other, and that the tension on screen really detracts from the broadcast. So many times one of them will make a joke and the other will just not respond to it, oftentimes leading to animosity and hostility. It would be great if they found people with chemistry, blah, blah, because it's tough to view 2 people who clearly don't like working with each other. And I was looking at it being like,
Are they watching the same broadcast?
I was like, what are you watching?
Well, I mean, it's true. I absolutely hate your guts. Of course, Parker.
I mean, I'm gonna be honest with you. I dwell often on the just sheer amount of hatred that I possess for you.
I just talk about you all the time behind your back to all of my friends and how much I hate you.
I'm going to be honest with you. All the comments I pay behind your back are total lies. They are not heartfelt at all. They are fiction.
Absolutely. Yeah, I couldn't agree more. I'm in the same boat here.
So the people that think that, it does very much astonish me, the amount of people who don't understand that the ebb and flow of our jokes is or the yin and yang of our jokes is it's I will say something deliberately corny that is horrible, and then you respond with the usual reaction of that's horrible, and I act offended that you're offended. And then people are like, wow, these guys really don't like each other. And I was like, I'll take what is humor for 800, Alex?
I don't know. I mean, I'm not the expert on humor, so for me, I can't pitch in here. But, you know, I'd say Parker's usually pretty good at that sort of stuff. So, yeah.
Hit or miss.
No, I'd say you're good at that stuff. Got the charisma and the funnies.
I mean, I think we all have to have charisma in order to do this job, right? But
I mean, I'm proof of not having any of that.
I was very charismatic the way you strung that together. No.
Thank you. Learning.
Speaking of funny, not funny is being jackal-tracked as Cameraman is. And now you're getting marks as well on the stairs, an ADS place that is being juggled by Astro as he sets an ADS down, then picks it up so that it can't be burned through.
It's the trio ADS.
It's the same thing that we saw last time around, as it is a lobby defense for FaZe, and they are replicating the success that they found on yellow stairs. Mav swings on in, down goes Lagonis. Black Dragons has added insurance, and Wog running the Hibana, so you don't have just a single hard breacher from Black Dragons. You do have a second if required, but Lagonis is having a bit of a rough first outing here. There goes the other ADS. How many more does Astro have? They've all been expended. Has he been blinded on the stairs? There's an upside down rappel. It looks like he might be blind. Maybe not. He's in tough shape. And Hornetow has him on watch. There's a frag grenade with his name on it. Picked the wrong side.
And he missed it.
And I think it hit the banister, actually.
Yeah.
Look at the time. There's 1 minute and 10 seconds left. That is it. and they still have not taken yellow control. So Black Dragons are really struggling here to transition.
Yeah, Mav's calling out a lot of information here by bench hallway as well. PZD will get Astro, so the player on yellow stairs, the Jaeger, finally dies. He wasted 2 minutes and an abundance of utility, plenty of HP chipped away from Black Dragons, and you can genuinely say that that is a excellent roam from Astro, even though he didn't get a kill there. He enabled a kill for Mav elsewhere onto Lagones. And now Black Dragons, with little utility, have to reassess the round after getting yellow stairs because, okay, well, what do they do now? Where are they attacking now? You've got Ion playing in bathroom. He's going to be able to hold on to the A bomb site. He's got a C4. He's got holes prepped for his C4. You've got Mav underneath the A bomb site. He also has a C4. And there's a third from Mozzie who will pre-place it so Mav can call the detonation and detonate. It's a little late, but it still gets it. Cameraman gets Wag, and that's going to be Diffuser on the floor. Live also will get Cameraman downstairs, though, so at least there's some response from BD. The rush coming into sight actually might be able to net the win as Hornetow starts planning in the dying seconds of the round. What a save from Live! He covers the play, but Mav denies it with C4, and FaZe will take the round, despite how close it was.
I don't think anybody bothered Mav down below at all that entire round. He had the chillest round that you could possibly imagine, just cruising. Just cruising down below, if we can use our folksy lingo here. Mav not being droned out, they triple reinforced the panels downstairs so they didn't have to worry about hard destruction dislodging him from the basement. Because there was that early skirmish and because so much time was burned on yellow stairs, Black Dragons, you just don't have enough time left in the round to go downstairs and take care of Mav. And if he gets the right calls, whether he uses his pulse his scanner or not, he's got nitrous in his pocket. You're planting in a spot, especially in pianos, it's a lobby defense. You're planting in a spot where the entire floor, with the exception of the stage, is totally ripe for a C4 to kill you.
Need to locate and defuse as
That was
many
really
bombs
time
as they
management.
can.
And I would even argue that it wasn't Mav who was the most instrumental in that round, it was Astro on yellow stairs. The sheer amount of time, secondary gadgets, and main gadgets that were burned away from that yellow hold. Basically, Astro just waiting. Minute 45. 2 minutes, no problem.
I think that there's a lot to say about the Astro play, but mostly to me it's just Black Dragons putting so much emphasis on it. I mean, at any point there was potential for Astro to be dealt with in other ways, just a more direct confrontation potentially from this upstairs, which was lightly roamed upon by FaZe, or maybe just try to circumvent Astro's position and go for a different attack. I mean, you got choices.
Astro was forced off in the previous lobby defense a couple rounds before that. Why? Because you took the bottom floor of yellow. You went in through vending machines. Now, mind you, that advantage that you would usually get is negated by the fact that Mav was playing aggressively down there. The walls were reinforced. You know that FaZe was heavily invested in holding Garage, so you can't just mow on in.
Hammer was assisting.
And continue up, yeah. So FaZe had fixed that issue that forced Astro off, but if you recall, still in that round before, Astro wasted, what, a minute and a half, and then managed to get over to Visa safely. This time around, Astro just stayed on yellow for not twice as long, but a considerable amount longer. And that's really where the round was won and lost from Black Dragons.
He's setting up that is a calculated flash from Yuna, and it should clear the ADS in Cafeteria, but the Jaeger, who is playing behind the shield live, will move before the nade comes from Mav. I love the way that FaZe set that up. It was practiced and refined, but it was read by Live, so it was not deadly in the end.
You know, that's one thing I kind of wish that we had more of, is the amount of people who pre-place these certain, be they flashes, be they grenades, etc. Ion wins the very first fight against Live. I don't know if Ion deserved that. That probably shouldn't have gone his way. Live was playing that
reactionary
nasty angle, yeah. This is a Teller's Archives defense as well for Black Dragons to start this off, so I don't know what it is, both these teams. They love to go to the site that we see fewer play on. Ion only had a tiny bit of HP left, and the rest of it is claimed by Black Dragons. Set us up at a 4v4. Walks, it's possible pre-place C4.
It'll be underneath paper, so if anyone on the attack goes into paper, or printer as some call it, then that will be when that gets detonated. I wonder if they have info on paper to call that, or if he's just playing it off sound. You could do it either way. There's another C4 on Hornetow. So there's a lot of potential denial from below. A little bit of a pause button being pressed here from FaZe, it seems, because they haven't done much for a while. And there it is. Yeah, that's the paper C4 that was pre-placed by Actually, Actually, no, that's a different C4. That was the...
Wog was the one who pre-placed
yeah.
it. Yeah.
So Hornetow C4ing someone somewhere else, and Cameraman will get Wog, so at least that pre-placed is gone.
Yeah, I was going to say that. Now you can get into paper much easier if that was your concern, if you're FaZe Clan. Still got this angle being held by Lagonis. Down below, bullet holes. That is a tough fight for the attackers to counter-strike on. Mav drops.
Wrong
He
game.
can just... That wasn't a game reference, Michael. It was a word
I know. I'm sorry.
Goon!
10 seconds.
PZD lights up one member of FaZe Clan, does some damage to Mav. His position is given away. He's got a soft wall there as well. Nitro cell for Lagonis, and this should connect. Cameraman eliminates Hornetow, traded off. Diffuser does not go down. Cameraman will have to wrestle. It's in the Viper's nest. Lagonis is only one left. He's up on service stairs. He catches the Jackal from the back and also will get the buck for added good measure. Lagonis, your debut. What a performance from you that round. Making your mark known, and you can see great poise, good calmness, good patience. Black Dragons will take the lead.
The decision-making from the cover player there on FaZe to try and hold the angle from Spiral instead of Visa stairs, very questionable, especially given that he I'm surprised he didn't hear Mira chugging up the Visa stairs. Those 3 armors are really, really loud when they're making rotations, and he had to sprint. Lagonis had to sprint, so I'm not sure why the coverage was poor for FaZe there. Good job to Lagonis for taking full advantage of the opportunity that was presented to him, though. And he was also the one to deny the plant initially, which is a big factor. So props to him. As you said, the debut for Lagonis, really, I think, making a name for himself. He's doing great. He's managed to take a round away from FaZe almost single-handedly. That's big. But really, I put that at FaZe's shoulders. I don't know what they were thinking there. I'm surprised that the information was so little for FaZe that they weren't covering the right angle. I'm curious as well if FaZe had any smokes left on that Jackal. I think they used them earlier in the round, so I'm guessing not. But would have been cool to isolate one angle. Of course, in the heat of the moment, sometimes you forget about that sort of thing, and I'm not really sure, again, if they even had smokes, so it's entirely possible that that's not an option. Anyway, bottom floor defense now for BD, as they are in the lead. Actually, BD have been consistently in the lead. This has been a constant back and forth. BD got the very first round of this match, and then since then, no one has gotten 2 in a row. So we'll see if BD can start a trend here, getting 2 in a row for themselves, or if we're going to see more of the same back and forth. Did they change Mute's voice?
I don't think so. They changed Mira's and Hibana's voice, I believe. I know Mira for sure.
Maybe I just don't listen to Mute very much. It sounded so different for some reason. Droning going into Piano. They're going to want to deal with the player in the bathroom. This has been a staple for both of these teams. Roaming in bathroom on the bottom floor. Just a delay. It is a beneficial position to hold for the defense for sure, but it mostly, again, it comes down to slowing things down. Yuna is not going to be able to open up the drop, or rather, why did I say that? He's not going to be able to open up the wall yet. He can inch a little bit further and get away from the mute jammer. And I think that would be able to open it. There you go, yeah. So, wall open, but only slightly because of the mute jammer, which should be shot after this. I'm not sure what Hornetow's doing. Tempting fate, maybe.
This is rough for FaZe Clan.
A bomb has been located.
Yeah. I mean, well, they still got a lot of time.
Yeah.
So
I'm not sure how they're going to... Oh, my.
That should...
Nav. Okay.
That was a mistake from PZD.
Yeah, that's a hell of a shot. And now Wog is up next. Outside, there's an air jab. He can hear it.
He's looking for Mav. He knows where he is.
That's a tough shot to make with the SMG. You literally get 1 bullet. That's it. You have 1 shot, and that thing is going to hit the ceiling.
Basically a pistol, but with more recoil.
He's just...
In this situation.
Very lightly edging out. Diffuser's going down from Yuna. Astro's in. He's got coverage. There goes Lagonis.
No denial.
No denial whatsoever. The smoke misses, so that's not ideal if you're Black Dragons. Hornetow takes out Astro. It's still an advantage for FaZe, and we know, and we have spoken at length, how challenging it is to retake when it is a console basement defense. Mav rushes on in. He's got the soft destruction that will be needed. Pistol out, he takes out Wog. Obviously the mute not looking. Live is also low on HP, and there's drones in sight to give marks to FaZe. They've got everything going for them. Yuna hits Hornetow as the fadeaway shot, and Live with only 30 HP. Not going to be able to make it out of yellow stairs. FaZe will answer back. No team has won more than a single round in a row. Black Dragons has either led or been tied. FaZe is yet to lead. We're through 8 rounds and it's 4-4.
That was a very routine attack from FaZe, and at no point did I really see Black Dragons start to answer back on the plant. The garage panel was almost ignored from BD. The extent of denial from BD was gas canisters, and they were misthrown from Black Dragon. So, strange setup there. Mav, what he was doing, in case you're wondering, outside, he was using the windows to deny a defender playing inside a piano. By denying someone in piano, he allowed for the plant to go down at the front of white because there's no one shooting the planter from above. Again, the smokes misplaced, no C4s in the site because they were all roaming for some reason. And because of that, there was not any real site denial. The curious thing, and I'm surprised that Black Dragons has not caught on to this trend, Maestro is not banned right now. And the Maestro Evil Eyes going on the floor of Garage, that's quite possibly Maestro's best use case, is when you put those Maestro Evil Eyes on the floor of Garage, because it's really hard to hit a lifeline onto them. Kali is actually really good at dealing with those, but she's not available, so it doesn't matter. You can do Ash charges, but she's not getting played very often in that scenario. So
Twitch and Thatcher tend to be your two best?
Twitch is the best outright.
Absolutely.
Because you can
get
drive her in.
Yeah, she can get under the cars, and it's very challenging for a defender to shoot that Twitch drone once it gets under the vehicle.
She's, of course, not being brought. But the bigger point for me is that the Maestro wasn't there in the first place. Yeah. And that would have been able to deny the plan in that scenario. And that allows you then to have a great roam presence, as BT did. They weren't enabling their own play, is the point I'm trying to get at.
This is going to be a 3-tiered roam from Black Dragons as they set up on console office on that second floor for their third defense. They won on tellers, so it's locked. The lobby is still at their disposal. We've seen 3 lobbies so far through 8 rounds. It's keeping pace with what we expected of it. About roughly a third of the defenses will be towards lobby. PZD looked to be roaming on the bottom floor, but he's made it back to the first floor and now heads up to the second, so maybe Black Dragons have decided against stacking up on every single layer here of Consulate. Trying to burn out the ADSs at the top of yellow. We also saw a couple ADSs alongside a mute jammer being stacked by the reinforced walls of bathrooms. So you'll be able to play the big desk, as you referred to it as, reception, as some people will call it. That'll allow Black Dragons to hang on there, and as long as you got somebody watching either over an admin or even spiral stairs, it's a strong position for the defenders to be able to sit in.
I like big desk, long desk. Do you prefer reception? It seems like an odd spot for reception.
I think it's called console front desk. Well, I mean, it would be the reception for the if it was a real console.
Maybe, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, no, it would be that circle desk or down in the main lobby, wouldn't it?
I guess that's lobby.
Well, yeah, it is lobby. Well, whatever.
Who knows?
Yeah. It is a CEO take from FaZe right now. Castle Barricade strategy being used from Black Dragons the same way that we saw it from FaZe, but they haven't brought the Clash. Instead, they bring the Mira. Hornetau's Castle Barricade opened up. That means the Mira window facing in the bathroom is going to be a little bit harder to play on. PZD downstairs, he can C4 to deny the plant later on. You can also see Wag and Lagonis drop through the drop in A to C4 underneath in B. So there's lots of denial still in play for BD right now, as 3 players could go under to deny that plant behind the desk. And it's already PZD to start things off. He's going to be the one in the main lobby. Wag will hit a long angle shot onto Ion, who repels in, I believe, to try and get the plant. No, maybe not. Maybe he was just on repel. Anyway, a long angle shot hit from Wag. Low HP, though, on the mute. So it'll be hard for him to win any more fights. He's going to rely on that C4 for future engagements. Stun coming out from Astro to get the player on the Castle or not the Castle Barricade, rather the Mira window. PZD from below gets Astro. These unanswered kills from Black Dragons are crucial. Smokes going out. Castle Barricade will also cover this plant attempt. C4 misses as they think it's behind the desk, but Yuna plants in a safe corner. BD now have to retake, but they do have man advantage, so it's doable. Second C4 misses in this round, and the denial from BD was poorly managed. Angle will open up from Skylight from Mav. It's going to be really hard to get that diffuser disabled. Yuno on the diffuser will get one. Mav another from above. Live entry into the site will eliminate Yuna, the planter, but can he get the players on the Skylight? Again, this is a very difficult challenge for the defense. As Live continues to challenge, he will be downed. Tries to stick it there. As you know, pros don't fake. PZD, now the last defender, with so little HP, has almost no chance to win this. An excellent execute from FaZe. I gotta say, really impressive plant there. The smokes were crucial.
You talk about smokes not being all that effective too, and we mentioned the two maps that we tend to see them on Cafe and Coastline, but don't ever count out Consulate, especially on that main lobby, especially Garage. We do see some smoke play here. It doesn't always happen all that often. It really depends on how you want to play it. Cameraman was an incredible player in that particular round with the way that he was able to just bob and weave his way through, and how brazen a play that is for FaZe to get that diffuser down despite the odds and despite the numbers for Black Dragons. The moment that you head up to that skylight, barring a miracle shot, you're not going to shake them off of the skylight. The attackers have an advantage for such a long time, and as long as the diffuser is within reach, you're not going anywhere.
It's also the first time we saw 2 rounds in a row.
And the first time that FaZe has won 2 rounds in a row, and the first lead of the game that FaZe has. So there's 3 rounds left, 2 rounds for a win for FaZe. Could still see a draw, very much well within the realm of possibility here. Console Office and Garage will still be available. Tellers is now open as well, and it's going to be a Garage defense. It did not go very well for Black Dragons in round number 8 when they were here. They struggled after the diffuser went down. 2 rounds in a row. Objective play has been strongly in favor of FaZe. Will they be able to do it again?
I know I'm beating this dead horse a little bit too much, maybe, but I do think that Maestro would be a really good option here for Black Dragons, especially considering they want to roam so much. So to reiterate my point I made earlier, if you bring a Maestro here, he is one of the best operators to allow you as a defensive team to roam more aggressively, to have more players off-site. Because a Maestro can single-handedly at least slow up a push into the Garage, and then later in the round, deny a plant outright. It's not a guessing game, right? It's not like, oh, are my smokes gonna land? If you're missing your shots with your Evil Eye, I guess that's really on you, and you can position them so that it's really hard to do that missing. But, I don't know. It, to me, seems like an option and an opportunity that is just forwent by, or foregone.
Foregone conclusion.
They're not bringing it, and I don't see why. Evil Eye, or rather, the Electric Claw is destroyed by the nade, and that will allow Yuna to open up the Garage. The second Electric Claw too slow to react from WAG. He tried, I believe, above, but it just didn't happen.
This is, I was just about to say, this is a bad spot for him to be in, and somehow he manages to get away.
Mm-hmm. Well, I don't think either of those players were on Repel. They were just trying to challenge, maybe?
No, they weren't. Neither were on Repel. They were both on the ground. But I just meant that you just need to put one person upside down Repel, and he's dead.
Yeah, he's pretty much
he's
goner.
He's a gunner. So
Hornetau's trying to deny the Garage. See if he lands his smokes this time.
it's a bad time for him to be able to throw those smokes out unless he can just kind of stave off the inevitable. There goes the other exothermic charge, and you'll have a tiny ribbon between those 2 panels.
Look at all the FaZe. They're just stacked up for rush.
And they're going to go for it. The moment they're able to stop that mirror window from being effective, they're going to be able to take control of the site. Live is creeping on up, though, so I think Black Dragons are aware of this. Karos will do nothing, as it sounds like they're all being shot away at. And there goes the last one. Hornetau pushes up Live on pipes, and now WAG has joined the action. I love this viewpoint for us to be able to see everything that's happening. Mav looks to spring on in. He gets down by Live. There's so many people. Or Live gets down by Astro. There's so many people from FaZe that they have every single cross that's covered. Lagona's playing behind the safety of this mirror window, but he's susceptible to being shot from below. This is a great spot to be if you're PZD.
Yeah.
Lagonas is going to lose that mirror window, it appears, and he's going to have to seek refuge elsewhere. 1 minute to go. And Mav entering. He's going to go in through server. Nobody's still spotted PZD. He's watching the default plant spot. This could be big and problematic.
Mav's positioning here is going to be crucial to the outcome of this round. And if he manages to get one on the flank, it could cost BD.
But the flank gets spotted out. PZD still from above on the cameraman. That call's going to be made, and Mav will be the one to have to head on up there. Lagonas guns down Astro. And now down goes Yuna as well. BD's getting all the kills. Mav in a 1v1. It's him against the world. But it's Hornetau prone with 30 seconds left. How much utility does the smoke have? That's going to be the real question. Drone out of reach for Mav. 1 toxic canister left. Mav will have to rotate on over to the breach. Time is not on his side. He does not hold the diffuser. He will need to go for frags in order to push FaZe Clan to match point. 1 point is on the line here. There goes the final smoke. Mav is low enough that he'll choke it on in, and he misses the shots. Hornetau wins the fight and wins the day for Black Dragons. They're tied up at 5 rounds apiece. We'll need every single round between these 2 teams. What life we see in Black Dragons, as a lot of people predicted this would be a stomp for FaZe. They're going to have to fight a little harder in order to get all 3 points.
Definitely seems like Lagonas has reinvigorated BD. He himself is playing well, but the team as a whole is definitely much better overall and more well-rounded, I would say, in their performance. We're seeing a lot of great individual plays from everyone on BD, PZD in that round was crucial. The information gathering from BD, the coverage on the flank, also very important as Mav was forced to relocate several times. I'm really impressed that BD was able to rebuff that attack through the garage, to be honest. That was the big thing for me because I thought that FaZe was going to be able to get that pretty easily considering how stacked up they were. But FaZe at no point full committed. And when they started to skirmish with BD, it just ended up working against FaZe, ever so slightly. And since Mav wasn't in the engagement, he was busy doing other things, it really cost FaZe. I think the flank was a great idea, and it just didn't work because Mav was called out. I still think, though, that maybe having been called out, Mav should have stuck to locker hallway, maybe push kitchen. Not sure. If the kitchen players are distracted by someone coming up on kitchen door, they're not going to be challenging garage, and that was the main point of denial for BD. They had 2, maybe 3 players in kitchen trying to hold on to garage from that position. Even if you die, maybe the right call is kitchen door, Mav. I'm not sure. It's hindsight now, but, you know.
It's really hard to overstate the importance that PZD had on that round by being upstairs,
That too.
2 floors above, getting that single pick.
Yeah.
That was monstrous.
Yeah, absolutely agree. PZD's performance and contribution to that round was crucial. Black Dragons trying the top floor again. The castle barricade once again. Again, the reason that FaZe won the last time they were here is because the C4 was not allowed to go out below. The mirror window and the connector was smoked. I don't even actually know if there was a mirror window, but the connector was certainly smoked, and the mirror would have been if it was there. And the castle barricade covered the plant. There was nobody on the castle barricade to break it, even though it was prepped for a breakage, because FaZe had control of that position. So, yeah, FaZe got the plant down, they played the post plant, and they won the round.
It's a very similar setup that we see here as before from FaZe Clan, except there was a clash involved. This castle being effective to cut off console from the big desk, as you referred to it as. You could also see some of the ADSs and/or utility over on the bathroom wall being removed too. FaZe is ready to strike.
This is a really important Unispot here. Habana spot. As Yuna opens up the bathroom wall. So that's actually going to cut off a lot of different angles for the defense. Not only can you get an angle onto connector from bathroom rappel now from that position, but also you can deny a rotation from long desk. So lots of things just there accomplished for FaZe by 1x Garros.
Down goes Hornetow. Very first pick is going to come out for FaZe. They've been doing well in the opening pick, I guess, statistics. If you look at so far through this game, they have 7 of the 11.
Damn.
Well, actually, I only have 10 registered. I actually missed the...
Missed one round?
Yeah, I missed the other round.
That's a poor rappel in there from Ion.
Not smart.
No, and WAG will punish. I guess they assumed there was only Hornetow holding top yellow, but WAG has rotated, and he's doing a good job of it, even with the UMP.
He's taking a lot of damage because of it, but still, that kill is so pivotal onto Ion. I think the Nomad had burned her flashes earlier on the ADS that was the top of yellow, so barring the air jabs and just another gun, it wasn't imperative that Ion stay alive. Lagonis has to watch 2 angles, both in front of him on the console windows, but also behind him in case somebody creeps up on Visa stairs. And I think PZD heading on over could possibly do some of that work, but no, PZD's just going to stay downstairs. He might even have a C4 at his disposal. Lagonis gets felled by Cameraman. Live takes out Mav. Both teams lose 1. There's Live again. They're thwarting FaZe Clan every step of the way. This is going to be extremely challenging to just go on in. Live picks up his 3rd kill, and it's Cameraman versus the 2 members of Black Dragons. He finds 1, but where's the last remaining member? PZD will need to get a Nitro Cell off. Is it going to reach? Yes, it is. No doubt about it. Match point for Black Dragons. They secure themselves 1 point. A victory for FaZe, out of reach.
Good information there in the site. Whatever was marking was the reason why BD managed to win. Possibly a Mozzie drone. Not sure. What we do know is that FaZe, pretty poor on the angle play. The angle establishment was fine. They got the first pick on yellow stairs. They opened up a hole in the bathroom wall. They seemed to be setting themselves up for a win, but then nobody played bathroom rappel for a solid 40 seconds, which allowed 2 people to rotate from BD. We saw WAG rotate top yellow, Live rotate over to Vase, and then at that point, those 2 players, getting aggressive, managed to win out the round by just being somewhere that FaZe was not accounting for. There are a couple things that FaZe could have done to correct that. one more set of Excaros onto the bathroom wall, for example, if you open up the entire bathroom wall instead of just the one that angles towards long desk, Live would not have been able to play at base. WAG would not have been able to rotate to yellow stairs in all likelihood. If you open that wall and also continue to play bathroom rappel throughout the round. But for some reason, once again, they didn't open the wall and they didn't play that rappel for some period of time. So that allowed BD a lot of freedom. And Live especially took full advantage. So good job to Live, good job to Black Dragons for seizing upon the opportunity. Poor coverage from FaZe. The only question now is, will this be 1 point for each or 3 for BD?
Did you say that with that Nitro Cell, Black Dragons seized the means of destruction?
10 seconds to insertion.
Sure.
5 seconds left.
Yeah, it's like a communist joke.
All right,
Seize
Parker.
the means of,
Attackers are moving to
seize the means of
defuse the
production,
bomb.
the means of destruction. It's just like,
Yeah, no,
somebody's going to hear that and
I
just
get it.
boo! Boo!
I think that's me.
Yeah, well, you didn't do it, so you missed your opportunity.
Well, I said,
Nope.
I thought the okay was already by itself enough.
You had your chance. Pivotal round for FaZe Clan. They came into the day without a single loss. They still have a chance to be in that lossless column. As you can see, all the flashes go sailing on in. Live springs on out, gets baited right into Mav, and already an advantage for FaZe. Now, not that it's mattered, because there have been a couple rounds where FaZe has failed to convert a first pick into a successful victory.
Actually, a lot of rounds, really.
Yeah, actually, that's very correct. 1, 2, 3, 3 by my stretch, where they've gotten the first pick and still lost.
That's pretty bad. That brings
I mean,
the statistic down.
You also got to realize that sometimes that first pick is happening with 30 seconds left, and there's like just chaos. There's chaos ensuing. There's 4 people dying, but FaZe managed to get the first pick. Do they really still get the opening pick? I don't know. Some people probably say no.
I will say that kind of play from Live is the sort of play that says, hey, I don't want to win, I want to draw. But that kill there for PZD, while surprising, will bring BD back into this. Oh, what a read from Astro! PZD's just gone, deleted from this earth.
So long. Farewell.
Oh boy.
Wiedersehen.
That was such a read there. He knew that someone was in printer, and he thought that maybe there would be a rotation into cafeteria. He was right.
You got to be happy about that one, and it once again gives the advantage back in man count to FaZe Clan, as Live and PZD will watch from the bench to see if their team are able to pull out a stunning victory over the #1 team in the region. Black Dragons with Lagonas have definitely looked better.
Yeah. It's not a win yet for BD, though. As we come pretty close to the end of this round, it's a man advantage for FaZe.
Keep in mind that people have been sleeping on BD. They almost won against Ninjas in Pajamas last week. They came tantalizingly close, even though they did struggle against Elevate. So,
The question is, will they almost win here?
will they almost win here? Will it be a draw? Oh! Lagonas with 2. Yuna and Cameraman being found by a single Nitro Cell tossed up. That is winnable.
I could save it right
That is
there.
now an advantage for Black Dragons. They've managed to turn what was a deficit into a surplus. Diffuser also surrendered by the doorway to Visa. Astro and Ion with 40 seconds left will have to go for frags. And down goes the Zofia as Hornetow manages to collect that scalp of Astro. Ion sees the head of one pop up. He's in a tough spot, looks the wrong way. He's going to have the 1v3 shakes. Gets some damage done to him by the SMG-11, but the recoil cannot do very much. And there's Ion, swiftly ended. FaZe Clan dropping the ball, and Black Dragons muscling out an impressive victory for the debut of Lagonas. Congratulations, you got the charm in your game, and you are undefeated in Pro League now. Celebrate while you can. 7-5 victory for Black Dragons, 3 huge points.
We'll see how long Lagonas, as an individual, is able to keep up his undefeated streak.
He may never lose again.
Yeah. After his win today,
You hate that I do this.
after his win today, it's entirely possible, Parker. But yes, no, that was a really good performance for your very first match in Pro League. We see a lot of players come in and play matches like that and have the shakes throughout.
Yeah.
Play really poorly, but Lagonas was not at all overwhelmed. He wasn't scared. He was playing his game, and he played it well. He had a great debut individually, and against FaZe, no less. That's really impressive.
The top team heading in, well, they are still going to be the top team if I remember standings-wise, because who was in second heading into today? Can you look it up for
I'll
me?
check it right now.
Thank you. Thanks, man. It was Ints. So
Yeah, since Ints lost as well, FaZe should probably retain their spot, though.
Ninjas
there
in
are
Pajamas
still
gets 3 points. They're tied with Ints and FaZe.
Yeah, so because FaZe only has 6, which is within reach of most of these teams. So like, it's not they're in a good spot. FaZe aren't out of this, but it's really, that is a match they should have been at least able to draw.
Yeah. And we could end up with a 4-way tie for first overall because both MIBR and Liquid, who are our last match of the day and coming up in just a moment or two, they both have 3 points as well. Ints lost. They sit at 6 points. FaZe lost. They sit at 6 points. NIP won. They sit at 6 points. If MIBR or Liquid has a victor in that matchup, and not a draw, if there's a victor, we'll end up with a 4-day tie at the end of Playday number 3. Hell of a thing to see, isn't it? But we have our break ready for you. Our final break before we get back into our very final matchup of the day, MIBR versus Liquid, in a couple minutes. Well, it's our final matchup of the day, and it's going to be a good one. Two longtime titans of this region, MIBR, standing for Made in Brazil, and Team Liquid are about to square off. Both teams in the pilot program, by the way. Pay to win.
Buy their skin.
Buy their skins. You'll win more games.
You win. Yeah.
You run the Vigil skin, you'll win more games.
This is how it works.
That's how it works. You run the Buck skin, you'll win more games. Now, if you're not familiarized with MIBR or Team Liquid, we got a handy-dandy roster sheet for you so you can see who's playing on what team. Team Liquid have been an extraordinarily dominant LAN team since September of last year. They have been on a tear, during which time Palu put in a monstrous performance in Split, Croatia, just a month and a half ago in OGA Pit, and he set a record for the most kills in professional Rainbow Six Siege. Not a Pro League record, mind you. It's much more impressive because he got more kills. Citizen still has the most kills in a single Pro League match. But Palu had a monstrous performance. He's joined by some pretty okay players like Nesk, Sexy Cake, PSK, and Moringa. Adding Moringa to this team has given them a new shot of life. And, well, they come into the day with an opportunity to pick up 3 points against their opponents, MIBR, who have had a resurgence themselves since adding Hugzord to the squad and boot camping in Europe prior to OGA Pit. Navi's, Cyber, Hugzord, M-King, and Bullet One, MIBR have struggled still to translate their LAN success in towards Pro League, but they have a tough matchup, and if they can humble Liquid today, I think it'll quiet a lot of doubters.
Yeah. Now, going into this, I think the expectation is on Liquid, but then again, the expectations have been wrong so many times today. So it wouldn't be surprising if MIBR were to pull out the win here, because, again, the day itself has been very surprising.
Up is down and down is up?
Apparently, yeah. We've got 3 teams right now with 6 points in Latin America, those being FaZe, NiP, and INTZ after today, which means if one of these teams manages to win, either one, doesn't matter which, they will be also in 6 points, and that would mean 4 teams at 6 points, which is a lot. They won't, obviously be tied with each other, because then it'll go down to head-to-head, and then it'll go down to round differential, depending on the matchups, right? But it's just interesting the way that LATAM's playing out. Very close.
And if they both draw, we'll have 3 teams at 4 points. Is that correct? So we'll have 3 teams at 6 points, 3 teams at 4 points. Oh my goodness.
Well, it'd be 4 teams at 4 points. 4.
Which would leave Team 1 as the only team below that with 0 points. So it'd be 0,
so funny, the 1 and the
4,
0.
4, 4, 4, 6, 6. There you go.
That would be it, yeah. That would be a really weird Latin American lineup for points.
4 4s in a row, or have I heard that before?
4, 4, 4, 4? I know it. It means something.
It's on the tip of my tongue.
Chat, can you tell us what that means?
Please don't do this to them. All right, we have our map veto system up for you. Where are we going to go? Today has been brought to you by the letter C, Coastline, Clubhouse, and Consulate. Where are we going to go here? Clubhouse out. We're going to go to Villa. So no more C words, chat. No more.
C words. Wash. Parker, you can't say that.
C word? Like Consulate? That's a C word.
Okay.
Crutch? That's Twitch's name.
Oh! Burn.
Or
Sick burn, Parker.
Or Legion's name as well.
There's a lot of operators.
We're not going to...
Not going to do it?
Not going to do it.
All right. We won't go down that rabbit hole.
Just wanted to say.
But yeah, no. Sick burn. Well done.
Thank you.
We're going to Villa, so that'll be
Italian
interesting
countryside.
How that plays. Yes, you always like to say.
It's gorgeous.
It
I have not been to the
is,
Italian
actually.
countryside. I flew over the Italian countryside. It looked very nice from a plane.
I did a little bit of the Italian countryside after the land of Milan.
Yep.
And it was definitely worth it. I would highly recommend, if you are near Italy, you do a little cruise around the Italian countryside, maybe take some trains. It's nice. They've got a nice train system there, like a really intricate coverage of the
Team Liquid is exceedingly popular. Are they going to win the popular vote here? This might as well
Probably.
be a popular vote. That, holy smokes.
They sure smoked MIBR. Haha. I'm not as good at jokes as he is, but I try.
It's true, he's not.
I try. I put in my effort.
He tries really hard.
And this poll is also kind of one of those. I don't know. This is sure. Yeah. Okay. Liquid's the favored team here.
How baggy this shirt is, by the way.
It's because you lost a bunch of weight.
It's not even that. It's not even.
He lost like 600 pounds.
Okay, I'm not as big as Fabian.
Oh, what is with these burns? I did set you up for that one.
I lost like 15 pounds, but it's not even that. It's just really long, so it like kind of like.
Mine has the same thing. I usually when I'm sitting down, I actually fold it on the chest because you guys can't see it.
Oh, it's like a cummerbund.
But I like fold it at the bottom.
Smart. Should we fold her?
That way it doesn't bunch up as much.
Fold our shirts here.
I have the same thing with my shirts. My shirts are all too long for me because my torso is short, so I have to undo 2 buttons at the bottom.
This is your torso that's short.
Otherwise, yeah, no, specifically my torso. My legs are like normal size, and my torso is short, which is why I'm a short person.
I have a very short torso as well.
Yeah, just like an oddly short torso.
Yeah, it's like I'm like an anime character. I'm like 90% legs.
And then I have really short arms, so I always have to fold up my sleeves.
Is this thing on?
Because my shoulders are abnormally broad.
Speaking of
I have to
on,
get shirt sizes that are bigger.
speaking of on, we got a game on right now for you. Game on, final matchup of the day. The Italian countryside. I don't know if you know that. That's where Villa is, by the way.
It is in Italy, by the way.
It's in the Italian countryside.
Did you know it's in Italy?
Team Liquid versus MIBR.
They play video game. Go!
They game good.
MIBR going to be on defense first, Liquid on attack, which means, of course, that we will have MIBR banning first. And they will get rid of Mav. Mav's not in this match, but he's gone now from play. From two operators.
Goodbye, Mav.
Liquid, who are you going to get rid of on attack? Oh boy, this is going to be... Parker, as we like to say, this is going to be one of those.
Oh, it's going to be one of those.
It'll be one of those. So for those of you who don't know what we're talking about, I'm going to briefly explain what just happened in the attacker ban phase. There are 2 operators currently available to competitive play that can deal with things like bandit batteries, mute jammers, and Kayid electroclaws on the other side of walls, other than doing it through the soft destruction method, which is to say, you know, Buck, Sledge, Zofia, Ash, etc., who can, you know, get like batteries from below or above, depending on the situation. But other than those operators, there are 2 in comp play that can directly confront a bandit battery or a mute jammer or a Kayid electroclaw from the other side of the wall. That is Maverick and Thatcher. There is a third that has been added to the game, as I'm sure you all know, Kali, who can do this, but she is not.
You got to settle on how you pronounce her name.
Kali?
Callie.
Callie? We're calling her Callie? Okay. Whatever. To continue my point, Callie is the third operator that is capable of doing this, but she is not available to competitive play yet, as there is a 6-month pause before operators are put straight into comp after they're released. So she won't be out there for a while. And we just saw the 2 that are available banned out, which means on a map where hard destruction is very important, there's probably not going to be a lot I
No. This is mutually assured destruction here with a Mav ban followed up immediately by a Thatcher ban. I think that's probably the best way of...
Mutually assured destruction, yes.
Mutually assured destruction, I think is the correct way of putting it.
And we've hit that. It's going to be Library Lounge, which is an uncommon bomb site.
I'm very curious on what's going on today. We saw on Clubhouse, we saw Barstock.
Yeah.
And then we saw a lot of Teller's Archives on Consulate.
Something's in the water. Something's different.
On Coastline, we didn't see a Penthouse Theater, though, so didn't get that one. But
yeah, Penthouse used to be the meta, and if you play rank, you might be wondering what we're talking about, because it is still very relevant in like gold, elo, and ranked. Penthouse is...
Whoa. Gold is way above the skill of the average Redditor.
Come on, leave him alone.
I am an average Redditor. I am included in that.
Are you? What rank are you, Parker?
Just below Plat 1 right now. High Plat 2.
Oh, nice. That's progress, isn't it? Because...
What are you trying to say?
No, that's progress. That's good. No, that's good. I mean, I'm only like Plat 1. I haven't even hit Diamond this season, to be honest. It's been a rough season. Anyway, so far, we've seen a basement clear from Liquid. And I say clear. There wasn't anyone down there on MIBR side. They're just using the free ground that is the basement to try and establish control so that they can clear out the roamers that are on the middle floor. That'll be Navi's Immemorial. He's in a corner now and stuck. He'll not be able to get out unless he gets the kill, but he hits the headshot onto Nesk, and he's managed to rotate to the other side of the door. The phone call is going to give away his position, so he should die to the second follow-up, but oh no, some missed shots here from PSK, and there's backup now for the defender. But no refrag. Meanwhile, off-screen, there's a lot happening, and we didn't catch it. Can't say what happened other than Liquid is only one player, and his name is PSK with just over 25 HP.
That went from bad to worse very quickly. Nesk losing a fight to an MPX. Almost 2 for PSK. He gets down. He's going to need to withstand, but yeah, he's not going to.
Do they know? They might not know.
I don't know if they downed him. He's going to get up because this is a mechanic that is unique to Zofia.
I don't think they know that they downed him, which is going to give PSK a chance. Again, no point notifications for these players in competitive.
He's back up, and he gets spotted. MIBR will take the round.
Okay, so that's what we expect. Oh! Thank you, Cyber. That's very nice of you.
What did he say?
I said, thank you, Cyber. That's very nice of you. He's using my charm.
Oh.
Yeah. It's always cool to see.
It's an honor, eh?
Yeah, it really is.
It's an honor. Bolo, did you know that Bolo was using your
Really? No, I did not know that.
Bolo was using your charm.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I was watching him play in the lab. When I casted him in North America, I didn't see it, so I didn't know that. Was it the first Playday or something? Because I did the second. Well, that's awesome. Thank you, Bolo.
I really hope people appreciated, because it totally flew over your head when I said I'm like an anime character. I'm 90% legs. It didn't even register with you, and I think that's one of the most clever things I've ever said in a broadcast.
Anime character, 90% legs. It depends on the anime, right?
Every anime, it's like the characters' like legs go up to their armpits.
You know what? I think there's one that
That's like arms and then a face.
Cowboy Bebop does that a lot. I think. It's been a long time since I watched it, but yeah. Anyway,
I thought it was a very funny joke. I think it's one of the most clever things I've said.
Ever?
I feel like we have a person who works at Ubisoft named Stuart, who I think is a master of obscure references and puns, and I really hope he appreciates that one. I feel like he would like that reference.
Probably. I mean, I'm sure he's watching right now, right?
I have no idea what he's doing. I'm not his boss. I'm not his mom. Here are your stats for Villa. Liquid is banned it 9 times. My best Edward R. Rooney impression from Ferris.
9 times.
9 times.
9.
1 win and 2 losses. MIBR is the better record. 3 wins, 2 losses, 3 bans. They are well suited for this map.
Are we going to see everyone who isn't supposed to win today except for Nip?
I mean, MIBR versus Liquid is really close. I don't think there's a should or shouldn't win here.
Yeah, we didn't talk about that enough, to be honest. When the community vote came up, that was a little bit too one-sided towards Liquid.
Yeah.
They got, what, like a 71% or something along those lines? That's too much, guys. Give MIBR some credit. But it's still, I think the community vote does reflect this, that Liquid is the team that people expect to win at the very least. Though, again, early in the season, so it's hard to say. I'm sorry I didn't get your reference, Parker.
I mean, there wasn't even a reference. It was just...
Or your joke?
It was a joke, you know, and it was very underappreciated, I'll be honest with you.
I'm sorry that I make you feel that way.
That's okay. Unorthodox to see MIBR start on the basement level, or, well, technically not the basement, I guess. I've been spending too much time in Europe, man. First floor, ground floor, whatever you want to call it. A library defense first for MIBR works out very well. I think there was only 1 kill, 2 kills, I think, from Liquid. That was it. PSK at the end was able to get 2 picks, but...
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I use the top, bottom, mid system because everyone says that the different numbers. Should try it.
Thanks, I will.
Oh, right. IQ gathering a lot of information in the electronics here. Top floor being controlled by Liquid, but not what they need, which is Statuary Master. Drone goes into Statuary, marks the player by the statue. That is Cyber. Nade's getting prepped there, and there it goes. Cyber eats some damage, but not enough to get the kill. Nesk is going to have to peek him. I don't know when it's going to happen. C4 is going in, Nade's going in, there's the peek. Nesk lands the headshot, Cyber eliminated. MIBR have lost control of Statuary, but they haven't lost control of the entirety of the top floor. As Bullet re-peeks into Statuary, he also loses his life, but this time to PSK. Team Liquid now secure in their control above. There are C4s from below, so potentially there could be some punishment dished out here from MIBR, but C4 number 1 misses. C4 number 2, I believe, has already missed, but I don't know if Navi still has one. It might have been M King who just missed his just now. What we do know is Liquid are in the driver's seat.
Navi's did toss up a C4, did not connect with anybody. There goes the logic bomb, and Liquid are in full control. They've got a chokehold over MIBR in a 5v2, which is the opposite of what we saw in round number 1, which was Liquid struggling to land their shots, with the exception of PSK. I could have said it was a bad start here, and could be a bad omen for Team Liquid if they, usually good gunners, are unable to hit their shots. M-King will lose a volcanic shield in front of him, and he'll head for the hills, trying to find some coverage that he and Hugzord will just magically conjure up. Are we about to see a flawless round? Yeah. M-King needs 1 kill. Nope, no flawless round. Takes the head right off of Palu. Lands another. Down goes Nesk, but traded off. Liquid was there for the refrag, tied up at 1 apiece. Kitchen not successful for MIBR.
Yeah, it's been Kitchen Lounge for MIBR. They're going to the weird sites today. But then again, if you can win the weird sites, when you have to go to the normal sites, you have an advantage. And they managed to win Lounge at the very least. So this is not over for MIBR despite losing that last round. Some respect being paid from M-King. Gotta appreciate that sportsmanship. Apparently a nice shot being landed possibly one off screen. What we do know is that nice and even here. Liquid looked a little shaky in the first round. That second round was much cleaner, though. Gotta say, much better for Liquid. They were a little hesitant a few moments there, especially Cyber playing in Statuary, but the caution paid off. The utility dump was worth it, and Liquid put themselves in a great spot after that win. And they state to the world that they are not going to get reverse sweeped here.
Attackers need to locate
Swept.
and defuse bombs.
Yeah, no, you're right.
Camera feed up and running.
You're right. I was right.
It was 1E, not 2.
I'm surprised Thatcher's all the way down at 37%, actually. I would expect it to be much higher for this region.
Yeah, maybe.
Oh,
maybe.
we do tend to see more flexibility
Is that
in
regional?
attacking bans.
Or is it map?
That's actually a good question.
We don't know.
That's a good question. Is it map? Is it regional? Is it this season?
Is it the teams?
Is it a bird? Is it a plane?
It's Superman.
Yeah, that's actually a clarification that would be exceedingly
Greatly appreciated.
Yeah.
I'll ask.
Maybe that's our bad, but
5 seconds
I don't
left
think it is.
before insertion.
Yeah. So, first primary bomb site being played.
But no, I was going to say that when you look at a 37% for Thatcher, you might think, oh, that's quite low, which is something that I initially thought, but then I realized, oh, wait a minute, there's a lot of attackers that get banned. Defenders have less flexibility in what they ban.
Yeah.
Your defending bans are going to be very lopsided towards Mira, Echo, Maestro, Valkyrie, of which 2 of them are banned right now. It's just to further extend the point. So, yeah, Intel is going to dominate most of it. So, the attackers can ban Capital. We've seen Nomad bans, we've seen Thatcher bans, Maverick bans, Thermite bans, Buck bans, Lion bans, IQ bans.
Lots of different
That's just
bans.
today, by the way.
Bans.
No Nomad banned today, but everything else was banned today. So there you have it.
Nomad's seen a lot of play because of that, by the way. Shiafta is banned, and having her in play is very powerful for the attacking side in terms of cutting off rotation.
Just to confirm with you, those bans that you see are for the entire region for Season 10. So last season in Latin America, Thatcher was banned 37% of the time, Mira was banned 51% of the time. That's
There you go.
in Latin America for all of Season 10. It's not map dependent, and it's only for the region. It's not broken down by the actual
Now we
all
know.
of Pro League, yeah. Because I would imagine Thatcher's ban in EU is much lower than that. Opening pick to PSK. He has been on a tear so far. If he continues to play this way, well, Liquid's going to have another gunner at their disposal. PSK is not usually the person who's getting the opening picks for Liquid.
Yeah, he's been doing really well here, and M-King as an operator to get rid of early on is definitely beneficial to the attack. He's not going to be able to move those Evil Eyes, as we always like to mention. So Maestro is usually one of the worst operators to lose early. Navi's still roaming downstairs. He'll need to be dealt with before the attack can hit the site. The Dokkaebi phone call coming out here is going to give away the position of Navi's, as Palu has to have heard that.
A bomb has
It's
been
possible he
located.
thinks he's... Oh, Palu thinks it's someone behind him downstairs. The sound is wrong on the read there for Palu. But he might hear the player in the red hallway now. No, he's just ignoring Navi's and walking past him into Astro. And somehow he manages to get away with that with his live. Palu, a misread, but then too much hesitation on Navi's and nothing will come of that tension. They both disengage. MIBR now trying to hold on to Aviator. This is going to be the real challenge. Evil Eye's not going to be able to zap, which means the C4s and the gas canisters are really the denial pieces for MIBR.
And those denial pieces will be exceptional with 30 seconds left and 2 toxic canisters. You'll have full coverage, which is what you need. Still 90 being held by Liquid. They are just waiting for the call here. PSK walks into the gunfire of Navi's. Down he goes. MIBR equalizes, but still, tick-tock on that clock. You're about to hit 15 seconds. You got to go, Liquid.
15 seconds remaining.
Priming a frag grenade, ready to rush on in. There goes a toxic canister, and Sexy Cake's going to take some damage, but he just charges right through. Not full coverage as he's getting the plant down. Ring is watching. Outswings the Bandit. 2 for Liquid. Their guns come alive. Hugzord is down as well. Cyber in a 1v4. Make that a 1v3. Doesn't look the right way. Diffuser down for Team Liquid. An excellent positioning for them in the post plant. Liquid will take their second round in a row. 2-1.
The star of the show there has to be the angle play from Team Liquid. The Valkyrie inside of Study could have salvaged that round by C4ing the default plant spot. The gas canisters, yeah, okay, so the smoke missed. He did not manage to deny the plant. It's hard to do that denial, though, behind the vault. What you can do, I believe, is clip it through the wall if you're playing in gun vault.
I don't think smokes clip through the wall anymore.
They do.
Do they still?
Yeah, I was playing like 2 days ago, and I started breathing smoke through wall. They said they fixed it. They didn't. But yeah, so you can. I'm pretty sure you can. Maybe they fix it on some specific places, like maybe there. But yeah, they definitely do. It's just less consistent, I would imagine.
Defenders,
know.
protect your
Anyway,
bombs from being defused
what I
by
do know
attackers.
is that it's hard to land a smoke behind the vault door. It's hard to get that exact spot right. And in this case, MIBR messed it up. They'll go back to Aviator, though. They're going to try it again. They clearly don't want to go to Trophy as long as they can avoid it. And we'll see if the smokes land a little bit better this time.
It's unfortunate that it was just a little bit
Yeah.
too different, too far, because if it had been thrown differently, Liquid would have had to scramble to plant elsewhere, and then it really would have been a brawl instead of being mowed down as MIBR was.
The big thing, again, is as Sexy Cake started the plant, the angle coverage from Liquid was just 10 out of 10. They were accounting for study door. They were accounting for the rush. They even had their flank locked up.
Attackers
That's what you need to see when they're going for a plant like that.
Yeah, I gotta say, very impressed with Liquid in the post plant there, and that's the kind of thing that Liquid does very, very effectively. We've seen this time and time again against top levels of competition, is that Liquid is able to contain and lock down an area and punish anybody who tries to contest them. Cyber's got your charm on, as you noted.
He's what?
Cyber's got your charm on, as you noted.
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
I think that's pretty cool, man.
It is pretty cool. Thank you. We saw Final Line was running it too, and then
Bolo?
And Bolo, yeah. I didn't see that one, but that's awesome. Thanks, guys.
Yeah, you know.
I'm still waiting for your charm. Got to get you a charm. Then everybody can run it. Got to make that a thing. When your charm is a thing, then we have like everybody run it. That's got to be a thing, right?
It's gotta be a thing.
I hope that you get one.
I appreciate that. I don't think I will, but I'm,
You should.
well, thank you. Hopefully Ubisoft is listening.
Yes.
See, maybe instead of giving me a charm, they'll give me an invite to the Invitational. Maybe we'll find out tomorrow. Maybe it's my team.
Are you getting the invite spot, Parker?
I mean, I can't confirm or deny, but
A bomb is located.
Then it's something for you guys to think about.
yeah, that's gonna fester. Entry from Liquid, by the way, or entry from Liquid has been all on that main floor, or all on the second floor rather. I have the colors mixed up. Hold on, let me get my brain swapped around.
Turn on color correction.
I was looking at the defenders. I was like, what?
Yeah. Sometimes it can be confusing, especially at LAN when they switch it up.
I mean, at least Liquid's blue. That's really nice.
It is. It's very clean.
It's going to be yet again another Aviator Games defense.
Mm-hmm.
And Liquid is very, very close.
Pretty much the same.
Tantalizingly close.
Same attack too.
Taste it.
Yeah.
Basically the same.
Oh, the Evilizer in play now. That's big.
That is a change.
Yeah. The Meister not getting picked off at the beginning of the round, he's going to be able to actually deny the plant this time. As we hit the last 50 seconds, there's an extra piece of denial in play for MIBR.
I think this is going to fall on the shoulders of Nesk, trying to locate where the Valkyrie cameras and the Evil Eye cams are so that the destructive work from Liquid can go in, but also so that when they go to push on in, that they're not as exposed to it. Sexy Cake is inside of that connector waiting to go on in and get the call to plant. He's on Buck. Interesting operator to get that accomplished on. No hard breacher here for Liquid either on an Aviator Games is very peculiar. I know that's Mav and Thatcher band, so they're just going to play around that. And he's got the diffuser in hand, but he's also going to get the opening pick. Liquid, 3 in a row for that. Good as gold. Frag grenade ready for Sexy Cake to toss on in. It will connect. It'll blow up a piece of the floor. Nobody from MIBR takes that damage at all. There's another for them as Nest guns down M King. Hugswood trades that off onto Moringa. Sexy Cake very low on HP. He's taken out by the Nitro Cell. Nesk is there, and it's a 3v1. Bullet prone inside a study, and he loses the fight to Nesk. Nesk is going to keep hitting those shots. You're going to be hard-pressed to make up any ground against Liquid. He started off slow, but the man has come alive. Goodbye to the Bandit. 3 in a row for Team Liquid now. They don't need to get that diffuser down at all.
It should be noted that Nesk's season so far has not been ideal. But that round right there, and the rounds he's had so far through this match, that's the old Nesk. That's what people expect. He needs to have those moments where he comes alive so that Liquid can play around him. The thing that was happening there that made Liquid be so successful is that MIBR were scrambling to deny plant. The plant location was different, and while MIBR scrambled to deny said plant, they were exposing themselves to Nesk, who cleaned them up. And then at that point, yeah, the plant was denied, but there was plenty of time for Nesk to get the last few kills and win the match
Defenders, protect
overall.
your bombs from being
Of course,
defused
well,
by
I don't know why I said
attackers.
match, but round? Maybe it's because I was thinking that Liquid's starting to angle themselves to win this match. If I'm being honest, right now, this is what's going through my head. Right now, we've got a Thatcher and a Maverick ban, and Liquid's up 3-1 on
And
attack.
they're not running hard breachers.
They're not running hard. Well, I mean, they're not needing hard breachers. And why would you run hard breachers when you're not going to be able to hard breach anything, right?
Well, I mean, you've got the Buck, you've got the Zofia, and you've
It's
got an
too much
IQ, which means that you can play underneath if you really need to.
It's so much time, though. And, like, they've been just doing contact takes through bottlenecks in these rounds, and they're coming down to the dying seconds of the rounds.
And they're winning it, but a big part of why they're winning it as well is MIBR is peeking into it. And when you're looking at an Aviator Games defense, we saw 2 of those in a row, right? MIBR has to peak because of how small those sites are. And when you push in, if you can open up the walls, or if you have any kind of disabling gadgets, if there's a Thatcher on the board, an EMP works wonders here. Zofia works wonders here. Capitao can work wonders here. You have to take those engagements. MIBR is losing them. They went from the first round of being able to win almost every single heads-up gunfight to losing every single heads-up gunfight, basically.
Yeah, and now we're going back to Lounge, which was the first site defended the first round. And,
You are absolutely correct.
yeah. And MIBR are hoping that they'll have the same luck here that they did the first time around. We'll see. Navi spotted out, spray through the window to try and nab Navis, but it's not going to happen. As he persists by Kitchen, he'll be a definite slowing factor here for Team Liquid on their take. Some early damage dished out to Cyber. Only 1 bullet, and it looked like it might have been through a door frame considering how little damage he took. And he'll run away. But this roamer's still persisting. Not in Statuary anymore, but still in the top 4. Lots of information being called out here from Nesk. He's going to be able to get a lot of those electronics before they even become relevant. That's a really good play there from Nesk if he can actually do that without getting punished. He's waiting for Palu to drone him into Trophy, though, and since that drone just came out, they will know that there is a player. I believe by 90 is where it was. Yes, Bullet. And he'll be able to slow down this attack further, but PSK coming around to try and pincer this player. Possibly from Repel, could just go in through the building. Come up main stairs, maybe.
I like the coverage that we see from Liquid above. They need to figure out where M King is going to go, but they need to start doing soft destruction as well to really put pressure on MIBR on site, because right now the people inside are sitting very pretty. I suspect it's going to come out pretty soon, though, as Moringa uses a logic bomb, and then we'll end up pursuing one of the fleeing members of MIBR. That's Navi's downstairs, and slowly but surely the phone call will get louder and louder.
This engagement is just waiting to happen. But the thing that I want to note is that Liquid, when clearing onto this site, they have to hunt the roamers because they don't have a clear idea of what the point of contact attack strategy would be, like they do with Aviator. That's what's making this so confusing for Liquid, and it's what's going to waste so much time.
Navi's will win that engagement if you see the Dokkaebi push on down, because Moringa is just not going to be able to hit the shot needed. Oh my, get baited, Bullet. There goes the air jab, but Palu secures the kill regardless. That's a worthwhile trade. Navi swings on up and loses it. No, I thought Navi's was going to take that. Moringa is just better in that fight. And there's another from Nesk. He is just killing everybody in front of him. Cyber in a 1v5, a flawless round on the docket for Liquid as the diffuser goes down. They are walloping MIBR. And as you pointed out, on attack, a Mav ban, a Thatcher ban. The IQ of Nesk looks the wrong way, but Cyber gives his position away. He might not be long for this Earth. He's going to have to go through a single doorway. There's no rotate available for him. Or is there? No, there is. A rotate created, but it will be right into the sights of all the members of Team Liquid that are waiting ever so patiently. Cyber twists around, fires towards the couch. I think he sees one. Oh, he takes out Sexy Cake. Next in line, the diffuser's far away. He'll have to encroach it as best as he can. Down on the ground with Cyber. He picks him off. Rushing on in, but it's behind. He doesn't see the Palu comes on in. And what was a valiant effort? A good try. An NT for those gamers in chat. Ends up being a Liquid lockout. 4-1 they lead, and they are dominating MIBR.
That's a solid effort from Cyber. It's a good job. But not enough. Big part of that was the fact that somehow those roamers for MIBR got almost nothing done. And I'm a little bit surprised because we were coming up to the end of that round. The roamers didn't even need to engage. They could have just waited it out. They could have just lingered and things would be fine for MIBR. They would have denied the attack onto the site, the plant outright. But instead, those roamers decided to engage, and every single engagement went the way of Liquid. Every one of them. There was no chance for recovery at that point. I was trying to say earlier in the round, and I got this out, Liquid are going to struggle on Lounge because they have no clear understanding of what the point of contact strategy is going to be. What do I mean by that is they're trying to find the shortest and most effective and least flankable route to the site so that they can plant the diffuser. That is what Liquid has been doing continuously round by round. Lounge was really difficult because they weren't really sure what it was the first time. They seemed to have figured it out this time, but it took them a lot longer than I think would have been comfortable. The reason why this is made even worse for Liquid is because the roamers from MIBR. Again, if those roamers had just existed for longer instead of trying to get into fights and losing them, then MIBR probably would have taken that round, and we'd be in a much different situation. But right now, 4-1, Liquid are slotted to win this, and we're not even done with the first half.
MIBR banned Mav, and then Liquid banned Thatcher. And I want your thoughts on this. Why do you go to Library and Kitchen over and over again? Now they've gone to Aviator 3 times. You're not trying sites like Trophy Statuary. My gut check on a Mav and Thatcher ban is that Aviator Games and Trophy Statuary, which are already two very strong sites, get even stronger without a Mav and a Thatcher. So why are you, if you're MIBR, so hesitant?
To be honest, I'm kind of agreeing with you here in my head because
I love them.
The thing is, even on when they were going to Lounge, they were opening up a lot of those angles instead of leaving them like hard reinforced, putting bandit batteries on them and such. So I'm not 100% sure. There's got to be a logic to it. MIBR is a smart team. They have reasoning for their decision making on these sorts of things. But I can't say what it is. What I will say is that I definitely wholeheartedly agree with the thought process for Liquid. Yeah, it's working for them. But the big thing is, if you're not going to be allowed to hard destruct anything, sure, don't bring a hard destructor. Play off the bottlenecks. Play off your better fragging potential, because that's what Liquid's leveraging right now. The probing and hunting the roamers, it's working for them. Then they're playing point of contact on the site, and that's working for them even better. The logic with the bans is actually kind of been thrown out the window, to be honest. I think that they've just cut out a part of the game, and they're ignoring it. Both teams. Because we're noticing not even a bandit is being played, it's just a mute. And that could be dealt with a lot easier than a bandit or a Kaid.
Well, I mean, they don't need the bandit if Liquid's not bringing a hard.
Right, totally fair. Yeah. But what I'm saying is, what I'm trying to express is that for both teams, they have just yoinked out the whole hard destruction part of the game, and they're just playing as if it doesn't exist. That's what it seems.
It is a very odd way to watch Villa.
It is, especially for this map.
Very odd to watch Villa, yeah. A very defender-sided matchup in which you see a Maverick and a Thatcher band would suggest that this will be even greater defender-sided. And that's just not it. That's not what she wrote right now. So.
Well, this is a pretty good setup right now for MIBR. As we hit the last 50 seconds, they have C4 to deny from below. That's going to be Navi's. Yep. They have plenty of denial in the site as well with other C4s and smokes. So this is a really good spot for MIBR to find themselves in. Liquid's going to have a tough time on this one. We might end this half 4-2 just because of the setup.
And we get to see that Liquid is doing more than what they need to for drone work here. Navi's a beautiful shot. He doesn't lose that one to Moringa. 2 from MIBR as they add to that tally and tack on yet another. Liquid in rough spot. Ooh. Beautiful shot from PSK as he gets Cyber on a platter.
So little time, though.
Only 15 seconds left. It doesn't seem like there's any real urgency. Bullet guns down Nesk. Sexy Cake is in the smoke. He's taking so much damage. PSK goes in. Navi's is below. There goes the C4 to take out PSK. Sexy Cake will have to go for frags as there's no way he's going to be able to get that diffuser down. And no way he's even going to be able to get a kill either. Right you were. Look like we end the half 4-2. You're a prophet, Michael. MIBR takes that round. And we'll swap sides with Liquid now going on to defense.
Yeah, but the thing is, I mean, it took MIBR 3 different defenses on that site to figure out how to defend it. So, yeah, okay, they salvaged 1 round, but 4-2, attacking half, that is a clear-cut win, not only because, obviously, Liquid has more rounds, but also more just because of the nature of these bans on this map. So, Liquid should be in a strong advantage right now going into the second half. They're going to bring Kaid to deny the Thermite. That's the maximum amount of coverage, and I'd say Kaid in this scenario is the hardest operator to deal with in terms of hard destruction denial. So this is a really comfortable spot for Liquid, and they should be pretty well established on this site, I'd say. And the curious thing about this, the reason why Kaid's even relevant, is because MIBR are bringing a hard destructor. They've brought a hard destructor, rather. They brought Thermite. Liquid are opening up inside study to deny the floor exothermic trick. They're not going to let that happen. At least they've opened up one side. Sexy Cake might be responsible for opening the other side. Yeah, it looks like he's coming over to do that now, maybe. Or not. Maybe they
drop some barbed.
They could also just not care as much about the B wall. whatever the case be, Liquid, I think, based on what I'm seeing just from operator selection, Liquid is still in the driver's seat. I do think that MIBR are going to struggle here because they're trying to lean into hard destruction. And I honestly thought that based on these bans, both teams had just like agreed to, oh yeah, no hard destruction. We can play without it. But clearly, MIBR has not caught on to that one. And they're going to be doing something a little bit different. Maybe it'll work for MIBR. Maybe. I don't know. The volcano's being placed to deny plants in B. Setup's pretty good for Liquid. They just need to wait now.
I mean, it was MIBR who banned the Mavs, so they obviously knew how to play around that with either a Hibana or a Thermite, regardless. Then Liquid bans Thatcher, and I mean, that is something where maybe you as MIBR are not prepared for that. I think the biggest example, and one of the first times we really saw operator bans like that going the distance was, it was Lestream versus Empire in Europe, where, you know, it was a clubhouse matchup. Empire banned a hard breacher, and then Lestream immediately answered by banning one as well, and I think it caught Empire off guard. Ness was looking for a kill on the front door as he's patrolling Classical Hall. He'll head on back.
This is a really good angle here from Nesk. The extended control from Liquid is risky, but it can outright win you the round if you play it right. Cybert looking for the angle on the players who are playing by 90 in the long hallway. Nade goes out, does no damage to anybody. Now, those nades are really important because there are a lot of volcanoes in this. Of course, 3 Goyo shields that need to be dealt with.
You still have a Zofia, so as long as Bullet can keep those impacts under control, you got a fighting chance against them, but you're absolutely right.
And it looks like there's a lot of lifelines being used, too, by Bullet on the balcony. They're getting bottlenecked here by Palu and Nesk, who are just playing at the top of main.
There goes one of the Zofias, but it's on a deployable shield that doesn't have the Vulcan on the back of it. So that's a major victory for Liquid and could end up proving to be the undoing of MIBR. A minute to go, Bullet's the only one who's taken any damage.
Yeah, meanwhile, TikTok, as you said, the attackers are running out of time. They're not going to be able to open up Study Wall unless those Electroclaws were misplaced. Nice shot there from Navi's. PSK responds, though. So there goes the player who was attempting to take site control, I believe. A little bit too aggressive there. His team was not in a position to back him up.
I think Navi's just sprinted on in, and then
it might
dying.
Be. Yeah.
Hugzord's trying to find a spot to put down an exothermic charge. There's an Electroclaw that's thrown, and oh no, Hugzord looks like he might have lost it. He's got another, he's going to grab the wall that's right next to PSK. It goes off. The impact does not work out at all. And you see the TCSGs try their best to do some significant damage. Well, down goes Palu, or Moringa rather, as the TCSG on his end isn't going to do much. PSK's still got one of his own. He's watching the doorway. If you peek him, you will likely die. That thing will flatten you like a pancake. Oh, he misses, though. He looks away at the wrong time. 2 kills for Bullet, 1 for Nesk, 1 for Sexy Cake. It's a 1v2. Sexy Cake is playing behind the shield. He'll toss out a canister. This is going to tick away at M-King. Will he get it down in time? Yes, he will. He gets felled, taken out. It's Bullet in a 1v1. Former member of Team Liquid, mind you. Sexy Cake has time at his side. He gets hit by an air jab, though. That's information for Bullet, knowing that he's playing over by the plains. Sexy Cake will need to hit a pre-fire here on the Bullet. He knows he's locked inside of the vault. Sexy Cake with the clutch. There's something about Villa where Sexy Cake is just able to do great work. He's going to get battered around, but no real worries. Plenty of time, and even though the MIBR diffuser plant was so successful, their coverage was not. Sexy Cake with 2 kills to save the round for his team. The man's inhuman.
So a couple things to note there. 1, yes, it was a win for Liquid, but it was very close. Could have easily been MIBR. Sexy Cake pulled it out when it really needed it. 2, the hard destruction worked, surprisingly.
Yeah.
The Electroclaw play was not tier 1, I would say. It could have been a little bit better. I believe one of those Electroclaws got destroyed by a nade or something along those lines. But what we did see was the wall get opened up, really important. Hard destruction for the first time in this match, actually. Really interesting to see that with the bans that we have brought out. And that could have been enough for MIBR to take it, especially after they got the entry right after the wall was opened up. And yeah, I mean, that's really it. Liquid had a pretty good setup. Their extended hold was almost working out for them. The one big thing that I'll note here is Liquid were applying a lot of pressure to Study, trying to deny that push outright, and they failed to do so. They had 2 people at the top of main and one person peeking the B bomb site to Study door, and they got 1 kill out of that. And I think they lost a few players, too, in that exchange. So Liquid actually were putting themselves at a little bit of a disadvantage with the extended roam. I said it when I saw it. It was a bit of a risk from them. But I guess it worked. It just, I don't think it paid off. The roam did not pay off. Sexy just clutched up. So, and interestingly, I'll note this too. Sexy, that was 3 rounds for him, 3 kills for him in that round. He has 4 kills in this match. So, impact frags.
Very impactful.
Yes. Right moment, right time.
It's been PSK, it's been Nesk, and it's been Sexy Cake who have been winning the rounds for their team. Not that Moringa and Palu haven't been contributing. But I can name 3 rounds in particular where those gentlemen were the sole reason why they were as successful as they were, and the W can be credited to them.
5-2 right now, and that's the crucial bit. It could be a 4-3 easily, but now Team Liquid are starting to run away with it.
And the thing worth noting as well is that that was very nearly another attacking victory. Another attacking victory. We don't hear that often on Villa, especially, as we said, not when you look at the operators that are banned. You don't really expect that at all.
It was,
I said it was a defender victory. I said it was very nearly an attacking victory.
Oh, okay, I got a little confused.
Very nearly an attacking victory, which is so unusual. I mean,
Yeah.
I would need to see recent stats because I feel like there are a number of games that we do cast where Villa does actually seem to go not for the attackers, but not as defender side as it used to.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to see those statistics for just like this season, you know.
Yeah.
What we do know in this round so far is that MIB are doing a pretty good job of the roam clear. They've got great information in the site. Cyber's just going to call out the player inside of Trophy. And Amaru, of course, very interesting.
That's not something you see every day.
Yeah, it really isn't. Cyber bringing it out. He's going to be able to get a hook into Astro, as I'm guessing was going to be his main target. If you can come into Astro when the defender's not expecting it from the window, then you might be able to catch a few people off guard. Navi has a drone for this, actually. He might be able to call the Goyo, who's speaking from Connector. But that call will be now that actually he's in Astro.
I think these are 2 G8s that are in the hands. He just repelled on up.
Does that work through the skylight? There's no way it does, right?
I'm not sure. I mean, I don't really play Amara. I don't know her. Oh, it's a commando, not a G8. Okay.
Well, I guess we'll find out. Weird that you would use the SMG to open that when you've got the LMG. But I mean, hey, you know what? It reloads faster.
Yep, that's true.
Slightly.
The G8 is not a quick and nimble weapon, even with the angled grip on it. 45 seconds in the execute from MIBR is just moments away. Nobody has taken any damage. There you go. Just as I say that, 1 volcanic shield gets taken out, so does PSK, and MIBR are just going to attempt to plant in the middle of the doorway. But from below, there's Nesk with 2 kills. Third, as he peeks around, Nesk doesn't land it. He loses to Cyber. M King falls to Sexy Cake. Navi's dispatches Moringa. Paulo inside a bathroom has not been spotted. He and Sexy Cake will need to clutch up. The 2 Italian operators on the Italian map, can they do this? We'll call it the Italian job. Sexy Cake holding that angle with the ult in hand. Down goes Navi's. Easy frag. Diffuser picked up, and Cyber will need to go for kills as he will be extremely vulnerable. Gives his position away, and he'll swing on to Sexy Cake, who wins the fight. Y'all does better. 6-2 for Team Liquid. What a romp so far. They're making quick work of MIBR.
And still a lot of respect paid in this match for both teams. Gotta love that. Good sportsmanship.
Yep.
It looks like Liquid is going to walk away with this one in a breeze. I think this was a match that a lot of people expected would be one of the closest of the day.
I very much did not expect it to be this much of a blowout.
And so far it has been the least, or the least close, I guess, the most one-sided. It is, I mean, Liquid could win it right now. And we move on. Only 2 rounds for MIBR thus far. It's looked pretty sketchy for them. That one was that round was pretty close. I thought for a second there that Nesk was not going to get the player on the plant, but he had the nice angle to deny that doorway being utilized by MIBR, and he got not only that planter, but also the attacker sent to hunt Nesk down. One thing I really want to highlight, actually, is that the hunter downstairs, who was supposed to deny Nesk's position to allow for the plant, entered after the plant was attempted, and even after the planter was killed, allowing Nesk to get that second kill. If you enter as the hunter before the plant is attempted, Nesk might kill you, but you might kill him. It depends on, again, the heads-up engagement. If you enter during the plant attempt, then Nesk might kill the initial planter, but then you get the refrag almost 100% of the time. But if you enter after, then you give Nesk a chance to get both, and that's exactly what he did. So, poor timing from MIBR. And now they find themselves on match point. That was, of course, not the only factor. Really, Liquid were well set up to deny that plant. They even had master control because no one from MIBR were even trying for master control, which is weird. And that allowed them to hold Statuary extended, or Liquid to hold Statuary extended. So
No way.
I wonder, are they going to go for a run out here?
100%.
It looks like they're set up for it. Nesk wants it. Liquid can smell blood in the water, and they are hungry. There it is.
Oh, goodbye.
Body shots at that range with the MPX. He had to have landed at least
Oh my
5-6
goodness.
shots.
It's your only hard breacher. You're down a man.
It's match point.
Is that the nail in the coffin of MIBR?
I think so. And fitting that it would be Nesk to hammer that home.
I mean, there's still opportunity here for you to dig yourself out of this if you're MIBR, but man, that is a deflating loss to have the first 30 seconds of the round.
When you're a team in that situation, I think deflating is the perfect word to use to describe how you're going to be feeling. Because MIBR, I'm sure we're holding on to the hopes, but after that kill, they're going to be... There's a silent groan that goes out across the board for all the players. They go, ugh.
Maybe not even groan, just silence.
Well, that's what it's silent groan. Yeah, they're not going to be saying it to their team because they're professionals. But everyone's going to be thinking, oh, wow, really? You like that? Like that?
I think one more pick here is going to seal the deal for Team Liquid if they're able to get it. You both have Nesk and Palu roaming downstairs. They haven't been spotted. They will trade out. Palu sees the drone. They're just going to go back and forth.
Oh, here's the engagement, and there's the second for Nesk, and that should be it. A third for Nesk. He's just going to keep surprising us. Impressive. Oh, fourth through the wall! Nesk is insane, and he only needs one more for the ace. The question is, will he be able to get it, or is M-King going to walk into another Liquid player?
You know, I've had relationships less one-sided than this, Michael. M-King's not going to do anything. He gets taken out by Palu. Flawless round for Liquid. They put an exclamation mark and a stamp on it. 3 big points. Liquid will be tied up at the top of the standings in Latin America after 3 days. Congratulations to them. That was one hell of a performance.
So, we have, in the Latin American region now, 4 teams with 6 points, 2 with 4 points, 2 with 3 points, or rather 1 with 3 points, and 1 with 0. And we'll get to that when we actually go to the standings. But what we do know about that match is it was the most one-sided match of the evening.
Oh.
And that surprised many.
Funny enough that you say this, because before we got into the matchup today, we were talking about how unexpected things were. And you said how funny it would be if this one, which most people think is going to go on, which ends up being the most one-sided of all the matchups. And, well,
there we go. I don't know. It's been pretty spot on with everything but my predictions today because I got like 2 right after Liquid won there. But other than that, did you get 3?
I don't even know. I don't really,
he was like ready to knock me down and he didn't have it. Okay.
I don't know.
Standings.
Liquid should have 6 points. I don't know where they are on here. This will be updated in just a second for you. There you go. Boom. Bingo, bango, bongo.
Magic.
First and foremost, these are just raw standings. Take into account rounds won and lost, then take into account heads-up matchups as well between these teams. But not a bad 4 teams sitting up top. In surprising a lot of people, Liquid coming up there as well with Ninjas in Pajamas. And it's everybody who benefits from FaZe and Ints losing today. The bottom 4, well, you'll take a look. They're going to be sitting at 4, 4, 3, and 0. Team 1 is the ultimate loser of today. They've yet to get a single point. We know that in Europe and North America, next season, they'll be expanding to 10 teams. There's no relegations. Right now, there's been no announcement about it, so we assume that there will be relegations for Latin America unless we hear otherwise.
Find out.
Maybe something will be announced at 6 Invitational. Maybe it'll be confirmed that they're not increasing in size. But Team 1's got to start doing some significant work. As you can see from the scoreline here, they ended up losing a very tight contest to Ninjas in Pajamas. And even though they have 0 points, they have not played poorly in their matches. They've played acceptably. It's just been tough losses.
Yeah, that's really rough, too. When you come this close to victory and then you don't even get a draw. Like, it's a bit like SSG way back when, before they were, like, starting to be dominant in North America, when they were drawing continuously, match after match after match, draw after draw after draw. And then even more of a worse situation for Team 1 because they're not even getting that 1 point.
Yeah.
So it's rough. It's rough, but you know, it happens. And Team 1's got potential to continue performing well moving forward. They still have their standout matches, but today was not their day.
Well, that's it for our show today, but don't go anywhere because as of this season, we are now broadcasting the ANZ region on the main channel. And in just a couple hours, You're going to get to see some Australia, New Zealand action brought to you by honestly, some of the nicest accents in all of the world in the Aussie and Kiwi casters. But on behalf of Kickstar and myself, thank you so much for tuning in for our third Playday of Latin America. APAC is up soon. Tune in and watch it. But also tomorrow, Europe and North America, and most importantly, and most critically, most tantalizingly, the seeding show. And we reveal which team got the invite. We'll see you then.